ASOIAF, King of Winter. Chapter 1. Maester Luwin. When Maester Luwin handed Robb Stark the letter, bearing sordid news, he expected rage, sadness, sentiments that are to be felt by any man who heard of injustice directed at one's father. He didn't expect him to go through the spectacle that he was privy to. The boy had suddenly fallen to the ground, twitching in place, murmuring odd words in a strange tongue, before suddenly stilling, falling asleep at the floor. Whatever the boy went through changed him to his core. Luwin tried to attribute the changes to the consecutive misfortunes that seemed to befall him: little Brandon's fall and subsequent assassination attempt, Jon's leave to the Black Brothers, his mother's negligence in favor of sadness and guilt, and finally, Eddard Stark's seizure in response to Tyrion's capture. Yet, there was something gnawing at his mind. Robb Stark's change had an eerie quality to it. Lord Ned was always a quiet man, and many a tale depicted him as cold as winter, yet there was nothing that reminded Luwin of a winter chill more than the young lord's light blue eyes. They had almost a mystical quality to their hue, and seemed to almost glow in shadow with piercing blue. So, as Robb Stark stood at his own father's solar, his back turned toward him as he contemplated the sky, Luwin couldn't help but mime a shiver at his icy cold voice. "Call the banners." Robb spoke. Maester Luwin expected the order, so he asked not for further detail. "Send letters to the lords of the realm, they are to gather their men and make for Moat Cailin." He turns to him as he speaks a cold, detached presence to his glare. "In your missives to Bear Island, Deepwood Motte, Torrance Square, Barrow Town, and Flint's Finger, add additional orders to leave a sizable garrison to guard the western shore." "From what, my lord?" Luwin asks. "A man can choose all aspects of his life except for one." Robb seemingly expected Luwin to understand, yet his response left him with more questions than answers. Grey wind. Countless smells permeate his nose, mixing and matching, yet the trail of his prey stays distinct amidst the chaos of myriad scents and courses. Ever since that fateful day, something deep within Alph's mind awakened. In Greywind's primitive memory, it was something that was always dormant within him, a cold yet comforting star within the back of their collective consciousness. Alpha never acknowledged the presence, yet following mounting feelings of distress and deep unrelenting hate, the presence had no choice but to come to the surface. Since then, the wild link shared between partners was consciously strengthened and protected from Alph's side. With that came bodily benefits. Greywind became faster, stronger, and could unconsciously channel the same force as Alpha to guide his path. It is after a relentless charge that he finds his prey. It was accompanied by a female and 2 hounds, chasing another one of its kind through the trees. Greywind slowly but surely approaches, making nary a sound. A dire wolf hunts like no other. Despite their size, they can be sneaky to an unbelievable degree. Their physiology poised at hunting mammoths, ice spiders, and shadow cats, creatures faster, stronger, or larger than it. It was then inevitable that red blood coated Greywind's fangs. His target had fallen, like all the others. After all, man or animal, all share the same quality. All are prey. Catelyn Stark née Tully. It all went wrong, in worse ways than she thought. In hindsight, she'd been extremely foolish in her actions. She was Catelyn Tully, a woman raised to think like a lady, to consider the aftermath of her actions, yet in her urge to avenge her son, her sweet Brandon, she had begun a war. It was because of her actions that her daughters were trapped within that city of vipers, that her husband was in the clutch of the Lannisters, and that her young son is set to wage war at an age much too young. It was all she could think of throughout her journey, her mind full of what-ifs, alternatives, actions, some different way that she could have made to change the outcome of her deeds. "I definitively shouldn't have taken that imp to the Eyrie. My sister was a poor choice for a judge," she thought. Lisa was deathly afraid of the Lannisters, and her paranoia led her over the edge. Little Robin was much too frail. If only I'd been able to assure better care for the boy. And then there's that infuriating sellsword. Yet her thoughts only drove her to a deeper hole. The now familiar voice of Ser Wylis Manderly, the heir and oldest son of House Manderly, sounded from her left. "My lady, we are here." The man is bald and has a bushy walrus mustache which covers his mouth, and his heavy weight clearly made for an undue burden on his poor stallion. She extended a head out of her carriage, finally seeing the recognizable form of Moat Cailin. Even in its dilapidated state, the stronghold was intimidating. Moat Cailin was once a great stronghold, with 20 towers, a wooden keep, and a great basalt curtain wall as high as that of Winterfell's. Today only great blocks of black basalt lay scattered about, half sunk in the ground where the wall once stood, and the keep rotted away. Only 3 towers remain, which are covered with green moss and white ghost skin. The children's tower is tall and slender. It has only half of the crenellations of its crown. Legend has it that the children of the forest called upon their gods here to send the hammer of the waters to smash the neck. The gatehouse tower, the largest of the remaining towers, is squat and wide. It is the only tower which still stands straight, even retaining some of the walls around it, although a tree grows through its northern side. The tower's hall of dark stone is spotted with lichen and has a high, drafty ceiling. Within the hall is a massive carved table, also of stone. The drunkard's tower is so named due to its great lean. It stands where the south and west walls once met. As they come to halt in front of the gates of the old fortress, Ser Roderick Castle graciously helps her exit the carriage. Their procession is headed by herself, her escort Ser Roderick, her uncle Brynden, and the Manderley brothers. They are received at the gate by Martin Castle and strangely enough, Theon Greyjoy. "Lady Catelyn, it warms my heart to see you safe and sound." Martin Castle then turns to her companions, greeting his brother warmly. A servant extends a plate filled with bread and salt. "Greetings to you all, I welcome you to Moat Cailin." Before anyone could speak, Catelyn spoke. "Where is Robb?" she asks. A queer expression makes its way in Martin's face, whilst Theon responds with a pained expression. "He is at the yard, my lady," he says. "Lead me to him," she orders. The younger Castle and Theon share a knowing look before shrugging and going along with her demands, while the rest partake in bread and salt and are led in. Ser Roderick, her brother and Manderleys follow her, probably to also meet her son. The dilapidated state of the castle becomes even more apparent as they are led through its halls. The walls are cracked, and even broken in some places, and the scent of stale earth and grass made its way into its premises. After a period of strange silence, Martin cautiously speaks. "My lady, I believe it is not my place to do so, yet I find myself compelled to warn you," he says. "Warn me?" she asks. "What is the matter, sir? Is there something of import to inform me?" "Nothing so urgent, my lady. It is simply that when news of the Lord Eddard's capture was received by Lord Robb, something changed within him. I am simply afraid that you might be surprised by the change in the young man," he explains. Catelyn takes some time to register his words, turning toward Theon in questioning. The young man simply gives her a resigned look. It was at that moment that an emotion of dread built itself within her. Poor boy, he must be crushed from the news. The emotion pushed her to increase her pace, urgent to meet her son. When they made their way across the clearing that constituted the training yard, they were met with a large crowd gathering around. The sounds of clashing steel made it clear that they were observing a spar. Not seeing her son anywhere else, she surmised that he must be either one of the spectators, or one of the people clashing swords, so with the help of her escort knight she made its way into the crowd. What she saw shocked her. There he was, her son, facing against 4 large men decked in armor and wielding blunted steel, another laid to the side in the ground, clearly incapacitated. Robb only wore a simple tunic, however, wielding a one-handed sword, he fearlessly charged into the fray. Catelyn was no expert in martial matters, but even she could deduce the amount of skills necessary to face 4 skilled warriors, 5 if the fallen one is included, with such a disadvantage, yet her boy did it with ease. It was like if he had eyes on the back of his head. Even her untrained eye could notice that he moved before his opponents, dodging strikes that no man should have with unnatural grace. He never showed such skill before. Ser Roderick, astonished, audibly mused on her side. He was aggressive, and held his sword with uncharacteristic nonchalance. His blows were light and quick, serving simply to probe openings in his opponents, yet when one of them overreached, he swiftly knocked him down with a blistering blow to the nape of his neck. Another quickly went down, as he was momentarily dazed by the fall of his companion. The rest were dealt with ease. Robb pushed one with his foot, struck the other on his side, knocked down the first with 2 strikes in quick succession, one to his sword-wielding arm, the other to the side of his thigh. The last opponent ended up behind him, and tried to strike at his back. Yet again, her son spun around the man, and somehow ended up drawing his sword up to his neck. "Dead," he said, pushing the man away. It was the first time she heard her son speak since her departure, and the first thing to come to her mind is cold. His voice carried no inflection to it, as it brought chills to her back. Her boy, her precious boy, turned around, yet even though she could recognize his features she was shocked by what she saw. His face was calm as ice, staring at her with barely any emotion. It was only her experience dealing with cold men that allowed her to perceive the slightest hints of warmth in his expression. "Mother," he says. "You are back." A man of 4 and 10 should not have such eyes. Tears well up on her eyes as she rushes to hug her son. She could feel his build stiffen before he belatedly taps her back. The awkwardness of the motion brought a note of mirth to her heart, yet it is drowned by sorrow and guilt. That she was the person responsible for her son growing much too soon. Chapter 2. Caitlin held a handkerchief to her nose, wiping her reddened nose. Robb sat in front of her, pouring and handing her a cup of watered wine. As she examined his features closely, she could more clearly see the changes. He had cut his red hair shorter, even more so at its side, as before it used to rest on his shoulders. Now his locks ended at the bottom of his ears, probably for more ease in battle. He was taller than last she saw him, with a more powerful build too. Yet it was the eyes that held her attention. His previously bright blue eyes almost seemed to shine from some angles. "Tell me everything." His dire wolf, bigger than ever, loomed large at his feet. Greywind's eyes seemed to shine with uncanny intellect. His golden pupils matched a level with her own all the way until he was distracted by scratches from her son. She would have felt offended at his tone had she not felt compelled to answer, so she told him. She told him of all the issues. He knew previously of the assassination attempt and the Valyrian dagger, yet both she and Ned thought it prudent not to mention Lisa's letter to her, the one that accused the Lannisters of having a hand at Jon Arryn's death, so she spoke of it. She told him of how she smuggled herself into King's Landing, whereas she managed to identify the owner of the dagger with the help of Peter its source, and what she discussed with his father. Ned had told her of what he knew at the time about the happenings of the capital, about Robert's bastard and Jon Arryn's last words. She then spoke about her journey back, when she convinced Tully men-at-arms to detain Tyrion Lannister, how she led him to the Vale in order to avoid pursuit where they were met with mountain clans. About how Tyrion beguiled those tribesmen and allowed them to reach the Vale. She tried to brush off some of the happenings in the Eyrie, if only due to shame, yet he insisted on hearing details. So she reluctantly told him of the trial by combat, her sister's worrying state, and the ensuing happenings. And when she ended her tale, all she was rewarded with was a blank stare. Robb's expression betrayed nothing, no anger, no guilt, no sadness, nothing. "You were duped," he suddenly spoke. "And the Lannisters were used, much like you and father were." At her questioning look, he elaborated. "It is more than likely that whoever pushed Bran, if they pushed him, did so because he managed to see a secret that he shouldn't have. For that act, it is probable that the Lannisters were responsible, yet all subsequent actions paint a different landscape," he said. "Whoever hired that catspaw was sloppy, and from what I know of Tyrion Lannister, that man would never hire a man to kill someone using his own blade." Caitlin winced at the statement. She knew in the deep recesses of her mind that he was right. The imp did not hire that catspaw to murder her son, yet she ignored it, because if Tyrion wasn't the killer, then Baelish lied to you. Out of the mouth of babes, they say. For some reason, Baelish lied about Tyrion owning the blade, and considering father's capture, we can also assume that he betrayed him. He says. Caitlin faces morphs from shock. "How would you know that?" she asked. "You said men in gold cloaks met you the moment you disembarked into the city. If Littlefinger has the means to control both the city watch and the port officials, then it is safe to assume that he has significant influence within the city, and considering your previous circumstances with the men, it is quite obvious that father has counted on him in order to overthrow Cersei. If father's plan failed, then Baelish betrayed him, it is without a doubt." It sounded logical to her, yet she couldn't help but leak some of her apprehension. Robb's gaze turns heavy. "You are compromised," he says. When she turns her scandalized expression toward him out of shock, he explains. "You are letting your biases affect your judgment. It is what led you to unconditionally trust Baelish without additional testimony despite knowing that he may hold a grudge against us Starks." He alludes to the duel with Brandon. "And it is what caused your rash action of apprehending the son of Tywin Lannister in the view of many," he says. "Decisions made with impaired judgment or emotion are ones that risk the accomplishment of one's goals, and your decisions, mother, impaired by your emotions, will risk Sansa's, Arya's, and father's life. I suspect that there is more to the recent happenings. There is no way that so many schemes and plots were orchestrated with no one being the wiser, Baelish is one of the people aware of their happenings, and may have also poisoned your sister's mind against the Lannisters. He says. What other players are involved I do not know nor care, yet I cannot allow you to endanger us any longer. Robb stands up, ignoring her gobsmacked expression. He makes for the tent's entrance, Grey Wind silently following behind him, before he turns again toward her. You mentioned that you wish to visit your ailing father and Uncle Edmure, which is why I'll allow you to accompany the army. He said. You are free to offer counsel, as is your right, but until you can prove your ability to think logically, beyond any biases you may have, I am afraid I shan't allow you to act on your own. Good night, Mother. Caitlin was at a loss of words. It wasn't the fact that her son just treated like a misbehaving child, really. But rather it was coming to terms with the full scope of the consequences of her actions, and the underlying issues that caused her to commit them. The Lady of Winterfell hadn't had a wink of sleep that night. Chapter 3. Roose Bolton. A.N. In this version Robb found it more prudent to have all the armies take the shortest route to Moat Cailin instead of gathering his own detachment in Winterfell before heading there. Roose knew, throughout his life, that most men share the same sense. An instinct that acted up when they saw a predator, a creature that poses a danger to one's safety. It is an unnatural emotion, one that creeps up on men like a hidden snake, yet usually serves itself useful in determining sources of danger. That same sensation is the one Roose currently felt, as he sat on the edge of the banquet hall, attempting to blend into the crowd as always, while staring at the carefree form of the quiet wolf's son. Robb Stark's coloring was nothing like a typical Stark. His hair was a rich red-brown, with a stocky yet tall build for his age. His eyes seemed to do the utmost to seem unlike a Stark's, almost glowing in sky blue. Enough to charm maidens, perhaps, yet still lacking the colors of his forebears. However, it was in demeanor that no one could deny his ancestry. He was silent as winter, cold and detached. He spoke little, but what he heard of him sounded logical, wise even. He had no issues trading japes with peers and vassals, even if his humor was somewhat dry, but Roose thought he rather reminded him of ancient depictions of northern kings, the likes of Theon the Hungry Wolf. Theon Stark, that was a man Roose knew enough about to respect. As a king and a Stark, the ancient figure was exemplary in his conduct. He repelled the largest outside invasion the North knew aside from the Targaryen conquest, conquered the Three Sisters, defeated rebels from the Rills, repelled a king of Beyond the Wall and an Ironborn invasion. In his childhood, his father owned an old portrait of the man. The paint was already losing its colors at the time, yet its depiction of the Hungry Wolf's demeanor strangely matched with the young Stark's aura. No, in fact, something about Robb Stark made Roose feel even more threatened. Yet, as he mentioned before, not all men share this particular survival instinct. For 30 years I've been making corpses out of men, boy. The so-called Greatjon Umber exclaims from his seat from the other side of the table. And I'd rather see my head on a spike than see an Umberman march behind a Serwyn. He screams for all to hear, naturally offending the aforementioned house. I will lead the van, or I will take my men and march them home. There was no warning, no prediction. Before the people could even fall in silence in order to see what the matter with the Umber is, Robb Stark had already held a dagger and threw it at the giant men in the blink of an eye. Jon Umber slowly extends a hand to his ear, noting a pinch of blood. You presume breaking the oaths you swore to my father one more time, Lord Umber. His voice is cold and unflappable, echoing through the halls. And I will put your head on a spike for all the others to see. Oathbreaker. He asks, abruptly standing from his seat. Oathbreaker. He says. I will not have my honor besmirched by a boy so green he pisses grass. The moment Jon Umber touches the handle of his sword, before any other man here could react by doing the same, Stark's dire wolf slams on the table to hard it flips, causing the large lord's vision of Robb to be impaired. And as the others finally could respond and begin unsheathing their swords, the Greatjon included. Robb Stark had already made it to his side and driven a leather boot to his side. As Jon Umber lurched backward, the young Stark grabs his head by his hand and slams it to the table, before calmly and slowly walking back to his seat. Whilst everyone is astonished, staring agape at the scene. Robb was already back next to his seat, staring at his disoriented, injured, yet conscious bannerman. It is common knowledge that bearing steel against your liege lord is considered a death sentence. He finally sits down. It is fortunate that the Lord Umber fell on his head before he could commit such a dishonorable act. He says. It takes moments for the words to register in Jon's head, the man ignores all stares and his own disorientation in favor of jovial laughter. "Lucky indeed, Lord Robb," he exclaims, bending down to grab a somewhat filled cup of mead. "It would have been a shame to not be able to fight under the banner of such an able warrior." He ends his words by raising the cup high in a toast. Robb simply indicates someone to lift the table back up, and nonchalantly continues the feast as it was going. Initially a lot people expressed awkwardness in speaking in his presence, yet he seems to disarm them fairly quickly with honest conversation. And before long the feast came to an end. After the festivities all men were made to leave, including Roose, yet before he did so a servant approached him. Afraid, the woman barely stuttered her words before she left. Bolton was used to such occurrences, so he paid them no mind. He has more pressing matters to tend to anyway. Apparently, the Lord Stark desires a meeting. *****. The empty feast hall seemed somewhat intimidating when empty, with Robb mindlessly staring out a window to the sky. Roose was unfazed however, as he calmly went forward and sat in front of the young Stark. "What need do you have of me, my lord?" he asks. Robb turns his gaze to his eyes, and Roose uncharacteristically finds himself intimidated, but he doesn't show it. First, Robb goes straight to the point. "I wish to offer my condolences. I heard Ramsay, your son, was recently deceased." The boy makes no effort to hide his apathy. "Is this a test?" "Ramsay was my bastard, my lord," he said. "He was my son, yes, and I mourn for his death. Yet his demise has no bearing on my duty." "That is relieving to hear," Robb answers, again with an emotionless tone. "Yet this leaves you with a conundrum, Lord Bolton. You have no heirs, and there are little eligible women of marriageable age in your vicinity." If Bolton was a lesser man, he would have been offended, and even if he was, he wouldn't have shown it on his face anyway. "I assume this line of questioning leads to a point, my lord." Robb nods. "I know even as your liege lord, it is unbecoming for me to be involved in your house's matters, yet I wish to make a proposition." Roose nods. "Our next destination is the twins, Lord Bolton." "Ah," he thinks. "You wish to negotiate passage?" "Indeed," Robb answers. "Lord Walder Frye is infamous for trying to pass his sons and daughters to any lord that may grace his presence. I mean to use your free hand as a bargaining chip in order to negotiate." Bolton thinks on it for a while the Freys do not have the best situation. They are rich, and if he pushed both Lord Robb and Lord Walder further, taking advantage of this opportunity, then he'd perhaps be able to secure a sizable dowry. "I am amenable to this deal, although I reserve the right to choose amongst the daughters. Each of Walder's daughters and granddaughters has either noble mothers or fathers not from House Frye. Choosing the best combination would be best." Robb nods again. "Agreed," he says. "It is why you will be present during the negotiations, alongside my mother." Smart, his mother will remind the late lord of his relation to House Tully, which can act as the stick. And the liege lord's presence will act as the carrot, which will do well in easing Walder's mind. "Then by your leave, my lord," Roose says, leaving the hall. At the corner of his eye, Robb turns again to the window, gazing at the night sky. Chapter 4. Catelyn Stark née Tully. "You will not go in there?" she demanded her son. "If Lord Frye were to hold you hostage?" She keeps the sentence unfinished, the implications obvious. Yet all she received was a dispassionate gaze. Even now she can barely catch the slight traces of warm indulgence in her son's eyes, and as time went on he started getting harder and harder to read. Either that or he simply lost all emotion, but Catelyn was unwilling to entertain such thoughts. "We spoke of this, mother." Robb responds to her as though chiding a child. "I appreciate your worry, yet you are once again letting your emotions cloud your judgment." Catelyn huffs and crosses her arms. "I am perfectly calm," she says. "The last thing we need is for you to be taken hostage. In that scenario this army will have no choice but to negotiate, or worse, try to storm the castle. It is simply not the logical position." Robb shows the slightest frown. "No, I need to be there, or else Walder will offer harsher demands, ones that I cannot grant to him." "What demands?" Catelyn asks. "What would be more important than rescuing your sisters?" "I cannot offer betrothals. Neither my hands nor any of my siblings is an acceptable trade," he says. After this war, it is quite likely that we'd come to regret this decision, so I have to at least secure that. Caitlin gasps. Then why negotiate in the first place? She complains. There is no way Lord Walder will grant you passage with those conditions. Do not worry, mother. Robb's emotionless voice seemed strangely comforting. I can convince him. Before she could complain further, Lord Roose enters the premises. My lord, the Freys are ready to open the gate. Good, let us head out. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk. After a rather tense affair, where the gatekeepers barely let them enter with their weapons at Robb's insistence, his cold gaze terrified the poor men, the trio finally found themselves face to face with the late Lord Frey. Yet they offered neither bread nor salt, and so they hadn't guessed right to protect them. Robb strangely kept silent, slowly walking around the spacious room, staring at each nook and cranny like it was an artistic masterpiece. Lord Walder does his creepy laugh atop his perch, staring down at them like a king on his throne. The young Stark graces our halls, hiding behind his mother and his vassals. He mocks. Caitlin bristles, yet Roose wisely speaks before she could say anything out of turn. We are here to negotiate, Lord Frey. Roose Bolton always unnerved Caitlin, but she found comfort in the way he made Walder feel the same. Yet Walder simply ignores him, a tactic to unnerve the Lord as he did him, perhaps. And then turns to address Kat, even while Robb is staring through the window. Caitlin makes an assessment of their room. They were surrounded by men in Frey livery, his sons, presumably. This made her feel somewhat nervous. Your father didn't come to my last wedding, he says. Caitlin's smile is crooked. He is quite ill, my lord. Didn't come to the last one either, or the one before that. He lets out a chuckle. Your family's always pissed on me. My lord, I dash. Don't deny it, you know it's true. He interrupts. Refined Lord Tully would never marry his children to mine. I'm sure they're reasons dash. I don't need reasons, I need to get rid of sons and daughters, you see how they pile up. He mentions to the many gathered around them. So I ask you again, why are you here? And as I said, Lord Frey. Bolton interjects. We are here to ask you to open your gates, and allow our army to cross the Trident. Caitlin noticed that the Leech Lord acted much more confrontationally, maybe it was because she seemed overly polite. It didn't matter. Ha! He laughs. And why would I do that? The 20,000 men camping next to your castle will do, I think. Bolton doesn't let any emotion but derision show in his features. There'll be 20,000 corpses when Tywin Lannister gets here. Walder answers. And how long do you predict that will take? Roose is unrelenting. What with his troops rampaging through the Riverlands in impunity? His men are busier than you may think, Lord Frey. And even if he arrives, our men would simply retreat back into the north, and the moment a path is free, they'll come back, in larger numbers even. The twins are formidable castles still. And what does stop me from simply seizing both of you, your silent boy included? What would your mighty army do then? Huh. Roose simply had no reply for that, and so Caitlin prepared herself to interject in his behalf. You swore an oath to my father, she says. And I swore another in King's Landing. Walder deadpans. You people simply seem like rebels to be, They were stumped, the only choice they had was ask for his demands and fulfill them. She sighs, this will probably be the most expensive toll in history. Is this it? Her boy's voice seemed to shock the spectators, as he stared at the halls of the keep. What are you babbling about, boy? Is this the same place where Duncan the Tall and Aegon the Fifth visited during their adventures? He turns to the aging lord, and in typical fashion the latter freezes at his stare and tone. I'd wager you were but a small boy at the time. I could almost imagine it, the toddler air of the twins swaggering through the castle, meeting what one might call the greatest knight and king in history. What a sight it must have been. Walder simply stares at Robb, surprised, so her son simply continues. How long ago was it? Close to 100 years, wasn't it? That is truly a long time. Her son's playful sentences matched with his emotionless voice created a strange dichotomy, one that forced ones to listen. 7 kings, or is it 8 now? 8 king you lived through, and yet, not a single feat to your name. A cacophony of sound surged out, of Walder's sons shouting insults and slurs at the blatant disrespect. Kat put a hand over her son's hand to stop his course, yet the young man was undeterred. All you do is whine about your so-called misfortune, how your reputation is in shambles, ignoring the fact that it is your actions that caused all your grievances, how you still have the audacity, as a 99-year-old man, to take advantage of young maidens in order to make you child, how you'd sell any of your offspring if it meant getting an inch of power, the extent of your cowardice and not unknown either, the late Lord Fry, whose troops are too tardy to fight any battles, the Oathbreaker. The Weasel Lord. Walder's face was red as the sun, his eyes seemingly about to pop out of their sockets. He points at the three and screams with his raspy voice. Seize them. Out of the surrounding men, 6 step up, 1 toward Caitlin, 2 for Bolton and 3 for Robb. One of the crossbowmen somehow didn't understand the order, as instead of simply pointing his arrow at the 3, he pulls the trigger. Robb swiftly pushes Roose out of the way, perhaps saving his life, as Caitlin screams in distress. Everything happened too late. Robb pulls out 2 knives out of their holsters. He throws one at the crossbowman, which sticks tight in his eye, and the other toward one of the men heading toward Kat, which strikes his neck. He then unsheathes his sword, and with blistering speed cuts one of the attacker's head. The other 2, startled by the death of their comrade, are even more disoriented once Robb pushes one with his boot and stabs the other in his foot. The man screams, letting go of his sword. Robb in turn does the same to his, grabs the other one in midair, and turns toward the Leech Lord, stabbing one of his besiegers in the heart, letting go, still stuck inside his body. He then bends down, grabs his original sword, spins around the screaming Fry with a sword in his chest, and decapitates the last. At that point Roose had already dealt with his opponent, so in order to halt any other advance Robb grabs the injured man and lays his sword right by his neck, holding him hostage and stepping forward, ignoring his cries of help. This man shares some similarities with you, Lord Walder, so I'd advise you to order your children to hold their weapons if you don't wish to become a kinslayer. The aging lord takes a minute to register what happened. Halt. He stutters out. Robb calmly stares at Walder with his apathetic eyes. I think now, we can finally negotiate. It took a while, but the Fry Lord managed to find a semblance of calm. This doesn't change anything. His raspy voice echoes. There are hundreds of men between you and the exit. There are no ways to escape, nor any method to warn your army. He says. I thought I'd be able to collect a fine toll from you today, yet it seems that Tywin is to pay the price. Kill the men, see if I care. The weasel-looking man was previously admirably keeping his cool despite the hole in his foot, yet his father's lack of care seemed to have broken the dam. There seems to be a mistake. I am not negotiating using the life of my hostage. Robb carelessly pushes the injured Fry, and instead, he puts the edge of the sword at his own neck. But mine own. Caitlin lets out a small scream, yet her fear stems her voice. You strike me as an indecisive man, Lord Fry. So I leave you with 2 choices. Robb emotionlessly speaks. You either resume your attempt at capturing me, my mother, and my vassal, in which case I kill myself, leaving the command of my army in the hands of an antsy umber ready to bash your skull in. Or you accept my generous offer, which is one of your daughters or granddaughters for my vassal Bolton here. He mentions toward Roose with his sword, who hesitantly nods in assent. A promise of a marriage between another one of your daughters, and someone to be designed later that I will grant the fortress of Moat Cailin. And a boy, to be squired under me throughout the war. He says. Those are my conditions. You seem to forget, boy. Walder mentions to stern-looking wiry man with a black beard, who seemingly understands and points a crossbow at Caitlin's head. That it is you, and only you, that I need alive. If this was your plan, then you were foolish to bring both your own mother and your strongest vassal into this castle. The young Stark stares impassively back. My mother is a Tully, and no matter the excuse you cannot justify murdering the daughter of your liege lord even if she was a traitor, and I trust Lord Bolton to be smart enough to orchestrate his own survival. He swiftly responds. You better make a decision before my arm goes weary, Lord Walder. It would be a shame if you were late, again. The next day, the Northern Army left the twins 24,000 strong instead of 20,000, and all he had to pay for it is a favorable betrothal, a squireship, and a promise of a distant marriage between a Fry and North vassal over a dilapidated fortress. It is said that when Robb Stark exited the twins unscathed with Lord Bolton and Lady Caitlin, his mother had slapped him so hard the sound reverberated through the whole camp. Chapter 5. Tyrion Lannister. Our scouts tell us the Stark host has moved south from the twins. One of Tyrion's father's sycophants speaks. With Lord Frey's levies in tail. The boy may lack experience and sense. Tywin pours himself a cup of wine. But he does have a certain, mindless, provincial courage. Tyrion enters the command tent brazenly, grabbing an empty cup and extending it to the maidservant, who promptly fills it with wine. He turns toward the others as they turn silent. Oh, do continue. He makes sure to tint his voice the utmost seriousness. Didn't mean to interrupt. His father had too much self-control to bristle, even if Tyrion was sure he's much too eager to do so. I do hope your savages are going to be of some use. Tywin addresses his son. Otherwise we'd have wasted some steel on them. The great hairy one insisted he must have 2 battle axes, heavy black steel, double-sided. Kevan Lannister, his uncle, is as always of same mind as his father. Shagga likes axes. Tyrion shrugs. When the battle commences, you and your wildlings will be in the vanguard. Tywin orders the dwarf. Tyrion startles. It is a sound idea, of course. The mountain clansmen of the Vale, whilst brave and strong, are a rowdy bunch, too eager to spill blood and too stubborn to listen to orders. Putting them anywhere else means creating a compromised section in the army's formation. No, it is not their position that shocked Tyrion, it is his inclusion in their ranks, presumably as their commander. The vanguard? He asks. Me and the tribesmen. Tywin hums in agreement. On the front lines? He questions further. They seem rather ferocious. Kevan, ever the diplomat, says. Ferocious. Tyrion scoffs. Last night, a moon brother stabbed a stone crow over a sausage. 3 stone crows seized the moon brother and opened his throat. Bronn managed to stop Shagga from chopping up the dead man's cock, which is fortunate, but even still, Ulf is demanding blood money. With Shagga and Gunther refusing to pay. He jokingly complains. When soldiers lack discipline. Tywin answers. The fault lies in their commander. Surely there are ways to have me killed that would be less detrimental to the war effort. Tyrion half screams. There will be no more discussion on the matter. Tywin takes drinks from his cup. Tyrion realizes that there is no convincing his father otherwise. He felt that Tywin must feel that with Robert Baratheon dead, he'd be easily able to dismiss Jaime from the Kingsguard, and hence, Tyrion's usefulness in his eyes would end. It appears I'm not hungry after all. Tyrion puts down his cup and hops down from his chair. Excuse me, my lords. When Tyrion enters his tent, fuming from restrained rage, he finds Bronn looking up and down at a beautiful woman. The woman looks young and stands slightly over 5 feet tall. Slim and pretty, she has small firm breasts, large dark eyes, and short dark hair. She had a shy smile that radiated a small degree of mischief. Tyrion turns to Bronn. Where did you find one so pretty at this hour? I took her. Bronn answers. You took her? From whom? Form. Bronn makes to think for a moment. Sir, what's his name? He shrugs. I don't know, Ginger cunt 3 tents down. And he didn't have anything to say about it. Tyrion pours himself some wine, turning his back on the girl. He said something. Bronn answers. Tyrion shares a knowing look with the sellsword. Well. He turns to the woman. The odds of me living long enough for him to retaliate have just dropped drastically. He speaks to Bronn. We'll be at the vanguard tomorrow. Bronn takes a silent deep breath. Oh well. He eyes Shay again. I think I'll go and find myself one. Then he swaggers out of the tent, leaving Tyrion and the prostitute alone. Who are you? He asks her. She smiles demurely. Who would you like me to be? What did your mother call you? The shy demeanor gets tainted by a drop of mischief. Shay. She says. What did your mother call you? She asks. Tyrion's face unconsciously turned grave, the topic of his mother corrupted any joy he may have felt. My mother died giving birth to me. His voice was chiding, yet not angry. But Shay did not act the widow. Is that why I'm here? So we can talk about our mothers. He was glad for it, in reality. No one spoke about his mother's death so casually before, it somehow mitigated the sadness. "What sort of accent is that?" he asks, with a slight smile. "Foreign." "4 dash dot." Tyrion lets out a sigh at her answer. "What do you want from me?" "What do I want from you?" His question is entirely rhetorical, of course. "I want you to share my tent, I want you to pour my wine, laugh at my jokes, rub my legs when they're sore after a day's ride." He instructs. "I want you to take no other men to bed, as long as we're together, and I want you to fuck me like it's my last night in this world, which it may well be." "And what do I get?" she cheekily asks. "1. Safety." He explains. "No one will hurt you, for as long as you're mine." He makes for the chair, his legs were sore from the long day. 2. The pleasure of my company, which I have heard is spectacular. He jokes. "Who told you this?" "Women you paid." Tyrion smiles at her joke, yet doesn't acknowledge it. "And 3. More gold than you can spend if you lived 1,000 years. He finishes. "Do you accept my proposal?" he asks, rubbing his own thighs. Shay wordlessly lets her cape slip, shedding out her upper garments entirely. She approaches and sits on his lap, tenderly grasping his nape whilst deeply kissing him. After the sensual scene ends, she speaks. "Let's start with your last night in this world." And what a night it was. ****N. Before this scene, I to talk about what happened in the original Battle of the Green Fork. In the original, Bolton tries to surprise Tywin by beginning his march at night, yet the Lannister army is well paid and disciplined, so they array themselves before the Northern army arrives. Roose loses several thousand men but retreats well enough, then Tywin figures out he didn't fight Robb and gets paranoid. Obviously, this had 2 goals. In victory, Roose would get the glory as a great commander. In defeat, he'd be able to get rid of several Northern lords that would be an obstacle. Obviously, this doesn't happen here. Tywin had put Tyrion and the 300 tribesmen on the vanguard of the left, consisting of 1,000 men, all mounted, led by Ser Gregor Clegane. The center is commanded by Ser Kevan Lannister, with 10,000 men. It includes Lords Lefford, Lytton, and Serret with 300 heavy horses. Tyrion could notice that his foot archers are arranged in 3 long lines east and west of the King's Road. Between the archers are squares of pikemen, and behind them are ranks of men-at-arms wielding axes, swords, and spears. On the right, Ser Adam Marbrand commands 4,000 knights and other heavy lancers, among them Ser Flemont Brax and members of houses Crakehall, SWIFT, and other families. And finally, from the high ground of a hilltop, Lord Tywin Lannister commands the reserve of 5,000 men, half mounted, half afoot. His father's plan was clear even in Tyrion's eyes. The left flank, where he is comprised of free riders, sellswords, raw field hands and small folk from Lannisport, in addition to his 300 clansmen. They must make for a pathetic sight, even from afar. Disorganized, and with Gregor at the helm, they were scared just enough not to rout, yet not enough to hold. He must be betting on the little Stark's inexperience to bait him there. Once his army is busy chasing their left flank, Ser Adam Marbrand's heavy horsemen would fall upon them like wheat to the slaughter, upon which the infantry and the archers at the center finally interrupts their eventual retreat. A simple plan, yet one that has low chance to backfire, and most of all, one that puts Tyrion straight into the center of the slaughter, probably left to die. And so, as Tyrion sits on his small stallion, next to the huge monstrosity that is the mountain and his non-faithful bodyguard Bronn, his fists whiten as he tightens their hold on their reins, staring at the opposing army with trepidation. Strange. Bronn pipes up from his left. Their army is set with the Green Fork at their backs. He frowns. That is a bad position. Indeed, while this part of the Green Fork's flow isn't fast, the waters are deep enough that any men in armor would simply drown. In Tyrion's inexperienced mind, the only reason he could think of this is if the enemy was afraid of an attack from their rear, yet that is not a good enough reason. Bronn squints even further. They aren't moving. Why would they just stand there, waiting for us to come to them when we have more numbers? He explains. Something ain't right about this. Tyrion turns to the mountain in order to gauge his reaction, only to find him looking back at his father's hilltop, staring as horsemen exit at full speed toward the King's Road. Scouts. Tyrion comments. It seems you aren't the only person suspicious of the enemy. It took a long time for the scouts to return, but return they did, and so, a couple of hours before dawn, the horns blew. We march at once. The mountain's voice was loud and intimidating, and so the men endeavored to walk toward their enemy. Yet, the situation still seemed strange in anyone smart enough to realize it. Chapter 6. Roose Bolton. As he stared at the marching Lannisters, Roose couldn't help but reminisce about the day before he was sent with his army. Flashback. Tell me, Lord Bolton. The young Stark's voice was ice cold, as always. Why do you think I put you in charge of the Second Army? He asks. I do not know, my lord. But he had his suspicions, of course. It is because you can think beyond what is in front of you. He responds. Many other men that follow me, experienced men who led many others, itch for battle, for glory, and for victory. He explains. I have no need for those. What I need to lead the army is someone calculating, pragmatist, who understands the calculus of life. And I believe you are that person. Bolton stays silent, yet Robb does not care. The day I met Howland Reed in Moat Cailin, I have charged the men with sending 200 Crannogmen to lead another 800 of our levies with experience in professions that employ stealth. He says. Weeks before we had reached the Twins, those men had already traversed the Green Fork, sneaking under the Twins using barges covered with large, dark drapes. Those men should have reached Fairmarket by now. Roose's eyes widen in surprise. If what he says is true, then there is an advance force already present in the Riverlands carrying his orders. Simply 500 outriders led by the Mountain were able to create chaos. Bolton couldn't imagine how much 1,000 men, even if without horses, can do. As you well know, Fairmarket lays in the Blue Fork, and only the 800 men are set to reinforce and renovate the town, and most importantly, its bridge. The remaining Crannogmen are set to prepare for your arrival and to prepare however they can. He says. I have sought to inform you of their capabilities and hope you'd make good use of them. What was left of the conversation was enlightening, to say the least. Flashback end. They are marching on us, my lord. Spoke Wireless Manderly from his side. Roose nods. Tell the men to begin. Of course. The Manderly heir, who acted as his aide and right-hand man throughout his stint as commander, was a capable man, who while simply above average in combat prowess and tactics, had an aptly quick mind when it comes to strategy and logistics. His presence alone must have lowered their time to march by days, giving them further time to prepare. Roose ignored the buglers' trumpets as he thought on the plan. He had arrayed their forces like so. Their forces consisted of, simply put, mostly infantry. 15,000 footmen and roughly 500 mounted ones, clearly not enough to win against Lord Tywin's forces. And so, using what the young Stark suggested, he aimed to create a situation where the least amount of casualties is achieved, yet makes the Lannisters bleed heavily. He arrayed his forces against the river, making for juicy bait, and separated the infantry in 3 half-circles, uneven ones. Those are but levies, after all, arrayed around himself. Naturally, at the vanguard were the mostly untrained ones, some 2,000, set to retreat and scramble at the slightest opportunity. They would make the Lannister forces most eager to attack. Second, were the undesirables, mostly Lord Frey's forces, the Dustins, what little they proved to give, and minor lords and knights who proved too belligerent, who counted almost 5,000. Finally, there were the Ryswolds, the Manderlys, and the rest force in a clump ball, stood close enough to the flowing river to hear its flow, with himself being not even a foot away. It was not Roose's preferred method. Not only would he have preferred to put more essential people in danger's way, it would behoove him if he were more valuable to his young lord, but the plan, even if ingenious, carried a lot of unwanted risk. But as he stared at the Crannogmen arrayed around him, young lord's orders, apparently, he was sure that they were put to keep an eye on him, and if he overreached his way, to kill him. Would they blow a poisonous dart? Sneak into his quarters at night? He hadn't the slightest idea, but those Crannogmen can be the sneakiest shits around. No one can predict how they can silently murder you. But he digresses. He could notice the Lannister army getting dangerously close. They had marched sideways, a testament to their discipline, in order to push them more efficiently into the river. Their left flank seems awfully unorganized. Bolton noticed, which Wireless nodded his head in agreement. It became very obvious once he saw them march. Groups of men would slowly inch away from the clump, absent-mindedly going their own way, and as they got closer he noticed their disorganized equipment. Definitely a trap. Spoke Harrion Karstark from his other side. It rankles me that we aren't to join the battle. He complains. Glory will come. Major Serwyn was soft-spoken, yet no less of a warrior. "Let our other half get to it first," he advised, much to the Karstark's chagrin. Yet their conversation was cut short by shouts of battle, and screams of their own soldiers. Wylus shrugs. "I believe it is time," he says. "Should we get to it, Lord Bolton?" Bolton nods, turning to the river. "Let's." In the river were a series of barges, the same ones used to smuggle the soldiers in advance, connected through ropes, and the ropes to wood spikes piercing the ground, to make for a makeshift bridge. These barges were relatively small, so they only had a width of 12 feet, yet 3 were put next to each other, making for roughly 36 feet of walking space. The river was also quite wide, so all in all these barges could hold a total of 1,700 men at once. Temporarily, of course. As Roose stepped down from the last ship into the other side, he saw that some wooden supports were already trembling from exertion. "Strengthen the supports, we don't want our men falling into the river." The Green Fork at this point didn't flow strong, yet its waters were deep. A man in armor cannot swim in those conditions and cannot help but drown. Their horses had already been placed on the other side, so Roose and company simply mounted them and made sure to make space for the coming men. The panic caused by the Lannisters mostly helped their plan come into fruition. Their men's haste caused many to fall on the way, which is sad, yet their desperation clearly caused the enemy to be eager in battle lust. Even from across the river, he could hear the miserable screams of dying men, and the triumphant ones of newly made killers. Roose helped himself to a tiny smile. The brats' plan seems to work splendidly. Their last were getting close to begin crossing, so Bolton signaled for the archers to begin themselves. Their army hadn't many archers, some 500 mix of hunters by profession and simple levies equipped with crossbows and taught a crash course into its usage, yet when your target scours the horizon, it becomes difficult to miss. The Lannister men were but 300 feet over the river, and had covered the entirety of its opposing side, yet they only had one entry point, the series of barges stabilized by unstable wood, a makeshift bridge that they charged into mindlessly. Some of them attempted to swim across, but quickly learned otherwise. That behavior was exasperated by his archers, whom were ordered to loose freely on the flanks of the bridge but not toward it. Their targets fell in droves, some did manage to shield themselves, and those that survived either attempted to flee backward, getting pushed back by their own men, or they fled sideways, and much like water flowed toward a hole in the ground, those men headed to the barges. At this point all their forces had already crossed or were left for dead, and their enemies were slowly crossing themselves, only to be met by a wall of his own fresh, unharmed pikemen. At this state, Roose wondered. It isn't us who will declare the end of the battle. The sooner the Lannisters retreat the better for the enemy forces. And so he and the other noblemen simply watched a horse as Lannister men fell upon their swords. They must be hoping for a breach. Karstark jovially spoke. "A breach they shall not have. Our men are relatively untrained, yet they have the advantage in position and their spirits are renewed. This battle is won." Serwyn and Karstark seemed to have established a dynamic at this point, and the former seemed to smile at the first concordation. "Yet I must reluctantly agree, why are they not retreating? The old lion of Casterly Rock cannot bear to retreat in his first battle against us northerners. Misguided pride is my guess," Wylus wagered. "Anyhow, shall we send the reserves for Fairmarket? I'd wager they won't be needed anymore." As if by the grace of the old gods, the floating body of a man filled with arrows floated into one of the barge's lines, causing the whole thing to collapse, taking down with it all the men stood atop it. More than 1,000 were lost for the Lannisters in a single moment, and so Roose made the signal for his infantry to make way. "The cavalry shall sweep the rabble away." Chapter 7. Tyrion Lannister. The silence was heavy in the command tent, all grown men, veterans of many wars, squirming before his father's eyes like children who were caught stealing lemon tarts. Only his uncle, Kevin, was undeterred if not angered. "Why had you not sounded the retreat earlier, Lord Tywin?" Oof, he could remember few moments Kevin calling his father that. None were pleasant. "We could have saved thousands more soldiers." His father stayed undeterred. Tyrion knew that privately, Uncle Kevin would be heavily reprimanded, yet in this situation he knew Tywin Lannister would rather die than besmirch his dignity by explaining himself. It was an ambiguous situation, Sir Kevin. Adam Marbrand attempts to play diplomat. Our men looked eager enough that breaking through their pikemen on the other side was a possibility. If enough of them made it to the other side we could have won the battle. What was left unsaid was obvious. What we need to know is how they managed to get their hands on barges to make a bridge across the Green Fork is. The rest was left unsaid because it is a compliment to the enemy. Greywater Watch, obviously. Tyrion speaks. The Reeds have a whole floating castle made of wood, barges are simply an inferior version. He explains, causing many eyes to light in sudden understanding. The question that must be asked is, where is Robb Stark? And then it dawned on people, there were no Stark banners in that army. In fact, at its center laid a red flayed man on pink to sang, House Bolton. I know of Roose Bolton. Tywin finally made to speak, his voice silencing the command tent. In the rebellion he was cautious yet ruthless. If he dictated the strategy of this battle he would have chosen another method. He mused out loud. No. This was the whelp's design. He spoke as if his thoughts were fact, which Tyrion thought they might as well be. The issue that begot from this realization is thus. If the boy, or man, who is clever enough to come up with such a brazen strategy, enough to make them lose 5,000 men in exchange for 1,000, isn't present in its execution, surely he must be somewhere that would cause even more damage, no. And the only such place Tyrion could think of was Riverrun, which his brother is laying siege to at the moment. His father and his counselors came to the same conclusion, yet none dared voice it. We make for the Ruby Ford, with those abominable barges destroyed, we cannot cross this blasted river. Tywin ordered, his voice tinged with scathing anger. I hope you well in your future endeavors, Robb Stark. Tyrion mused to himself. After all, you'll need all your luck after angering a lion. ****. Theon Greyjoy. It felt like betrayal, it truly did. Robb was once his closest friend, the only one he could have in an accursed world, yet in a single sennight he had turned. The young man who was quick to smile and make a jape was gone, at his place was a man colder than ice, whose eyes reminded him of jaded grey ones he'd seen years ago, yet managed to be colder still. I guess the apple does not fall far from the tree, after all. He darkly japed. It felt like betrayal, when Robb would not take his counsel or spend the time in the yard, when he ordered his men to garrison their keeps against Ironborn, whilst he was here. It did feel like betrayal, yet it was simply an act of desperation, this Theon knew. His brother in all but name, Robb. He lost a lot that was precious, his sisters kidnapped, his father captured, by grasping hands that do it simply because they could. It was reminiscent to Theon's own experience, it explained it all. It is why he didn't complain, he didn't demand explanations or reparation, he stood next to his friend, he would fight by his side, and they would get the glory they deserved, and once this was all done and left behind, all would be good. Theon was part of the contingent that left with Robb. They were all mounted cavalry, 6,000 mounted knights, with the sole goal of relieving Jaime Lannister's siege over Riverrun. Theon was privy to the council, and so he knew the gist of the plan. It was as so, Ser Brynden Rivers and his 300 picked outriders befell on Ser Jaime's scouts like demons. None of them survived to sight them riding out and hiding, with Ser Jaime presumably assuming that those deaths are caused by Ser Mark Piper's 50 riders who had been harassing his supply lines all over the Red Fork for the last few weeks. Once they made it to the Whispering Woods, a forest situated just north of Riverrun, they camped upon a hill. Lady Meege Mormont and Lord Jason Mallister wait east of the valley, while Lord Rickard Karstark is to the north. West is Ser Stevran Fry, and across a far ridge Lord Greatjon Umber. Robb's mother, Lady Catelyn Stark, waits high on a ridge under the protection of 30 guards led by Hallis Malin, Goodman Hallis is, loyal men who will keep Lady Catelyn safe. Robb had ordered Ser Brynden Tully to lead a few hundred men to raid and draw Jaime from his camp at Riverrun, which is underway at this moment. Theon had mounted himself to Robb's left, watching atop their mounts next to Rickard Karstark himself, and waiting for a signal. Everyone is silent, 6,000 men and their horses somehow making nary a sound. It was the sound of bowstrings that signaled that the trap had been sprung, and Robb's dire wolf, fearsome creature the size of his stallion, springs up next to him and lets out a howl so loud it felt like his ears had ruptured. Somehow, our own horses are unflinching, unafraid of the beastly sound, which is promptly followed by the sound of clenched strings going taut. The bowmen, it is our turn then. Robb had already charged first, his horse moving even before the bowmen began their harassment, closely followed by the rest. They meet with the Lannisters' left flank, and before Theon gets caught in his own battles, he catches a glimpse of Robb decapitating a man in half in a single swing, whilst Grey Wind pierces the throat of a horse. But before he could feel any measure of shock, his mind falls into an ethereal calm, and he finds himself more skilled than any other day of his life, barely dodging an arrow that went for his ear. Jaime Lannister. The moment the Northern cavalry hit our left flank, Jaime knew the battle was lost. He slashes a man's head off, only barely able to dodge his own, headed for his head. These men are strangely calm and focused. Even in the chaos of battle, Jaime could tell that the enemy forces were acting strangely. They moved in relative order even if the battle was in full swing, and when their life was in danger, they reacted calmly to the risk. He hears same abominable howl again. Their trained warhorses were able to stay calm, if not spooked. But the young or undisciplined ones went crazy from fear. Yet their horses seem accustomed. Strange. Jaime muses again. For a split second, he thought upon his situation. He regretted his action for chasing the small group of outriders into the forest. He should have suspected it when the Piper fool was still busy harassing his shipments from the Red Fork. For another split second, he entertained the idea of retreat. It was clearly a trap meant to catch him, and giving your enemy the satisfaction of achieving their goal is simply defeat. Yet they were completely surrounded, with men outnumbering them and catching them in the back foot. No, his only option is to cut off the head of the snake. He extends his sword, ornate and decorated with gold and emerald, yet equally capable of cutting down his enemies, toward the banner of the grey dire wolf. To me, knights. Jaime rarely cried so loud, yet his voice was heard by enough. We kill the wolf. We win the battle. Most of his retainers listen. Hopefully they'll be enough to reach the center. Jaime thinks. Led by himself, his men are able to cut through dozens of men in quick succession, only losing a few in return. Finally, he could sight the Stark boy and his frightfully large wolf. He urges his horse to approach even faster, and ever the dutiful steed, it answers. He cuts down man after man, ill-bent on killing his only obstacle. He looks and finds the young wolf doing the same, if not at a higher degree, and catches a glimpse of his eyes. That boy I saw in Winterfell is gone. Jaime could tell, unconsciously tightening his hold over his own sword. Well, at least I'll feel more at least killing a man instead. Stark! He exclaims, gathering his attention. The boy's gaze suffocates him in their cold. It was like staring at winter personified, yet Jaime pulled himself up and continued his charge. Men in the Stark's vicinity moved to intercept him, yet they were unable to do so due to a single command that froze them in their tracks. His head is mine. Robb spoke with an icy voice. His men, who seemed young and hale, obediently listened. And finally, Jaime's sword extended to take the Stark's head. At least that is what would have happened, had his horse not lost its own head. Where the boy harbored such strength to cut a warhorse's head off in a single swing, Jaime didn't know. What mattered was that even though Jaime managed to roll away, mostly unscathed, he was now in foot while his opponent rode a horse. And as Jaime scrambled to stand up, to be ready, he was met with a leather boot to his cranium, whence he fell unconscious. Chapter 8. Tyto's Blackwood. He knelt before Riverrun's heart tree. Unlike Raventree Hall's colossal weirwood, Riverrun's heart tree is a slender one, almost cheerful even in the midst of night. He was there, praying. When the boy Tully called the banners, Tytos knew it to be a foolish move. That horsefucker Bracken did too. Yet unlike that selfish, scheming man, Tytos was a man of honor, of loyalty. He swore oath to the Tullys, to King Robert, not to those blonde-haired fuckwits with more pride than sense. It is why he retreated to Riverrun instead of coming back to his own castle, holing up behind familiar walls like a coward. And it is with heavy heart that the gods put such a heavy burden on his shoulders in return. With Lord Hoster sick, his son captured, and his brother stuck in the Vale, it is up to him as the most senior Riverlander lord inside the castle to lead the men into battle. Not that there was much of it. His own archers, being the greatest in the realm, fared very well atop the walls of the castle, and after opening the sluice gates and filling a wide moat around the castle, it has turned into an island and has therefore become practically unassailable. All the Lannisters can do now is simply besieging the castle on all sides, separating their army into three, and starving them out. Fortunately, the Riverlands are fertile and the realm had enjoyed 20 years of summer, so the granaries were overflowing before the war, and it is a testament to the Tully boy's skills and logistics that not much of it was wasted in his folly. He should have let other people strategize. Tytos muses to himself. Yet bold youth and a kind heart often make for an unfortunate combination. And so, their only recourse was to wait for any ally to come and relieve them. Hence the praying. My lord, my lord. His squire came in rushing. We're hearing fighting from the northern camp. His focus sharpened instantly, his experienced mind already digesting the information, all the while thanking the old gods for their intervention. He swiftly stands up, pulling his sheathed sword from the dirt with a thump sound. Rouse all the men and prepare to defend the castle. He orders. Have the knights arrayed before the main gate. If we heard this, then the other two camps definitely did, too. He explains. With the Kingslayer's absence, this shall be the perfect opportunity to rescue the hostages. ****. Make yourselves useful and start pelting those rafts with rocks. Tyto screams at the men garrisoning the walls as he puts his helmet on, already a horse. If a single raft makes it to the northern camp, I'll pelt your goddamned hides. Satisfied with the terrified response, Tyto signals to the gate guards to lower the bridge. We keep close and search for the hostages. He orders. This may be the only chance to give payback to those Lannisters, so you better fucking behave. The other knights let out a scream of affirmation just as the bridge lowers completely, and in one single moment, they all urge their horses to gallop across it. By the time Tytos manages to sight the camp, he has already heard the deafening howl of a wolf, and he notices two columns of armored horses bearing banners of Stark, Umber, and Mollister among many others cutting through the camp like a knife over butter, heading straight toward a shield wall surrounding the middle of it. Being at the head of the charge, Tytos easily changes the course of his own men to target the rear of the shield-bearing soldiers. Lannister men are well equipped and professionally trained, and while entrenched like so, it'd be a hard endeavor indeed to cut through them. The northern cavalry managed to reach the enemy footmen before his men could flank them, and despite his expectation of their failure, the Blackwood Lords and his knights get shocked at the sight of a sparsely armored man with barely visible auburn hair urging his horse to jump over the first pikemen. Somehow, the horse feels compelled to land with his front hoof straight on the first shieldman's skulls, then a frightfully fast swing decapitates the next one. And before the others could fill him with holes, an incredibly large wolf follows suit, mauling their faces with his fangs. This action cascades incredibly well as the strange spectacles allows the other Northmen to pierce through the shield wall, sowing chaos through their lines. And so it was with great satisfaction that Tytos decapitated one of the fleeing levies as he urged his steed to gallop even faster toward the main camp. When he barged through the main tent, passing next to a riderless horse, he found the auburn-haired man with a bloodied sword at his hand and 3 downed guards, standing over the dirted face of the shackled Lord Paramount-to-be. "Hello, uncle." The man's voice was cold as ice, yet had a tinge of joy in it. "Smile, my mother would be crass to see you pouting." Asking someone to smile while your face is as hard as stone has a certain irony to it. That was the first thought that came to Tyto's mind. Tyrion Lannister. They were camped around the crossroads and when they received the news. "He has my son," Tywin says. Tyrion held the letter after it was passed down around the command chamber. It read, "Old Lion. I know you have my sister left in your den of vipers, with the mad creature you deem to call grandson and king, the one who had the gall to murder my father. I have your son. Your golden boy is safe and sound, for now. So send a raven to your whore of a daughter, tell her to discipline her own, that if he were to inflict even the slightest bit of pain on my sister again, I shall send back Jaime to King's Landing, parcel by parcel. And tell your brother fucker of a daughter to never even think of trying to hurt her, or I shall send her brother's cock in a box instead. Those are my demands, those are my terms. I offer you no leniency in exchange. I will continue to attack you, I will attempt to kill you as you stand. You will enforce them, or I'll make sure to tear down your legacy brick by brick as you're alive to watch. I'd make the laughing lion be seen as a saint in comparison to the arrogant one. Test me if you dare. Robb Stark. Well, not a nice lord, I'll say that at least. Tyrion kips, as he does when he feels stress. He sure appears less green than we'd hoped. I've heard he killed dozens of men and his wolf as many horses. Is it true about Stannis and Renly? Both Baratheon brothers have taken up against us. Kevin responds. Jaime captured, his army scattered whilst ours are weakened. It's a catastrophe. Perhaps we should sue for peace. Tyrion pushes his glass cup to the floor, shattering it. There goes your peace. He says. There's your peace. Joffrey saw to that when he decided to remove Ned Stark's head. Did no one else read the letter? You'll have an easier time drinking from that cup than you will bringing Robb Stark to the table now. He puts a hand over the table. He's winning, in case you hadn't noticed. I'm told we still have his sisters. The first order of business is ransoming Ser Jaime. No truces, we can't afford to look weak, we should march on them at once. First we must return to Casterly Rock to raise. They have my son. Tywin raises his voice. Get out, all of you. Tyrion attempts to follow them out, but is interrupted. Not you. He lets out a sigh, before turning back, filling himself another cup. You were right about Eddard Stark. Tywin says. If he were alive we could have used him to broker a peace with Winterfell and Riverrun, which would have given us more time to deal with Robert's brothers, but now. He fidgets with the letter. Madness, madness and stupidity. I always thought you were a stunted fool. He talks to Tyrion. Perhaps I was wrong. Half wrong. Tyrion japes, the lack of retaliation seemed strange at this point. I'm new to strategy, but unless you want to be surrounded by 3 armies, we can't stay here. No one will stay here. Tywin says. Ser Gregor will head out with 500 riders and set the Riverlands on fire from God's Eye to the Red Fork. The rest of us will regroup at Harrenhal. He looks at Tyrion. And you will go to King's Landing. And do what? Tyrion asks. Rule. He says. You will serve as hand of the king in my stead. He explains. You will bring that boy king to heel and his mother too. The whelp's letter makes mention of one sister, to think that Cersei may have lost the other. His father shakes his head, letting that thought go. If you get so much as a whiff of treason from any of the rest, Baelish, Varys, Pycelle. Heads, spikes, walls. Tyrion finishes. Why not my uncle? Why not anyone? Why me? You are my son. Tywin says. Tywin leaves at that. Tyrion looks back at his back. For a moment he feels joy for words he had never heard his whole life, yet surely enough he remembers that he'd tried to kill him not a Cenobite since. I am a son only when convenient. He thinks. Then I better prove myself invaluable then. I wonder what he'd call me then. Chapter 9. Cersei Lannister. I can't believe we're actually at war. The voice of her nephew is young, weak, and nasally, yet she indulges him due to his closeness to Jaime. Yet she has no more patience for the whelp while she reads the letter. 'Twas from her father, news, and bad ones. Daughter. Robb Stark has Jaime. Along with this letter is another sent to me by the young Stark. You shall heed its words until Tyrion arrives and relays further orders. Do not disappoint me. There was no mention of a name, as Lannister's seal was evident in its back. She then let out an anguished scream and proceeded to trash the room. Theon Greyjoy. The Battle of the Whispering Woods was a legendary affair. In one ambush, for every Starkman dead more than 12 perished. He spoke with many a men who fought in that battle, and yet they all spoke of a strange phenomenon, whereas they found themselves lost in the battle, fighting with ferocity they didn't have. Many men cited the haunted nature of the woods as a reason, yet next night, when Robb led them in a valiant charge to liberate Riverrun, the same phenomena happened. They fought even better, and with the help of Lord Tydo's Blackwoods men from Riverrun's walls, managed to liberate the cast and defeat the second army of the Lannisters. They also captured hostages, near 200 knights and a 5 and 10 lords bannermen including Lord Gawen Westerling, Lord Quentin Banefort, Ser Garth Greenfield, Lord Reginald Estrin, Ser Tydos Brax, Malar the Dornishman, Willem Lannister, and the Lannister cousins Cleos Fry and Tyon Fry. Word of their victory spread through the Riverlands like wildfire. Not only that, but the Lannisters had suffered yet another defeat at the hands of the Starks, where Robb's plan was once again instrumental in securing a major victory. Robb Stark has garnered a reputation, one as a military mastermind and unmatched warrior. They called him the Young Wolf, or more commonly the Winter Lord or the Ice Lord, mostly for his new disposition. Theon's pangs of jealousy were trampled by his proud heart. One day he shall have fearsome names fashioned after him, striking fear in the hearts of his enemies. Yet that day is not today. Today was also not a day for celebration, as one might think. Missive were received that King Joffrey has ordered the execution of Lord Ned Stark for the charge of treason. Theon didn't know what to think. Ned Stark wasn't a father to him. In fact, he'd oftentimes think he's a cold man, yet the men didn't spurn him and treated him well despite his status, so there definitely was some guilt. It was different for Robb. He was there when he received the news. His expression brought him to tears, the sight of a frozen face, layers and layers of indifferent masks, not being able to stop the tears that flowed out of his eyes, brought a different kind of pity to Theon's heart. He had lost brothers and uncles, yet while he may have lost a father figure, Theon still has another, and he couldn't imagine what he would feel if he had lost his father too. Yet the whims of the realm wait for no man, even the inconsolable Lady Catelyn had to show for this occasion, a council of Northern and Riverland lords, coming together to discuss their next steps. In the grand hall of Riverrun, while Lord Edmure stood to Robb's right, and his mother to his left, Robb's seat was turned sideways, leaving a hand to stroke the nape of his oversized dire wolf. While the lords sat looking toward him, both Theon and Brynden Tully stood at the sides of the head table. In this case, Karstark's children are still alive because Robb captured Jaime alone. The proper course is clear: pledge fealty to King Renly and move south to join our forces with his. People waited for Robb to answer, yet he didn't. So Bolton made to answer for him. Renly is not king, a second son does not come over the first. His voice was measured yet piercing. Bolton always brought bad feelings to Theon's heart, yet he wondered why the man is so outspoken. You cannot mean to hold to Joffrey, my lord. Jonos Bracken asks Robb. He put your father to death. Robb simply looks at the men, his face expressionless, yet his anger radiated no less for it, causing the bulky men to flinch. Lady Catelyn takes the stage. That doesn't make Renly king. She says. He is but Robert's youngest brother. Stannis comes before him. Do you mean to declare us for Stannis? Jonos asks. Renly is not right. Tytos Blackwood speaks from his seat. The declaration creates chaos, as men start loudly voicing their opinion, all at the same time. No one is heard, and no one stops speaking. My lords. Their voices may be loud, but they do not match Greatjon's bellow. My lords. Here is what I say to these two kings. He spits to the ground, much to everyone's jubilation. Renly Baratheon is nothing to me, nor sta. No. Robb interrupts. The Greatjon turns to him incredulously, yet Robb simply continues to pet his dire wolf as he speaks. If the Lannisters killed my father, it is because they were afraid. He said. Yet, afraid of what, exactly? No man here could doubt Eddard Stark's honor and sense of duty. The men gathered all nod at his proclamation. Robb shakes his head as he stands. No. He said. My father is loyal to Robert, and his progeny. He would never betray nor work against him, that is only, and only if, Joffrey is truly his progeny. Before anyone could speak, he continues. Stannis has sent proclamations around the realm, claiming that Joffrey Waters is not Robert Baratheon's son, but a bastard, born of incest from the union between Cersei Lannister and her own brother. That the Lannisters plotted to murder him and Jon Arryn, and later on, killed my father, Ned Stark, because he came to the same conclusion. This sounds correct, to me. He looks every lord in the eye. Most of you old enough would have met Prince Stannis. My father tells me he was a tough man, bitter and cold, yet with an ironclad sense of duty that will disallow him to rebel against his brother's sons. More people nod, showing their agreements. That tells me that Stannis is the one to bend the knee to, yet there are issues. He speaks. Alongside these revelations, Stannis declares himself king in the name of Lawler, the Associ Red God of Fire, and news have reached as much as Riverrun that he has a Red Witch by his side, that bewitched him into burning septs and godswood in favor of her religion. It is why I will bend the knee to Stannis, if he fulfills my conditions. Yet again, before the lords could speak, he silences them. If he fulfills those conditions, then I will do so gladly, and if he does not. He meaningfully glances at the Greatjon. Then we will consider what you may be thinking. The lords couldn't help but be swept in his reasoning and agree. Good, Maester. The relatively old Maester of Riverrun approaches with a confused expression. Bring in paper and ink. Write my message to Stannis Baratheon. Stannis Baratheon. King Stannis Baratheon. I send you this letter, in heavy heart yet divided mind. I find myself stuck between two sides of a single scale as of late, a scale called duty. On the one hand, there is my duty to my king and to the realm at large, which compels me to bow to you as my liege, as you are the rightful successor to Robert Baratheon. On the other hand, lays my duty to my people, to my vassals, and most importantly to my religion. Because bending my knees to you means succumbing myself to a heathen god that burns non-believers simply due to the fact that they supplant themselves to another, to let myself and my people to be put into the hands of a red witch that would burn others, claiming it to be the greatest gift of her people, yet not dare to do the same to herself in fear of death. It would be against thousands of years of tradition and fealty, that the North would any day relinquish its right to believe in our old gods in favor for any else, rightful king or not. Were I to do so, my people would strike me down before my knees would touch the ground. And so here are my conditions: renounce your new barbaric faith, get rid of your red woman, in which case I'd be obliged to bend my knee to you, as my duty beckons me. Else, you grant me the freedom of choosing which duty to follow, as neither is greater than the other, and I would choose without a doubt to refuse ever bending my knees to a man who would watch me burn for a god whose believers act like devil worshippers and employ dark magics. Robb Stark, Lord of Winterfell, Lord Paramount of the North, Warden of the North. Stannis finishes reading the letter out loud, mostly for the sake of Davos over anyone else, gnashing his teeth all the way. The expected reaction was well expected. More than half of his supporters had been bewitched by Melisandre into believe Lawler. They were fanatics who decry any who declared their god barbaric. Melisandre watched with slight uncharacteristic trepidation, the words of the letter somehow going against her visions, yet she quickly schools her expression. The other half, chief of them being Davos, hold grave yet neutral expressions. Some of them are believers, and the rest simply pretend out of fear of fire. The North holds a significant force, Your Grace. Davos is the first to speak. Not only that, they have strong alliances with the Rivellins and the Vale, the same ones that backed your own brother into seizing the throne. He states the obvious. In addition, Robb Stark proved himself extremely competent in a military setting. Their allegiance may make securing the throne much easier than expected. Much of the people were of a like mind, as they nod their head in agreement. Stannis doesn't even bother listening to the other side, his own wife chief amongst them. Words of chastisement, hate, and demands of punishment for the young Stark are surging like rain, imminent on insulting his name to hell and back. The men beat Tywin Lannister twice, and holds the Kingslayer hostage. Montford Valerian speaks. We accept his offer, and not only do we increase our forces, but also gain a bargaining chip against Joffrey Waters and his ilk. A reasonable view, yet even more shouting matches and arguments ensue, Melisandre simply staring at the scene blankly. They take a recess, upon which they empty the room, leaving only him and Melisandre inside. Stannis turns toward him. You did not see this coming, did you? The red woman simply approaches the fireplace, staring at the flames ablaze within them. The Lord of Light only shows me what should be seen, she said. Had he deemed it necessary not to do so, then it must be part of his divine plan. She sticks a hand on the fire, and pulls it out, still aflame. This boy says we burn people yet we don't grant ourselves fire's gift. She says, her arm not only spotless, but with small flames dancing atop it. Lawler shields us from the flames. She puts it close to his eyes. To only succumb when it is our time. Stannis suddenly is transfixed on the fire. Tell me, Azor Ahai, what do you see? Her voice sounds distant, ethereal, yet they reverberate through his head like a bell's toll. Stannis's eyes flutter open. I see a figure, he whispers. His skin, crimson against shadows, and in his hand, a blade of darkness. His brow furrows. Another figure, cloaked in white, wielding a blade of ethereal blue. They engage in battle, and then, a blinding light. Melisandre abruptly closes her hand and puts it behind her. Stannis angrily turns toward her. Why did you stop? He shouts. The Red God has his own ways, Your Grace. She explains. What was granted to you was your only clue. Yet there is no need to fret, I have my own visions. She approaches Stannis, her lips a touch away from touching his. With royal blood sacrifice, the turncoat prince shall know pain. And then their lips touch, Stannis unknowing to the scorch mark on her arm. Chapter 10. Theon Greyjoy. The silence was awkward, eerily so. Whilst Theon stood in Robb's private quarters, the latter simply sat with his dire wolf at his side, silently staring at him. Why? Theon urged himself to speak, the question stuck in his mind ever since he learnt of his friend's betrayal. He belayed his desire to ask it due to other circumstances, yet this is the first time since news of Ned Stark's capture that they were face to face in privacy. Why what, Theon? Why do you betray me so? His voice turns angry, accusatory. First you ignore me, then you order your men to defend the western shore, as if I wasn't here. Now you call me to your room like a common servant. Theon was ready to scream once more, noticing that his outburst affected Robb none. You knew my father. Robb suddenly speaks. You may not have liked him, but you knew him, Theon. Tell me, had I been sent as a hostage to another castle, what would happen? Would he do as your own and ignore me for the rest of my days? Or would he send letters, think of ways to visit, anything to keep in touch? Theon's eyes widened in shock. 8 years, Theon. He says. For 8 years, the so-called Balon Greyjoy sent no letter, no name-day gift, as if he had abandoned you. Do you think my father would do the same? No, do you think any man's rightful sire would do so? He continues. I asked Sir Wendell Manderley and Lord Hally's Hornwood to gather a host and prepare to defend our shores because while I trust you, Theon, you are not your father, you are not the Lord of the Iron Islands. Theon's mind was blown away by thoughts buried deep into his own psyche. To be fair, the absence of any contact with his homeland had cut deep, and is something that he always felt insecure about. Bring them in. Robb exclaimed. At his words, a couple of men came in, holding several tarps filled to the brim with pieces of armor, swords, boots, and gold and silver. What is this? Theon asks. You are to go back home. With my father dead, I am no longer obliged to keep you as a hostage, nor do I desire to do so. Robb speaks. You will be stripped of your current belongings. From today hence, you shall only keep what you have won, following what your people call the Iron Price. The words were too much, too fast. All my belongings. My armor, my gold, my bow. I'd let you have them, Theon. Robb says. Yet what do you think the stubborn, sour, Balon Greyjoy would think if you'd come before him a man wearing garments given to you by another, instead of ones taken by your own hand? I enjoy it even less than you do, yet I only do this for your own sake. In hindsight, Theon should have thought of it first. The shock blew the emotions out of him, allowing himself to calm down and think for once. You wish to establish an alliance with the Iron Islands? He asks. Robb shakes his head. No, not only will many of my lords balk at the idea, but I do not wish for your father to get unnecessarily offended at what he may perceive to be a boy attempting to order him around. He explains. All you have to do, Theon, is be a dutiful son, tell him about what you saw, our plans, our defenses, and let him come to his own decision. Robb stands up and walks up to him, staring Theon in the eyes with his new, unfeeling eyes, and puts a hand over his shoulder. It is my belief that your father will come to the right choice. Theon ponders for a while, and Robb leaves him to stew. Finally, Theon looks to Robb and speaks. How much for a ride to Seaguard and a ship back home? He asks. Robb doesn't smile, but Theon was sure he wanted to. Sansa Stark. These past few weeks were heaven sent, ever since those sinfully good news arrived. To think I'd ever find getting confined in my quarters pleasurable. She thinks. Apparently, after securing consecutive victories against the Lannister army and the capture of Ser Jaime Lannister, her brother had sent a scathing letter to Tywin Lannister, demanding that if she were to be hurt, he would inflict worse to the king's uncle. Joffrey was enraged, obviously, and attempted to do so anyway. But Queen Cersei had somehow convinced him of otherwise, fully trusting Robb's threats. Honestly, she could not reconcile her image of Robb, kind, quick to smile, and witty, to his new reputation, the Wolf Lord, or the Ice Lord, they call him in hushed whispers and feared tone. Yet she found it logical. If she could change from her naive self, then surely her brother can also do the same. Not much came to her ears. Lately, the Queen seemed to think that if she cannot torture her with beatings and humiliation, then she'd do so with loneliness. Nowadays, all she'd do with her time is sit next to her window and stare longingly at the sky. Ser Clegane called her a bird in a cage. It was true, she'd stare at the pigeons and crows all day, dreaming to share their gift of flight, to be as free as the winds in the sky. Her mouth couldn't help but circle in a yawn. It is awfully late and sunset was some hours ago. She made for her bed, laying on it peacefully and hugging her pillow tightly. Time for bed. I hope I don't get any nightmares, she thought. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk. Ister. Sister. She came to suddenly, her eyes abruptly opened to the sight of fog, fog everywhere. She frantically turns around. Where am I? She screams. Who is this? Suddenly, something grabs her arm and pulls her back. She swiftly turns around, finding the scenery had changed. Everywhere she looked, there was nothing but white, looking like purest snow. Sansa. Her brother's voice was a whisper in her ear. She furtively turns around, only to come across her brother's form. His unfamiliar cold eyes held a seed of warmth within them. Sansa, I am glad to see you're well, all things considered. Robb. She wondered, turning around the white space in wonder. This is a dream, isn't it? Her brother's ghost nods ever so slightly. In a manner of speaking. He answers. Yet it doesn't make any of this less real. How? For the first time in a long while, Sansa glimpses a glimmer of her brother's old smiles on his face. There is much hidden within our bloodline, Sansa. He says. We come from the oldest line of the first men alive. Our ancestors worshipped the old gods who were a living force on their own, and granted us gifts that are finally resurfacing after thousands of years. The dire wolves, Sansa, the dire wolves were a sign. My gifts manifested differently, coming with its own burdens, yet gifting me with knowledge. He bitterly explains. One of these gifts allows me to connect with people that share a bloodline with me through dreams, yet you were the only one I could reach. What about the others? Bran, Rickon, Arya. Oh, Arya is not Dash. I know. Robb interrupts. I cannot communicate with the others due to their own connection with their wolves. The explanation drives a deep wedge into Sansa's heart, yet she firms her resolve and listens. But that doesn't mean I do not know their whereabouts. Arya is on her way to me as we speak. Before she could say anything, Robb grabs her gently by the shoulders and speaks quickly. Listen, I do not have much time, and I can only do this every 1 or 2 weeks. What I need you to do right now is follow my instructions when you wake up. In order to make sure they stop touching you, I had to allude to my knowledge of Arya's escape, and in order for them to not try again, I will need you to help. Sansa nods resolutely. Tell me what I need to do. Good. He nods. Now, I need you to. ****. Close your eyes, and take a deep breath. After a couple of minutes of drowsiness and outright shock, Sansa finally managed to bring herself together. She still was convinced that what happened in her dreams was fake, yet there was this deep, nagging feeling deep inside her thoughts that finally caused her to try to follow her imaginary brother's instructions. So she laid down in a sleeping position, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. Inhale until you feel full, then exhale until empty. Repeat that motion until you start feeling lightheaded. So she did. After a while, she felt her constant nervousness abate, causing her to decide to continue this exercise even if it turned out futile. Now, I want you to imagine an animal you see frequently. It must be small and not particularly smart, bigger than a cockroach yet tinier than a cat. Imagine its color, its shape and size, how it would feel to become that animal. How do they see, hear, or taste? Delve deeper into the details until whatever creature you choose would almost seem real, almost at the palm of your hand. Her mind couldn't help but shift toward the pigeons, beautiful and elegant, and most importantly, free. They were the combination of what the naive Sansa sought to be, and the fulfillment of today's desires, to be able to fly away from her troubles and reunite with her family. It didn't take long. In her mind she imagined the cute little pigeon that would perch on her window stool and stare at the city like he owned it, and it would just sit there, without moving, without making a sound, simply watching. And after a while, just like Robb said, it was as if she was staring the pigeon straight in the eyes. She could smell his feathers, feel the wind under his wings as he glided around the castle. What do I do next? Sansa had asked Robb in the dream. Robb's face tinged with resolve. You push. One moment she was here, the other she was at the aforementioned window. Except, everything was different. The city was somewhat blurry yet incredibly vivid with color, and without prompting from herself she felt herself fall for a split second, before a very unfamiliar feeling of appendages slapping the wind was followed by a rise in height. I am into the pigeon's mind. She incredulously thought. Once she realized her situation, her new companion's presence felt extremely vivid. She could instinctively tell that its will was so insignificant it couldn't even notice her presence, that at any moment in time she could enforce her will upon it, controlling its actions like a puppet. Last thing, Sansa. Robb had said. Warging is a responsibility as much as it is a gift. If you are to use it, you need to keep in mind that you are the interloper, and that whatever uses you might find of the gift, they should not go against the natural order. Be kind, but cautious. His last words were barely a whisper, as his silhouette slowly dissipated into the white background. She mentally shook her head, and instead of enforcing her will, she thought to plant thoughts in the pigeon's mind, to fly as high and as fast as it could. The bird quickly did so, careening through the sky like a most graceful dancer, sending a jolt of joy to her heart. For the next couple of hours, if someone had visited her chambers, they would have only seen a woman with eyes white as milk giggling like a child who heard the funniest jape. Chapter 11. Brynden Tully. At this point, war councils were routine for Brynden. He experienced so many battles, so many wars, that the usual bickering, arrogant lords believing their experience beating down a couple of unwashed bandits accords them the right to dictate strategy, and tempers flaring between factions who desire different things due to different reasons. It was his experience that made this particular meeting all the more strange. For one, the young lord encouraged all others to bring along their younger sons. Usually that wouldn't happen unless the concerned party was a veteran of many battles with a reputation of his own, yet maybe due to his own age, Robb Stark invited them to not only spectate, but to give their own opinions too. Kat wasn't present, mostly as a late sign of chastisement from Robb for her actions, and to take care of Hoster on his final days. Most importantly, it was the silence. Stark had managed to secure passage through the Freys Bridge with minimal loss, came up with a strategy that allowed them to not only preoccupy Tywin's host but also predicted a tactic that would allow Bolton to bleed him of 5,000 men to his own 1,000, and then he lead 2 subsequent battles that would overwhelm the Lannister host holding Riverrun hostage, capturing the Kingslayer and many more, showcasing not only a frightening acumen but also a very formidable skill at arms, all the while managing the temper of much older and stubborn lords. Now, with his reputation established and his position secured, all wished to simply hear of his next steps, creating an unnerving feeling for the veteran Tully. With his direwolf at his feet yet still reaching his shoulders, Robb Stark mindlessly scratched his direwolf's fur, his eyes almost meeting all the others one by one. We are still awaiting Stannis' response, which puts us in an impasse in terms of our general allegiance. He finally breaks the tension. But that doesn't change one fact. It isn't loyalty or oaths that reunite us, even if they do play their role, but our utter disdain, and if I might say, hate of the Lannisters' conduct and arrogance. He says, they have broken the laws of the gods and men, superseding the authority of the Iron Throne, and in their misguided pride, Tywin's posse believed themselves too big, too strong for their own good. He continues. They stared so much at their coat of arms that they thought themselves lions with no hide, enough to be untouched by the rest of us. He scoffs, yet the indifference in his face made it to be much more sarcastic. It is time for them to taste their own blood, which is why I have thought to this course of action. Everyone keeps silent as he stands up next to the map. He puts both palms over the side of the table. Let us talk numbers, shall we? He points at the figurines of horses and men denoting their numbers. After our battles, we field in total some 28,000 infantry and 9,000 cavalry, all gathered here, whilst the Lannisters have a larger force and another, smaller one. He points to Harrenhal. Tywin's forces have already encamped in Harrenhal. There are news from refugees and scouts that say that he'd already released his mad dog and his outriders to sow chaos on the Riverlands once again, and while he may have suffered significant casualties in the Battle of the Green Fork, courtesy of Lord Bolton, those losses are almost all footmen, which makes some 7,500 footmen and an equal number of heavy cavalry. The other force is in the Westerlands. Their numbers are unknown as they should still be gathering, but including the surviving 3,000 men from the Battle of the Camps, the battle to relieve Riverrun, and the remaining able-bodied men and sellswords from the region, we must expect a sizable if untrained force. He finally finishes, looking around. I have my own ideas, yet there is no harm in listening to others. Any volunteers? The silence was almost ironic. Brynden could see that most had their own ideas, yet no one wished to be the first to voice them in fear of reprisal. Finally, the older Karstark's son, the fierce one called Harrion, speaks. We outnumber the Lannisters in both infantry and cavalry. We even have finer longbow men within our ranks. The man's voice is measured and confident, yet it didn't feel arrogant. Why not simply go on the offense? This time, it was Brynden that sought to interrupt. That is not as simple as it sounds. He approaches the map himself. You see, while Clegane is confiscating and burning our grain, Tywin had comfortably set himself in Harrenhal, the castle is dilapidated, yes, but also easily defensible. It would take an army at least 10 times larger to lay siege to it. Robb nods in assent. Harrenhal has a fascinating similarity to Riverrun. See, the castle is so raged that you have one of two choices: scatter your forces in order to keep all gates shut, or choose one side and keep all forces there. He explains further. You do the former, Tywin will simply gather all forces and charge at your main camp. You do the latter, he separates his forces in twain and flanks you. Jonos Bracken clicks his tongue. And he'd already enough foodstuff to feed his army for weeks, with a baggage train from the Crownlands already secured. He elaborates. When we're stuck dealing with him, his vassals would have already gathered another host that could fall on us from the Golden Tooth. Harrion nobly nods his head. That is fair. He admits. Ricard Karstark lets out a small smile. It seems his son's humble nature pleased the sire. I say we follow our earlier strategy. Bolton's soft voice echoes. It is so slight that it forces one to listen intently, so the room keeps quiet in order to hear. We split our forces, we leave all our infantry and the Riverlands Knights to defend our position here in Riverrun, whilst our northern horse could move accordingly across the Riverlands, much like the Mountain and his outriders, yet larger in scale. He proposes. Most take some time to ponder the idea, few finding a flaw in it. Brynden inwardly nods. It is not a perfect plan, and if he hadn't discussed next steps with Robb and Edmure he wouldn't have found any fault with it. Looking around, he could already see several Riverlander lords who nod in assent. Particularly those with castles besieged or captured by the Lannisters, with a large number of fast horsemen capable of moving around unimpeded. It'd be an easy task to liberate their lands, saving them much chagrin. He couldn't help but take a second look at Roose. He wasn't familiar with northern lords much, but he knew him to be a dangerous yet cautious man. It is to be expected for him to come up with such a plan. A ghost of a smile shows on Robb's face. That is somewhat close to what I came up with. He grabs the horse figures denoting their northern horsemen. Except, we shall not center our defense around Riverrun, and our northern cavalry will not head east. He puts the horses next to the Golden Tooth. While everyone is digesting the thought, Robb moves the other game pieces. 1,500 cavalry and 5,000 men stay in Riverrun, whilst the rest of the 23 infantry are split in 4 on strategic points in the Red Fork. I will lead 6,000 cavalry into the Westerlands, targeting the smaller force to be raised. Meanwhile, a reserve of 1,500 cavalry and 5,000 men shall stay here in Riverrun. The rest of our footmen will be arrayed in several strategic points around the Red Fork, defending it in case Tywin's men decide to cross. He explains. The last 1,500 men shall be led by Ser Brynden Tully. Robb nods towards him. Who will cross the Red Fork and harass enemy lines or relieve castles? How do we know that Tywin will cross the Red Fork? Titos Blackwood asks. And how do you expect to take the Golden Tooth? We don't know if he will cross, but we can reliably expect him to do so. The young lord explains. I see 2 reasons mainly. First and most simply, pride. I don't see the arrogant Tywin Lannister standing still while his own kingdom is attacked, not without a very good reason. Secondly, and the most crucial one, is that we have to consider that we aren't the greatest threat to Lannister legitimacy. That honor goes to Stannis and Renly Baratheon. The lords nod in assent. The reason Tywin chose Harrenhal to put his forces is not only for its ease of defense, but also to have flexibility of movement. Robb grabs one of the horses atop Harrenhal, moving it back to King's Landing, then the Riverlands, then the Westerlands. That position offers him the privilege of being able to react to enemy actions. When it comes to the Baratheon brothers, Renly is still slowly marching along the Stormlands, prancing his way to Storm's End. In that case, Tywin's reaction depends entirely on our actions, and most importantly, Stannis. Stannis has 2 choices. His lack of land-bound support forces him to depend on his naval superiority, so he either has to lay siege to King's Landing or Storm's End. Either choice has its own pros and cons, yet both would take significant amount of time, months, at the very least. What went unsaid was the unlikely chance that Stannis has a hidden card to play, yet those same words must be going through Tywin's mind right now, which is what matters for this scenario. Which will make Tywin feel comfortable enough to try reinforcing his lands. Titos nods in understanding. And even if he doesn't, we lose nothing. Exactly. Robb agrees. As for the Golden Tooth, who said anything about taking it? ****. After a long while of discussing the details of the war and whoever will lead what, the war council was finally over. Edmure walks past the fuming Greatjan with a pep in his step. He was charged with leading the contingent at Riverrun, but also to coordinate between all other forces while handling their logistics, a significant position that perfectly played on his strengths. The Rivelander infantry was scattered across different positions, which was clever. Putting the likes of Tyto's Blackwood and Jono's Bracken on the same camp is like asking for it to burn. Most importantly, and the reason for John Umber's anger, was that the 1,500 cavalry stationed in Riverrun as reserves were to be put under his leadership, nominally under the leadership of Edmure, which just made the men angrier. His anger was totally misplaced, as before the giant of a man could storm off he was wordlessly called by the young Stark to stand at his side. Before words could be raised, Robb speaks up softly to the men. "How would you like to fell a mountain, Greatjan?" Anger turns into shock, and shock into a grin that would bring nightmares to lesser men. Chapter 12. Ricard Karstark. His horse was step for step with the young lords, slowly marching along the rocky ground as they made their way to their destination. In hindsight, Stark's plan to bypass the Golden Tooth was simple, and not even original. The young dragon had used the same method of using goat paths to avoid the traps and ambushes of the Dornish. Yet those paths were known, and any who inquired on the matter would have found out about them. The narrow goat path they had used was not, it was old and unmaintained, and Ricard suspected it was left unused for decades, if not centuries. How Robb Stark knew about it, he didn't have a damn clue. But he blamed the wolf. Even now, as they were already deep into the Westerlands, the presence of Grey Wind was a constant reminder on the backs of their heads. They couldn't see the large beast, nor hear or smell it, but every now and then the dire wolf would come back with the corpse of soldier or simply to receive scratches from his master. It was the ultimate scout, capable of catching, detecting, and killing enemies without their knowledge, and is what he considered to be the primary reason why they went undetected for so long. Especially with those Maulister horsemen. Unlike the previous battles, their 6,000-strong cavalry was not entirely made up of Northerners, but only half. The other half was made up of Freys, Maulisters, Vance, and Pipers. "It seems House Maulister has more horses than men," he commented. "They have sailors riding steeds and marching to war." He shakes his head. Robb Stark's piercing eyes meet his. That was by design. And before Ricard could ask for elaboration, a man swiftly approaches atop his horse. Ricard squints his eyes. "A scout, and it's one of ours." He notices. As the man is allowed to approach and greets the young Stark with a bow, Robb asks, "What news do you bring me?" The man takes deep gulps from his flask. He was clean-shaven and clean garments, denoting him as a man of good standing. "My lord, the enemy army is camped near the village of Oxgross, where they seem to be training levies," he answers. "The main camp holds the banner of the Lannisters of Lannisport, and they have deemed it unnecessary to keep sentries." "Numbers?" Robb asks. "I did not risk counting the exact numbers, yet at a glance at their camp I would say close to 10,000, my lord." Robb nods. "Good men." He compliments. "You shall have a reward and a place to rest for the day. We shall camp here." He turns to Ricard and the rest. "Prepare to march at night." ******. It is midnight, and the men are arrayed in simple formation, preparing to charge the enemies. Robb had sent some men to cut the enemy horses free. Once they received the signal, the ambush would begin. And soon enough, Ricard saw flickering flame darting in a particular sequence. To his right, he saw Robb gesture to his dire wolf, who almost reached his shoulder even while a horse. Grey Wind let out a howl that echoed through the night. It was a harrowing sound that brought shivers to his back, yet, even whilst the freed horse began neigh and rampage through the enemy camps, their own seemed fine with it. The Ice Lord turned to them. "I want hostages, so try not to kill any nobleman if you can." It was the last thing Ricard heard before his mind went to the now familiar state of serenity that came with every battle next to his liege. At first, the idea seemed mad. The fact that his mind could be sharpened to such an extent as long as he fought next to Robb Stark was an outrageous thought. Yet here he was, charging through disoriented levies with a calm so unlike him. It wasn't that he simply became more skilled, but that instead of the usual light-headed state of bloodlust, he was able to ignore the noise and chaos in favor of logical thought. All the while, his instincts are kept intact. Ricard sights a contingent of knights escaping west, presumably toward Lannisport. A single glance with his son and they urge their group to the chase. He tightens the hold on his lance as he comes close to the closest horse. The man looks back in panic as he urges his horse to gallop further, but his efforts are in vain as Stark slits the back of his neck with his lance. Knowing that to escape, they need to get rid of their pursuers, a middle-aged man with obvious Lannister features sharply turns around, and taking advantage of the element of surprise, he tries to pierce Rickard's throat. His attempt would have worked were it not for Harrion, who cut his weapon hand before his own life was forfeited. "Father!" Another screamed. At a glance the younger man seemed more impressive than the one in front. He had long thick and tangled yellow hair, and a big chin covered by a huge mane of a beard and wore gilded ringmail, a helm, and a fox fur cloak. Rickard recognized him, his appearance being so unique, and before his son could finish the job he gainsaid him. His men stopped their tracks while readying their weapons, ready to retaliate at any moment. "I recognize you, boy. You're Devon Lannister, and if so..." He grabs the older man by the scruff of his neck and pulls him and his horse next to him. Then this must be Stafford Lannister. It is no wonder that he didn't know who the older one was. Unlike his son, Stafford wasn't famed for his martial abilities. "Take me." The aged man spoke. "Take me and leave my people. As long as you have me, they shall not harm you." "Harm me?" Stark let out a belly laugh. "As if I could get felled by weak Southron milk drinkers." His handle on the man tightens, causing Devon to take a half step forward in worry. Rickard notices that. "But you might have a point." He concedes. "I respect a man who values family and friends, Lannister or no." He says to the others. "So here is what is going to happen. I shall take your liege lord into my custody, upon which he will be taken care of as befits a man of his station." He says. "In exchange, I let you all go, but you all owe me a life debt, especially you, Devon Lannister." Devon makes to decry him, but gets interrupted by a stern glare from his weakened father. The boy grumbles some definitely unkind words before turning around and heading out. Rickard simply shrugs and orders two of his riders to lead the injured man to the camp for treatment. "Father, we could have won." His son's voice is tame yet the unsaid question was obvious. "Look around," Rickard ordered. "We've already gone far away from the battle. Their men were more familiar with the terrain and it wasn't out of logic's reach that they'd try some funny business. We already captured the enemy commander. I'd say that's enough." Harrion, dutiful boy that he was, nods in understanding. "Plus, it's not like we have nothing to do." He smirks. *****. What is now called the Battle of Oxcross is over. In truth, calling it a battle is a bit of a misnomer, however. Massacre or hunt would be more appropriate. They were gathered again around the main tent in order to discuss the battle's aftermath and next steps. Over these months, the young wolf seemed to grow even more into a very intimidating frame. Sitting on a makeshift chair with the giant wolf on his feet, the boy-turned-man wore a pitch-black pelt made from a shadowcat's fur, one of his direwolf's many preys. It is known that some shadowcats inhabit the many distant natural caves of the Westerlands. Over his castle-made steel, his hair had grown to surround his head, and alongside his new-grown light beard, it seemed like a mane of red hair. Wild yet majestic. The Stark Lord rests his bloodied blade on the table. Rickard could practically smell the rust from his own seat. This was a splendid battle. Robb's voice carried no inflection, yet all know the praise to be genuine. There were some dangers. He pointedly stares at nervously smiling Stevren Fry. From what Rickard heard, the men had been negligent in victory and almost died to a stray spear, only to be saved by Robb. But we scattered the Lannister host, captured many hostages, including Stafford Lannister, who with the help of the swift intervention of our healers, managed to survive his injury and is recuperating as we speak. And Kevin Lannister's nephew, Martin Lannister, Lord Jast and his sons, and 100 more highborn hostages. Rickard lets out a loud cheer alongside the others, taking a sip from his pint of ale. After the hollers and cheers die out, Robb speaks. "I shall trade for all of them except Ser Martin." He gives his ultimatum, yet explains himself before others could object. "The words of my house are clear, winter is coming. This war of ours, while glorious and filled with victories yet to come, is costly." He looks to the side filled with northern lords. The maesters say that the coming winter is set to be the longest in memory, and while my father was a smart and forward-thinking man who profited from years of peace to fill our granaries and larders with plenty of foodstuffs, getting men away from their fields to wage wars means spending food on their stomachs yet not harvesting their fields. He then looks at the Riverlanders. And there is the current succession crisis. Even now, the Lannisters had already done enough damage to the Riverlands, burning fields and scavenging for food, but while us Northmen can simply retreat to our kingdom whenever our revenge is sated and our bloodlust spent, it is always the Riverlands cursed to suffer the most through these type of conflicts. Even with the Lannisters dead, Renly and Stannis still claim kinghood. Then there are the Targaryens over the seas and the coiled snake that is Dorne. This conflict, this war, I believe to keep up much longer than we expect, which is why we must be smart, we must be cautious. Now that we brought ourselves some breathing room, here is the plan. He explains. We shall split our host in many parts. My horsemen, the Maulisters, and the Freys will head to Lannisport to trade Stafford Lannister and the relevant hostages to his son. His eyes roam the room. The rest of you are to split as you wish, I give you free rein. You are to scavenge, raid, trade or do whatever comes to mind to get grain, livestock or gold. You are to be quick, you are to be swift, and you are to be cautious. I want low casualties, no sieges, no risky maneuvers, and do not stay in one place for long. Understood. When the Ice Lord stares at you with such intensity, you have no choice but to nod your head yes. Chapter 13. Robb Stark. Who are they sending? He asks his envoy. He and his 1,500 riders encamped in sight of Lannisport, planning to engage in negotiations for food, gold, and other benefits as both tribute and in exchange for the many hostages they have brought with them. 6 men, including Stafford's son, they shouldn't be long, my lord. The aforementioned envoy, one Stevrin Fry replied. Although I have to admit, they are quite audacious, I never expected that they'd accept a parley in the midst of our camp. Lord Jason Maulister, a wizened veteran and famous tourney knight, answers. We have offered them the choice to visit the hostages, and they have demanded precaution to assure their own safety. Mainly the one of guest right, a horse is to meet them halfway to the camp and offer them bread and salt. No one is more accursed than the man who breaks the laws of hospitality or kinship. In the silence of his mind, the weight of the last few months crashed over him like relentless waves. Not only did his father die, bringing him abominable sorrow and anger, but he left him to be the Lord of Winterfell in what is to be the precipice of the greatest threat to human life since the long night thousands of years ago. All that, without even speaking of the new memories. They were strange, 2 sets of life experience within arm's reach but just out of grasp. Their abilities and knowledge, thoughts and philosophies, their blessings, and their curses, all brought to him unbidden, all at once. They were what he considered his past lives, the first, an introverted, awkward man living in a world of wonder, but most importantly, a world where fiction is but a mirror into other worlds, giving knowledge of the future, his grim, dark, future. Both the happenings of the last few months and my other life prove the authenticity of that otherworldly information. He thinks. A grim dark future, where men play games of death and misery, while horrors of the darkest nature aim to swallow us whole. While the first set brought information, and as if it was meant to be, the second brought expertise. A second life as a warrior who harnesses the Force, which for all intents and purposes, seemed to be equally present in this very world. In fact, it seems what the people of Planetos thought to be gods, demons, magic, alchemy, or what the maesters call the higher mysteries, are simply, to his own opinion, barbaric, rudimentary, and instinctive usages of the Force in its many facets. And now, much like his past life, Robb is henceforth a master Jedi, specializing in the living forces side of the spectrum, the ability to sense other living beings, to use empathy in order to connect with other people's emotions, healing, bonding with animals, to affect thousands of soldiers in a battle to fight efficiently and without panic, all abilities that seem very much compatible with those attributed to sorcerers, kings, and children of the forest in the legends and tales of the first men. Very convenient, strangely so. But that was the same for his past life too. As a Jedi Lord, his presence brought the creation of economically powerful territories with great industrial might within the Outer Rim, forcing the Republic to amend their government structure into one resembling more a federation than an unitary state, dispersing political power and hopefully preventing the possibility of a total subversion of its institutions, as Darth Sidious would have done some years later. And that was fine, as is the law of equivalent exchange. Boons must come with responsibilities, and its maledictions. When the shaggy-haired Lannister and his people came marching in through his makeshift gate, Robb tried as hard as he could to give them an affable smile, something to keep them at ease whilst coming in the midst of enemy territory, yet his face never budged. A lesson and a handover from his previous life's childhood as a Jedi, when he handled Force empathy so easily, so naturally that he used it instead of face expressions. It is easier, after all, to make people sense what you feel, more convenient than analyzing the other person's countenance, and it goes perfectly with the Jedi's tenets of stoicism to boot. Yet, much like a man who uses foresight for everything, he lost his ability to express emotion through bodily means. Makes for a mean poker face, and is equally useful to play the regal ruler, yet not accommodating when it comes to personal relationships. Sir Davin. He nods. Please relieve yourselves of your weapons. The men grumble, but they know how things are. I wish to see my father. Davin speaks, he makes a low voice, yet all Robb could feel from him was nervousness and anger. Robb nods. I won't begrudge a family reunion. He whistled toward one of the Rivelander knights, who quickly approach. Take them to see the hostages. The man makes to nod, but Robb quickly grabs him, leaning in to whisper. And send someone to our sentries, this is the perfect time for an ambush. Yes, my lord. Good man. He turns back toward his guests, feeling both a tinge of pride and guilt at his feeling of awe and worship. This man will show you to your estranged family and friends. When you're ready, he'll take you to me. After receiving a begrudging nod, the tall Lannister of Lannisport almost pushes his escort to make him go faster. As he stared back at their backs, Robb couldn't help but resent Stannis. All the men had to do was accept his invitation, with his own victories, army, and alliances, and with Stannis' legitimacy, navy, and the Stormlands, it would have been a simple thing to unite the kingdom. That stubborn fuck had one job only. Get rid of the Red Witch before she starts a religious war, take my oaths, and sit the fuck back, and when the Ironborn rampage through the Westerlands and the Reach, the Lannisters' ability to call armies and defend the Crownlands becomes crippled. At that point, Littlefinger would have seen the winds blow, so he'd crawl back to his mistress, use the Vale as a bargaining chip. With the Vale, North, Riverlands, Stormlands, and technically the Iron Islands, Dorne will shortly fold in. But no, he had to be stubborn at the sole moment he had to bend. Now it's my job to clean this mess. ****. The first thing I notice is the hair, the lack of it, I mean. I see you finally look like a human being. Robb sits on his makeshift throne, on the main tent. Even with great effort, his voice didn't have any inflection to it. I haven't been able to check on the hostages much, but my men tell me your father has healed remarkably. I hope you had a heartfelt reunion. As much as one can have behind enemy lines. The sooner he is home, the more at ease I'll be. Davin answers, with determination hidden behind an expression of anger. Let us discuss serious matters, however. Robb inclines his head in assent. I will be frank, I will need enough grain to feed my army for the year, and I have promised my men gold and silver as reward. He explains. I demand 100,000 bushels of grain, 300,000 gold dragons, and 70 cogs and 22 galleys. Davin's face hardens. Force empathy tells Robb that he felt shock and indignation toward that figure, so he opted to address his concerns. I am willing to negotiate, but only so much as to lower each figure marginally. He says. But don't forget, you are not only paying the price for the cessation of hostilities, but the release of all hostages except Martin Lannister in my possession. That includes not only lords and their sons, but knights and squires and their horses too. In fact, let me ask you a question. Your ships have seen a worrying lack of Ironborn ships, didn't they? The Lannisters' face morphs in confusion. How did you know? Robb makes to shrug, but sadly, it only comes off awkward, robotic. Simple logic. He answers. The same thing happened before the Ironborn Rebellion, a sharp increase in raids and smugglers taking timber, food, and gold from green lands, only for it to stop abruptly for a while as the Ironborn gather in those rocks they call islands to move collectively. I have no doubt in my mind that Balon Greyjoy is amassing his reavers and sailors, readying for another wave of attacks to all cities, towns, villages, and hovels with sight to the shore. I know you have more than enough stored in your city, what with more than a decade worth of peace and summer, enough to pay double what I asked and still hole up behind your walls until this blows over, but will you do so while the Greyjoys and their dogs rampage through your villages, kill, rape, and rob your people? No. I don't think so. You want to fight, You want to defend your lands, and to do so you won't need ships, those are no match for the enemy fleets, you'll need knights, trained horsemen who in an open field can walk through their men like a scythe on wheat. He elaborates. To be candid, my war's not waged against you or your people, certainly not with other Westerland lords, not even with Tywin Lannister. He leans in, making sure to look him in the eye, all the while using the force to dampen his determination and enhance his nervousness. My war's with that golden bitch and her son, so as long as you give me what I want, I won't keep my army encamped an arrow's distance from your doors while the Ironborn make a nuisance of themselves. It was at that moment, when he felt the man's determination make an unexpected resurgence, did he know? He got him. A couple of hours later, when the negotiations are over, Robb mindlessly stares at the galloping backs of the Lannisters as they brought with them the bulk of the hostages. Lord Mullister. He speaks to his right. Please prepare the sailors you brought with you, they shall man the ships and bring them to Seaguard, have them put to good use. The older man nods. My men are prepared. He comments. 95,000 bushels of grain, 250,000 gold dragons, and 90 cogs and 18 galleys. Not bad. He thinks. Chapter 14. General POV. A.N. A general POV is one where I describe the general state of the kingdoms in order to give the big picture. I'd rather this than write like 5 chapters just to explain each part. The North. Ser Wendell Manderly and Lord Halley's Hornwood gather a modest host of 1,000 men to defend the western shore from Ironborn aggression. They are mostly scattered toward the western settlements, with most going to the Flints, Moat Cailin, the Stony Shore, and Torrens Square. Others like Deepwood Motte and Bear Island, due to their distance and the size of their local garrison, were deemed fortified enough to defend themselves without direct support, although resources like timber, coal, and grain were shipped to build fortifications and prepare for any unforeseen attacks. Letters were also sent by Raven to the mountain clans, offering payment from House Stark in exchange for lending the mountains and men in order to establish mines to mine. Some refuse, but most gladly take the offer, with some like the Wools, the Harclays, and the Burleys even offer their own men to provide support. The endeavor is predicted to take a long time, so not a lot of progress is made. East of the continent, on the orders of Lord Andrew Locke and the urging of Lord Wyman Manderly, Ser Donnell Locke leads a small fleet toward the Three Sisters in order to either demand or finagle naval support from the Three Islands. Once news of the North's victories reach the Sistermen, they accept the offer, and their fleet of cogs and galleys are integrated into the Manderly fleet, with Lord Wyman Manderly arranged several marriages between some of his landed knights and Sisterman noblewomen. The Lord Wyman also begins the building of further ships for the Northern Fleet, focusing on larger types like galleys. He also starts rebuilding the ruined silver mint at Wolf's Den, using the local prisoners as workers to do the job under the watchful eyes of Ser Bartimus. Further north, worrying news of a king beyond the wall, one man's raider, start reaching the rest of the north. The Maester of Last Hearth sends a raven to Riverrun in order to warn of the threat, while rumors of a great ranging led by Georg Mormont reach Queen's Crown. Finally, a harvest feast is to be held in Winterfell, which prompts several envoys from the different lords to send envoys, including some Fry wards, Big Walder and Little Walder Fry, and Mira and Jojen Reed. The Westerlands. Mullister sailors leave Lannisport atop half their promised ships, promptly heading to Seaguard with the first set of tribute, as was agreed during negotiations between Lord Robb Stark and Ser Davin Lannister. They make haste, hoping to reach their destination before Ironborn aggression resumes. It is agreed that the rest would come piecemeal, as the Lannisters build more ships in Lannisport. Similar negotiations take place at the gates of Ashmark and the Crag, whereas the Ice Lord wangles significant concessions from their keeps in exchange for not attacking them. Lord Mullister, with his diminished men, sorties to join Lord Galbart Glover, and together they manage to capture the gold mines at Nun's Deep, Castamere, and in the Pendrick Hills. By orders of Robb Stark, they were to offer the workers within passage through the Riverlands and into the north, offering a portion of their plunder and shielding from the coming Ironborn. Some refuse, but most choose to do so in fear due to old superstitions toward the Ironborn's cruelty. Lady Meage Mormont captures thousands of livestock and begins driving them back toward the Riverlands, while Ricard Karstark and his sons alongside the other bulk of the hostages visit castles like Sarsfield and employs the same tactic as his lord, receiving great riches without spilling blood. After leaving the Crag, Robb Stark leisurely marches through the eastern road toward the Golden Tooth as his scattered army slowly rejoins his, heavily drilling his men and leading feasts. It was noticed that the Stark Lord would spend time with young heirs, discussing matters of state and war and brainstorming ideas. Raymond the Rhymer composes a now famous song called Wolf in the Night about the Battle of Oxcross, in which the singer has to howl between verses. It is noted that nothing is heard in camps but the howling of men in celebration. For the Western lords, while the northern threat was deemed costly yet bloodless, tensions were still very high. The young wolf's mention of an Ironborn attack is taken seriously by Lord Stafford Lannister and his son Ser Davin, who send ravens to seaside settlements like the Bane Fort, the Crag, and Faircastle to warn them of the coming Greyjoys. Davin Lannister wisely gathers all the small folk of the surrounding villages and towns, leading the old, children, and women to Casterly Rock, seeing as it is impenetrable to any tricks the Greyjoys may employ. Fortifications are getting rebuilt, ships recalled back, and sentries established along the western shore. Scouts from the Bane Fort report worrying gathering of Greyjoy ships across the coast in the island of Pike, confirming their worries. And so, while the northern army camps across the gates of the Golden Tooth, the westernmost lords muster their men for battle, for their worries are not over. The Reach. With Prince Renly off to the Stormlands with 60,000 out of the possible 100,000 army of the Reach, the remaining is left scattered across different castles, with some 5,000 sent to the Dornish marches in case House Martell tries anything. With his twin sons held hostage in King's Landing, Lord Paxter Redwine and his fleet are still left in the Arbor, neither declaring for Renly, Stannis, or Joffrey. With the Rose Road closed off by order from Mace Tyrell, Olenna Tyrell, no food comes to the Crownlands from the Reach, causing famine. Nothing else of note happens in the Reach. Dorne. While it is commonly thought that House Martell will declare for Renly, Dorne remain neutral in the coming conflict, so nothing of note happens. The Stormlands. After visiting castles in the Reach and Stormlands in order to charm his way into having the largest army in Westeros, Renly plans to make his way into King's Landing, waiting for the Lannisters and the Starks to wear each other down. However, his plans go awry when encamped at Bitterbridge, as Stannis Baratheon besieges Storm's End with 5,000 men, forcing him to act. Renly splits his forces and rides with 20,000 cavalry to break the siege. No demands of parley come forth, but letters demanding the other party's surrender are sent by each brother. It is expected that a battle is to be waged next dawn. The Crownlands. With the houses of the Narrow Sea all sworn to Stannis, and him taking away all but some 50 ships, King's Landing found itself forced to depend on roads to get their food. And with the Rose Road embargo, the city has found itself with a severe food shortage. The mainland however supports Joffrey, who is backed by the Lannisters. Ser Jacelyn Bywater augments the 2,000 available gold cloaks to 6,000, with food supplies from Stokeworth and Rosby helping to prevent the city from starving. There is no current military threat, yet the mainland's granaries aren't bottomless, and anti-Lannister sentiment born from their sack some 20 years ago exasperated the small folks' resentment. That is the scene Tyrion Lannister finds himself in as he arrives to the city. The Riverlands. The Riverlands is where the action was. Brynden Tully marched out with 500 riders out of Riverrun before Robb Stark and his 6,000 reached the Westerlands, liberating villages, towns, and castles like Acorn Hall, Stonehenge, Raventree Hall, and finally Derry in the northern Riverlands, which brought much jubilation to the people and their own lords. In return, Tywin Lannister reinforces the Mountain's Outriders with a further 500 men, making his total to be close to 1,000, and orders him to head west, and continue his streak of rampaging while he was still encamped in Harrenhal. It doesn't go as planned, as lords of the western Riverlands were ordered or willingly housed what small folk they could in their own castles that were well garrisoned and defended, while the majority were to head to the other side of the Red Fork, in order to reinforce the four-part army that is set to defend it in case Tywin's army decides to cross. The Mountain's situation gets worse, as after having little to none success with his new orders, Lord Brynden keeps at his tail, as he moved from Derry to Stonehenge and finally Pink Maiden, where the Blackfish awaits his movements and is planning to retaliate. Meanwhile, the Riverland and Northern Army chose to base themselves in 4 places, with the reserves still encamped in Riverrun. 23,000 infantry separated in 4, Tytos Blackwood leads 6,000 men, Roose Bolton 7,000, Jonos Bracken with 5,000, and Lord Clement Piper leads the last 5,000, in which his son Ser Mark Piper is the true commander. Roose Bolton chooses to encamp on a hill by the Red Fork close to the river road, building pikes and fortifications while calmly drilling his men. Lord Tytos chooses a spot between Riverrun and Roose's spot, a part where the river is particularly thin and shallow, thinking it to be a perfect spot to cross. Lord Bracken however chooses Wendyish Town next to Mummer's Crossing, a place ravaged previously by the mountain as it is the point by which he himself entered the Riverlands. It was deemed as an important part to defend due to the Lannisters' familiarity with the region. Finally, the Pipers are the only ones who choose to cross as they encamp in Pink Maiden, their own castle, thinking that the protection of the river pales in front of the advantage brought by familiar terrain. They meet up with Brynden Tully, who tells them of Gregor's presence around Acorn Hall, citing the Mountain's desire to get a victory by finding the Brotherhood without banners thought to be in the area. The war enters a lull, that is until news reach the Lord Tywin Lannister of Stannis' plan to besiege Storm's End. Expecting the Baratheon brothers to be stuck in a stalemate for months, the Old Lion finally decides to move west, his goal to reach the Westerlands before the family fighting ends and to trap Robb Stark in his own kingdom. And so, the Battle of the Crossing is set to begin. The Iron Islands. Lord Reaper of Pike, Lord Balon Greyjoy sends ravens and messengers to all his reavers and raiders in the Sunset Sea, and orders them to gather back in the Iron Islands, as he is set to take advantage of the current wars in the Greenlands. All answer the call, and Westeros temporarily breathes a sigh of relief as the raiding Ironborn are nowhere to be seen. At the same time, a ship sent from Seaguard to Pike arrives, bringing with them a young man in armor tainted by rusted blood and arrow holes. Chapter 15. Theon Greyjoy. He jumps out of the shabby ship, letting out a deep breath. The smell of salt and stone, the blistering cold as the rough winds blow through his hair, it felt unfamiliar yet nostalgic. Theon would have hoped it would feel like home, yet it didn't. This is but Lord Sport, maybe Pike would feel different. He thought. Who are you? A bullish man in sailor's clothes asks. He hadn't the time to send a letter to his father, so he wasn't received by anyone. Theon puffed up his chest and took a deep breath. I am Theon Greyjoy, son of Balon Greyjoy and heir of the Iron Islands, take me to my sire. What dia talkin' about, lad? The man laughs. The Lord Riapas be only havin' one spawn, and that be his daughter. He feels a sudden surge of heat to his ears, and before he'd realized he already unsheathed his sword and put it to the sailor's neck. Take that back. He screams. A couple of other sea men come close, his friends probably, and they each had weapons of their own, axes and hammers mostly. You better let go, lad. The man at his mercy speaks. Or else I'd cut that hand off myself. Theon grunts, putting himself behind the man and securing his hold over him. He looks at the men slowly surrounding him. Another step, and he dies. He screams. Do you know who I am? I'm Theon Greyjoy. The son of Balon Greyjoy. Do you know the consequences of your actions? Most of them laugh. One of them, a slippery-looking short man with a bald, scarred head and a smile that had too many fangs, comes forward. Words are wind, boy. His smirk turns predatory. Do it, if you're such a man. Kill him, at least you'll have done something with your life. Theon couldn't think clearly anymore, staring at the derisive gaze of the men, compounded by the dismissal from people he'd expected to worship at his feet. The young man's mind went hazy from anger, fear, and shame. Just as he'd tightened his grip in order to finish what he started, a steely voice echoes from the side. What is the matter here? The voice was gravelly and deep, like sharpened iron. Theon turns to find a large and powerful man, with a bull's broad chest, a boy's flat stomach, and huge hands. His hair is flecked with gray, and he wore heavy gray chain mail over boiled black leather. Uncle Victarion! Theon exclaims. The man's stony face squints at him for a second before realization creeps in. Theon. Victarion, surprised, asks. Theon lets out a silent sigh of relief. You look the same as ever, nuncle. Theon's laugh and subsequent smirk comes out shaky, showing his nervousness. Captain. The man on his hands exclaimed. I dinna start anything. 'Twas this brat. So they were my uncle's men, that's why they were so cocky. Theon thought. Feeling a renewed sense of confidence with his uncle's presence, Theon slaps his hostage's cheek lightly with his free hand. You insulted the heir of the Iron Islands, warrior or not, it was my duty to punish you. Let him go. Victarion says to Theon. He sails the Iron Victory, if anyone's to punish him, it is me. After a slight pause, Theon roughly pushes the men to the ground, raising both hands to indicate surrender. Your men, your responsibility. He says. Victarion nods before turning to the sailors. Get ready, we sail on the morrow. The men grumble while turning away. The shortman who previously taunted Theon, however, laughs creepily. Lil boy's lucky he had an uncle to save him, he exclaims. And then the heat came back. Having someone provoking him while alone is one thing, doing so in front of his uncle is another thing. Would Robb let someone talk to him like that? He thought, and then inwardly chuckles. No one would dare. So Theon, showing skill developed after years and years of practice, swiftly grabs his sturdy bow and in a split second, one of his few arrows were lodged on the man's eyes. He turns to his uncle, making his best effort at seeming nonchalant. He had it coming, he says. Victarion's form dwarfs his as he walks to him, forcing Theon to look up at his face. A gauntlet fist found itself hitting his abdomen. But he was one of my men. Theon violently lurches forward, his face slamming into his uncle's chest as he wheezes from the force of the blow, saliva slipping off his face. His uncle sharply grabs his shoulder and pulls him up. You are a Greyjoy, and I would have killed that man myself for his disrespect, but you don't touch one of my men, not now, not ever. Understood. Theon nods amidst several coughs. You understood. I was heading to see your father anyway, follow. Theon shakily nods again. ****. The path to Pike was filled with silence and contemplation. His uncle wasn't one for words, and the previous scene replayed in Theon's head as they rode. The Lord Riapas be only havin' one spawn, and that be his daughter. Those same words echoed in head again and again. If even common folk forgot about him, what of his own father? Did he come back to his homeland only to be spurned by his own family? It brought great trepidation to his already fragile mind, but he somehow managed to not let that show, hiding behind his trademark smirk. Finally, Pike came to his sights. Ancient Pike was originally built on a cliff jutting out into the sea, but over time the cliff has eroded, leaving the castle's keeps and towers standing on 3 barren islands and a dozen small stacks of rock, surrounded by water. The towers are connected by swaying rope bridges. The keep, its towers, and walls are made of the same gray-black stone of which the rest of the island is composed. In the thousands of years the castle has stood, it has become covered with green lichen. A formidable castle worthy of kings in antiquity, he thought. Yet all that remained were 3 barren islands and a dozen towering stacks of rock that rose from the water like the pillars of some sea god's temple, while the angry waves foamed and crashed among them. The guards take no heed of him, yet they quickly open the door at the sight of his uncle. They unhorse as they enter, allowing servants to lead their horses to the stable. As they walk through the great keep toward where his father supposedly is, Theon couldn't help but gulp saliva from nervousness. Finally, he was about to reunite with his father. They found him sitting on a chair by the balcony, staring at the cliffside with a sour face on his face, as if it had offended him somehow. I'm here, brother, Victarion says, urging Balon to turn. The fleet's at full force, should be ready to sail any time. Then tomorrow we shall sail. He then turns to Theon, his gaze like pinpricks to his back. The only thing that broke the silence was the crackling of the warming fire. So, Balon begins. The Starks finally deign to return you to us, he says, his face sour and angry. I have come of my own volition. Theon forces himself to reply. I wear nothing but what I have taken, just like the old ways, and I bring no message nor demands from Robb Stark. I came back to be home. Theon can feel his eyes search his form. Experience at divining Robb's emotions have allowed him to see the slightest bit of pride in them. We shall see. He turns to his brother. Have the men get ready. Victarion nods and leaves the place. Balon turns to Theon. He clearly wants to speak yet he doesn't find the words, and Theon finds himself with the same predicament, finding themselves in an awkward silence. Before anyone could break the silence, the doors open. Enters a lean and long-legged woman, with dark eyes and black hair cut short. Her face is thin, with a big, sharp nose, and wind-chafed skin. On her neck is a faded pink scar. Theon thinks her hawk-like nose is too big and sharp for her small face, but he feels that her wicked smile makes up for it. She wore a green leather jerkin covered with overlapping plates of steel, with a studded belt, and salt-stained high leather boots. Attached to her belt was a couple of throwing axes and a dirk. There is a boldness to the way she walks, part saunter, part sway. And Theon couldn't help but feel confused at her presence. Asha! His father exclaimed. Theon boggles, his eyes turning back and forth between his father and, apparently, his sister. That's Asha. He points at her. Last I saw her she was a skinny girl with knobbed knees and a face full of pimples. His sister's eyes glint with malice, yet she keeps her smirk true. Last I saw you, you were to be shipped to the Starks like a good hostage. Theon bristles. Stay your tongue. He exclaims. You may be my sister but that won't stop me from putting you on your place. Asha sputters, before guffawing so loud it echoed. You. Teach me my place. You're as soft as milk drinker, brother. She sneers. I'd have a better chance drowning in a puddle. He growls, making to approach the woman, but is stopped by his father's hand. Tomorrow, you shall be ordained in the sea waters by Arion, and I shall put you in charge of 10 longships. He orders, completely ignoring the previous argument. Your ships are to be under Asha's greater command, as she is to be second in command to your uncle. She is. He shouts. But she is a woman. Balon tilts his head. Are you saying that you will disobey my orders? Theon's face goes red, but he keeps silent. Good. Balon takes that as agreement. Your sister captains the Black Wind, and has raised many riches in the old way, you do well to listen to her. He begrudgingly nods, making his best to ignore his sister's snort. Where shall we sail to? The north. It was Asha who answers. With your dear foster brother and his army south, it shall be left undefended and ripe for the plunder. Theon blanches. No. You cannot do that. Balon sighs. Then I am afraid my fears were true. He says. The Starks have taken you away from us, and made you theirs. He sneers. Fuck the Starks. His outburst shocks his father. The moment Robb Stark raised his banners, he ordered his remaining lords to reinforce the western shore, and he only marched south with half his army. More than 20,000 more can be raised in the north. You will have us raid the north, expecting unprepared enemies. I am saying that it is the opposite. He has somehow expected you to strike, and if you do, it may very well be our doom. He shouts at Balon. Have you no scouts? How could you not know of this? Balon hesitates, turning to his daughter. Is this true? He asks. Asha shrugs. The north is large, our scouts do not like moving deep into their land because you never know when you'll find yourself in front of the enemy. She answers. For all we know, he could be right, or he could be wrong. Balon nods, turning back to Theon. Are you sure? Did that whelp prepare for an attack, even when you were still in his hands? Theon firmly nods. Robb is a changed man, he's cold as ice, and extremely calculating. He explains. It is known within the north that he spurned me, disregarding my presence by fortifying the western shore. It built his legend, but it is also. It is the reason why I left. His father stares quizzically at him for a while. Father, I have agreed with your plan to attack the north, but not entirely willingly. Asha interjects. Even if we succeed, all our plunder is to be cobblestones, pine cones, and turnips. The north isn't rich, and while attacking them while unready is one thing, if they were prepared for our arrival. I don't think I could keep our men from deserting, if that happens. Balon keeps staring at Theon, as if searching for falsehoods in his face. And after agonizing seconds, he finally sighs. Very well. He says. We leave the north alone. Theon thought he saw sadness and anger in his father. It was reminiscent of the aftermath of the rebellion, a face filled with grief and anger, and loss. Loss most of all. Chapter 16. Sansa Stark. As the current betrothed to the king, Sansa had the honor to sit in the high seat to his left, as the boy king held a duel tournament for his name day atop the walls of the Red Keep, to sate his appetite for violence. His siblings were to his right, Tommen and Myrcella, who were equally unwilling to be here as she was. The members of the small council were absent, as they were holding a session. All in the midst of a famine, as provisions were kept in the Red Keep, leaving the small folk of King's Landing but the scraps, rats, and each other as sustenance. The hound blocks a swing of his opponent's sword with his own mace, slamming the side of his shield on his opponent's helmet. The other knight staggers, leaving Clegane the opportunity to make a large swing of his mace, which is clumsily blocked by a shield. The knight tries to counterattack, but Sandor, belaying his size, swiftly dodges and slams his shield off with his own weapon, before pushing him across the railing into the bottom of the walls of the Red Keep, his head crushed into the red bricks, blending with their ominous, red hue. Joffrey steps to the edge, gleefully staring at the dead corpse. Well struck. Well struck, dog. He turns to Sansa, pointing towards the dead man as he was dragged off his own puddle of blood. Did you like that? He asks. Her brother's exercises prove unnaturally fruitful, as she simply took a deep breath, projecting her mind not in a creature, but just into the ether. It was well struck, Your Grace. She managed to stop the bile from coming out, somehow keeping a straight face. I already said it was well struck. He exclaims with a tinge of anger. Yes, Your Grace. She answers, turning back toward the battlements turned into a makeshift arena. Joffrey silently seethes, turning to address the herald. Who's next? Lothier Brune. Free rider in the service of Lord Baelish. The man's answer is followed by the arrival of the next contestants, urging the spectators to clap in mild applause. Ser Dantos the Red of House Hollard. The second man doesn't show at first, so he repeats. Ser Dantos the Red of House Hollard. His voice is loud, but questioning. Here I am. Here I am. A chubby man of modest height steps from the side, clumsily holding onto his helmet and holding a queer short spear with a thin club at its end. The man makes for a pathetic spectacle. He drops his helmet, hobbles to grab it, slowly puts it on backward, then shakily turns it back. Sorry, Your Grace. His head shimmies awkwardly under the oversized helmet. My deepest apologies. Are you drunk? Joffrey asks. No. No, Your Grace. He stutters. I had 2 cups of wine. 2 cups. Joffrey gets a tone that shows he was dangerously amused. That's not much at all. He points with his hand toward the golden pitcher full of wine. Please, have another cup. He says. The man Dantos quizzically stares at the boy king. Are you sure, Your Grace? He asks. Yes. To celebrate my name day. Joffrey's voice is urging. Have 2, have as much as you like. The man shakily nods, bowing toward him. I'll be honored, Your Grace. Joffrey turns to Ser Meryn, a horrible man with a sadistic disposition, that had the poor honor of being a member of the King's Guard. Ser Meryn, help Ser Dantos celebrate my name day. He orders. See that he drinks his fill. The chubby man foolishly smiles as Ser Meryn approaches, but his happy mood swiftly ends as he is dragged to the side, a drinking horn put to his mouth, and whole barrel of wine forcefully spilled onto the horn, forcing him to drink. The torture goes on and on. Sansa allows herself to show an expression of worry, but her mind scrambles as she struggles with the injustice of the situation. The old her would have let out an outburst, but she wrangles her emotions, turning back toward the sickly smiling king, her expression of concern directed at him. Your Grace, I mean no disrespect. She speaks softly. But I believe it would be considered bad luck to kill a man on your name day. What kind of stupid peasant superstition, he begins to complain, but is interrupted by the hound, who had already took back his place at Joffrey's side. The girl is right. He says. What a man sows on his name day, he reaps all year. Joffrey sighs in disappointment. Take him away. He orders. I'll have him killed tomorrow, the fool. The man is let go, and as he kneels on his fours, vomiting red liquid to the floor. Sansa turns again to Joffrey. He is a fool, you're so clever to see it. She smiles. He'll make a much better fool than a knight, he doesn't deserve the mercy of a quick death. She says. Joffrey runs the idea through his head. She could see that while he felt compelled to refuse her out of principle, the thought of tormenting a man through a long stretch of time seemed much more appealing to his mind than simply killing him behind the scene. So Joffrey turns to the fool. Did you hear my lady, Ser Dantos? He asks. From this day, you'll be my new fool. He gleefully announces. The man, disoriented yet quick to answer, thanks them. Thank you, Your Grace. He bows. And you, my lady, thank you. And so they dragged him out. Sansa found herself becoming proficient in these matters as time went on, especially once she saw with borrowed eyes the true state of the court, and how depraved the people here are. For example, through the eye of her pigeon, which she called Gallant, she saw Lady Stokeworth slip milk of the poppy in a particularly endowed woman as she caught Joffrey's eyes. The reason was that she kicked a rat, but that didn't matter to the woman. She saw Lord Janos Slint take pouches of gold from Meryn Trant, and in other occasions she would follow the so-called knight as gold cloaks allowed him secret passage to the Street of Silk. What he did there was not of her knowledge. Most peculiarly, she heard a conversation between Lord Peter Baelish and Varys on the steps of the Iron Throne, discussing matters that she felt should not know. She still didn't see Robb on her dream aside from that one time, but she took to spying on others' conversation, flying through the sky and simply following people around in Gallant's mind as a pastime. There was little to do in the privacy of her chambers, and whatever outside contact she had were usually of this sort, which was worse. Her ruminations are interrupted as she hears a voice. "Beloved nephew." The voice turns out to be one Tyrion Lannister, with a thin tall man with a wolfish face smile wearing black oiled ring mail to his side, followed by a gaggle of brutish and wild-looking men with long beards and bushy eyebrows. "We looked for you on the battlefield." Tyrion's armor seemed worn and muddied. "You were nowhere to be found," he exclaims as he steps before the king. "I've been here, ruling the kingdoms." Joffrey stutters. Tyrion pours himself a cup of wine. "And what a fine job you've done." He smiles, turning to his niece. "Look at you." He gives a soft kiss on the cheek. "You look more beautiful than ever." "And you." He turns to Tommen. "You're going to be bigger than the Hound, but much better looking." He japes, pointing at Sandor. "This one doesn't like me." Addressing the men at his side. "Can't imagine why." The men responds. "We heard you were dead." Joffrey comments. "I'm glad you're not dead." Myrcella says. Tyrion smiles at her. "Me too, dear. Death is so boring." He turns to outward, to the sea. Especially now with so much excitement in the world. He then finally turns to Sansa, a look of sadness, and maddeningly, pity. "My lady, I'm sorry for your loss." Her loss? Joffrey stares back and forth between Sansa and the imp. Her father was a confessed traitor. But still her father. Tyrion says. "Surely having so recently lost your own beloved father, you can sympathize." Joffrey concedes his point, turning toward Sansa, waiting for her response. She doesn't wait a second. "My father was a traitor. My mother and brother were traitors too." She quickly responds. When news of Robb's victory in the Battle of Oxcross reached the capital, Joffrey was livid, yet he knew that his own mother would stop him from punishing her, if only to save her own brother's life. Yet, he still looked for an excuse to do so. It is a different thing, after all, to gainsay the king when he is in the wrong, but when he is technically right, that's another matter entirely. "I am loyal to my beloved Joffrey." "Of course you are." Tyrion says softly, but after a sip from his drink, all pretense of remorse is gone. "Well, enjoy your name day, your grace." He saunters deeper into the keep, with his retinue in lockstep. "I wish I could stay and celebrate, but there is work to be done." "What work?" Joffrey asks the diminutive back of his uncle. "Why are you here?" But Tyrion ignores him. Sansa has the same question on her mind. The only thing she could think of was to be on the small council, but the only available position was of the Hand, who is absent. "I have to investigate," she thinks. "Your Grace, I am afraid I am exhausted by the blood and carnage. May I have my leave?" Joffrey, his mood ruined, mindlessly waves her off. She curtsies, and swiftly walks toward her quarters. It is fortunate that her chambers were close by, as by the time she laid down, pushed her mind into her pigeons, and fled it toward an open window in the small council meeting room, Tyrion wasn't there yet. Gallant saw the Grandmaster Pycelle holding a golden cage with a pitch-white raven. "This raven arrived from the citadel this morning, Your Grace." The aging maester addresses the Queen. The conclave has met, considered the reports from maesters all over the Seven Kingdoms, and declared this great summer done, at last. The longest summer in living memory. The peasants say a long summer means an even longer winter. Varys comments. Pycelle grunts. A common superstition. We'll have enough wheat for 5 years of winter. If it lasts any longer, we have fewer peasants. Baelish comments. Sansa thinks that 5-year estimate was only considering the keep. Even now, when her pigeon glides over the city, she could see men and women starving in the streets and denied sustenance. The city is drowning in refugees, Your Grace. Fleeing the war. Janos Slynt says. We have nowhere to house them, and with winter coming, it'll only get worse. You command the city watch, do you not, Lord Slynt? Cersei asks. I do, Your Grace. And are you not a lord at my command? I owe my title and lands to your generosity, Your Grace. Then do your job. Shut the gates to the peasants, they belong in the field, not our capital. Janos, chagrined, nods. Yes, Your Grace. It was then that the sound of jolly whistling found its way to their ears, followed by steps that echoed through the halls. Tyrion walks in the small council chamber, wearing his armor, yet alone. Don't get up for my sake. The members of the council stare in confusion. Taking advantage of their shock, Tyrion walks to the queen and gives her a chaste kiss on the cheeks. More ravishing than ever, big sister. War agrees with you. He compliments, much to her apparent annoyance. Forgive the interruption, carry on. He says while sitting on a chair at the head of the table. What are you doing here? Cersei asks. It's been a remarkable journey. The dwarf pours himself a cup of wine. I pissed off the edge of the wall. I slept in a sky cell. I fought with the hill tribes. So many adventures, so much to be thankful for. He stares at Lord Baelish, who in turn gives him a glare. What are you doing here? Cersei's voice is forceful. This is the small council. Yes, well, I do believe the hand of the king is welcome at all small councils meetings. Our father is the hand of the king. Yes, but in his absence. He pulls out a letter and hands it to Varys, looking his sister in the eye with a smirk. Varys opens the letter. Your father has named Lord Tyrion to serve as hand in his stead while he fights Dash. Cersei stands up and slams the table. Out. All of you out. Like obedient little ducklings, all but the queen and Tyrion stay. I would like to know how you tricked father into this. Tyrion guffaws. If I were capable of tricking father, I'd be emperor of the world by now. He says. I'm confused, I thought he'd sent a letter, informing you of my arrival. Cersei purses her lips. Not in this way, he did not. Tyrion shrugs. You brought this on yourself. I've done nothing. Quite right. Tyrion responds. You did nothing when your son called for Ned Stark's head, now the entire north has risen up against us. I tried to stop it. Did you? You failed. He answers. That bit of theater will haunt our family for a generation. He leans quizzically into the table. And what's this I hear about you losing a sister? By the young wolf's hand itself. Arya, little animal, she disappeared. Disappeared? What, in a puff of smoke? He scoffs. We had 3 Starks held hostage, you chopped one's head off and let the other escape. At this point, we might as well hang up our swords and let Robb Stark do unto us what he wishes. Robb Stark is a child. Cersei laughs, but it sounds horridly fake. Who's won every battle he's fought? No, whose people have won every battle they fought, at his direction, nonetheless. He rebukes. Ever since his coming south it has been but defeat for our forces, do you understand we're losing the war? And what do you know about warfare? She argues. Nothing. Tyrion admits. But I know people, and I know that our enemies hate each other almost as much as they hate us. Cersei contemplates for a while. Joffrey is king. She says. Joffrey is king. Tyrion agrees. You are here to advise him. I'm only here to advise him. He finishes. And if the king listens to what I say, the king might just get his uncle Jaime back. Sansa's still body hitches, Jaime's capture is what kept her safe. How? Cersei echoes Sansa's question. You love your children, it's your one redeeming quality. He says. Starks love their children as well. Why don't you get back, deal with your emotions? Tyrion says. After all, it must be hard for you to be the disappointing child. Sansa heeds his advice as she lets her mind retreat back to her own body. Leaning upward from her bed, she gasps. Robb must know of this. She whispers. Chapter 17. Brienne of Tarth. She woke up shortly before dawn. She dons her new armor, blue as the sky, the cobalt suit fit to her form as a dress should a lady, and a warm smile escapes her as she finishes with a rainbow cloak. I had hoped to gift this to Ser Barristan Selmy. Renly encloaks her, watching as she stood over many defeated foe, most prominent being Ser Loras Tyrell. Yet I cannot help myself, with such a formidable warrior before me. His smile was true, bringing joy to her heart. After grabbing her sword and an axe, she exited her tent, the silhouette of Storm's End visible from the camp. Its night fires had dimmed, the castle's immense mass emerging like a dream of dark stone while wisps of mist lit up from the rays of sun escaping its shadow. She had spent many days in King Renly's court, back when he was a prince. After her third betrothal with Humphrey Wagstaff was broken once she shattered 3 of his ribs, her father deemed her marital status a lost cause and sent her to Storm's End in order to pave her own way. Back then, she had to suffer constant ridicule, yet his grace, much like that day back in Tarth, treated her courteously, looking beyond the flaws in her appearance. She ignores stares from workers and guards as her steps echo in the silence, until she finally sights the main tent. She nods toward the 2 knights donning red and yellow tinted armor, one Rabar Royce and Emin Kiwi, receiving none but a scoff from the latter in return. Were she not committed to her duty, she would have suggested a spar, here and now. This wasn't the first time she experienced scorn from men who think themselves better. Even now, they call her, Brienne the Pretty, behind closed doors in an attempt to scorn her, yet for all their derision none dares say it to her face. Upon her entrance, she finds his grace with half his armor on. He was tall, people say near as tall as his eldest brother was, and lean and lithe. He had thick hair, black as coal that falls to his shoulder, and deep blue-green eyes that look either the one depending on what he's wearing. He turned to her with an easy smile. Ah. Brienne the Blue, just in time, help me arm myself, will you? He mentions to his half-worn plate armor. This is a nightmare. Her face flushes. Have you not squires to help, your grace? Yet she already moved to follow the order, helming up a pauldron to his shoulder. His laugh is sunny, echoing in her ears. I wished for privacy, gods how I get none nowadays. Brienne simply nods, finishing her work. As Renly was finally ready, he stood before a tall silver mirror. His armor was a suit of enameled green armor with a helm adorned with a pair of golden antlers. Standing there, he seemed the personification of a warrior king, Brienne thought. It was always true in her mind that whilst Stannis was his brother's heir by tradition, Renly was King Robert's true successor due to his virtues, a man that is accustomed to leadership and a fine ruler to boot. To her, he was the only true king. Today is the day, Brienne. He says. When we rout the rabble my brother calls warriors, there shall be no obstacle to the Iron Throne. Brienne stays silent, simply staring at the fireplace, watching as a piece of parchment slowly blackens. Renly looks at the crackling flame, he grabs a stick and stokes it to keep it aflame. He sent a letter, you know. He says. In it, he calls me thankless, unknowing of duty or honor. He scoffs. Stannis. He always expected me to be grateful, to bow to his demands, as if I wasn't also starving on that blasted castle while the sound of feasting men echoed from the walls. Thinking me a traitor, a turncoat. He shakes his head. When Robert took what he wanted, scorning him again and again, he hadn't dared say a word. But now he treats me as our dearest eldest treated him, and he expects me to crawl back too. Renly shakes his head again. No. He says. I may have loved him, once. But now all I can feel is apathy and pity, at the sight of a man so resentful he has no issue imitating his tormentor. Brienne stays silent, and after a while, her liege laughs again. I must be burdening you with unworthy problems. He says. But no matter, let us. It was slight, but Brienne picked off the sound of something moving fast as if a whip on air. She didn't think, she simply pushed Renly with her left hand. She let a scream of pain, feeling something sharp embedding itself on her left shoulder. She expected an arrow, but what she saw was a shadowy tendril piercing through her pauldron like a knife into butter. Wadash! Renly exclaims, gazing at the monstrosity before him. It was a tall being of darkness, larger than a man, black wisps enclosed its form, dissipating into the ether. But its uncanny resemblance to Stannis was undeniable. Brother. He follows. Brienne acts swiftly, and quickly unsheathes her sword and swings it at the creature's neck, ignoring the pangs of pain coming from her side. A sound of steel clashing echoes, her sword finding the being's neck as strong as a bar of steel. The assassin pulls its tendril/sword from her wound, and in doing so, it slices her sword effortlessly. It was then that Renly came to his bearings, and with a well-practiced blow, attempts to do the same as her, only to similarly fail. The creature ignores Brienne, turning toward her king with unnatural speed. Brienne without thought pushes herself onto the creature, and it seemed like, unlike swords, her own body sufficed in pushing the entity away. But even so, she clearly heard a scream from Renly. It seems that the creature still managed to cut into his flesh. While she fell with the shadowy assassin, she noticed that parts of it almost cowered from the crackling embers from the fire, flinching in contact. She pushes it away with her knee, and with her injured hand she grabs the stoker stick, rolling up between the creature and Renly. Stannis' face seemed to not hold any esteem to her, only to the person behind her. Yet it lunges toward her, a sharp tendril moving at inhuman speed. She barely dodges, and with another hand she torches the creature. These sequence of events happen so quickly, that the guards only enter the moment the torch fire spreads over the being's shadowy wisps like a sparkle on timber. Kiwi and Royce stare horrified at the mass of burning darkness. Stannis' face morphing into one screaming in agony, yet no voice echoes. But Brienne does not care. She drops the aflame stick to the ground, wobbling toward the falling form of her king. The wound wasn't too deep, she thought, but it was long as it stretched all across his chest, the creature's tendrils ignoring his armor entirely. But the blood didn't stop flowing. She frantically pulled his breastplate off, pushing the two sides of his doublet underneath away from the wound in order to check. It was a single, uninterrupted line, but the flesh, it slowly blackened. No, no, no. No. She screams, pulling the hem of her cloak, pushing it at the wound, trying to stem the bleeding. Tears slip off her eyes, making for an ugly sight. Her form towered over her king's, he was still alive, if barely, letting out ragged breaths. As the first tear falls on his cheek, his face matches hers, droplets flowing out his eyes. I don't want to die. He whispers. Please, Brienne. He holds her arm. I don't want to leave now. Her breath hitches, yet her sobs become increasingly louder. She opens her mouth, but words do not come out, her eyes blurring as she feels herself go weak. Her strength has left her. She has failed. *****. When the maester finds her awake, he also finds her unresponsive. She couldn't cry, the aged scholar had told her still form that her tears ran out while unconscious. He also said that whatever attacked them that night, it somehow poisoned Renly yet not her, which is why she hadn't succumbed to her own wounds. Yet all she could think is how she was alive, and Renly was not. Why couldn't I protect him? Anguish swam at her chest, bitter tears threatening to flow once again. I swore an oath to defend him, fought men to stay by his side, endured scorn and ridicule only due to his kindness. I loved him. She whispers, yet only she hears. It was a long time since she felt like a little girl, crouching on her bed with her face hidden in a blanket, yet once again she felt herself go back to worse days, to the first time she had to grapple with death, that her brother could no longer play with her. You're awake. A voice echoes from the entrance, stern and strong. We have need of your testimony. Randyll Tarly stood over her, steely gray eyes looking down on her. A shadow attacked, I failed my king. She replies with heat in her voice. That is my recollection of events. That is what Royce and Kiwi said too, before Ser Loras murdered them with his own bare hands. Tarly scoffs. An unlikely story, yet the wounds on your form do not match the king's sword or the guards, so your involvement into the late king's assassination was deemed extremely unlikely. Brienne doesn't respond. Tarly sighs. It is said that your father is a good man. If so, I pity him. Some men are blessed with sons, some with daughters. No man deserves to be cursed with such as you. He says. You have a man's strength, but your heart is as soft as any maid's. Still clinging to thoughts of chivalry told in fanciful tales and song. Loyalty that would balk at bowing to Stannis, yet a conscience would refuse to join the Lannisters to seek revenge. He continues. I see you wished for freedom. Now you have it, and are now as unfettered as the beggars at our gates. He turns to leave. I would suggest you leave. Whilst your involvement was deemed null, you do not have many friends here. After a while, Brienne agreed with his counsel. She must leave. Leave the lands and people that reminded her of her failure. Question is, where? Chapter 18. Brynden Tully. It was very comforting, Brynden thought, to wage a war with skillful commanders at your helm. He was not a strategizing sort, he admits, never for commanding large armies, the chaos that is logistics, and the politicking between petty lords and their matters. He was skilled when it came to being at the thick of it, scouting deep in enemy lines, ambushing baggage trains, or hitting the enemy the place he least expects it to. He was most comfortable where most were not, which spoke worrying things about his life. How goes our rations? He asks. One Smaljin, who he'd taken as some weird kind of protege at the urging of his father, rode on the horse next to his. He found that whilst the man was much less boisterous and of quicker mind than his father, he had a deep disdain for the details of a battle, so naturally, he put him in charge of tallying the supplies, putting sentries in order, and organizing the scouts. Not alone, of course, it'd be the height of folly to put someone so inexperienced in such a crucial position. He had his men, who followed him for years, taking secondary leadership positions, who were easily able to fix any mistakes he'd made. We haven't had a late shipment since Edmure was in charge. Brynden comments. Leadership from the rear suits him. The Umber heir almost scoffs, but doesn't. He had made sure to make the importance of such things clear. The men and horse need to eat, and they need equipment, replacements for cracked swords, axes, and shattered armor. Things that were largely reliant on the greater organization of the war effort, which the Tully heir achieved almost perfectly. The baggage train kept coming in cycles, bringing not only provisions, but men who would search their camp and make note of their needs, and inform them of the happenings on the other fronts. They would leave with their scraps and loot, reinforcing their escort guards with some of their own men until they crossed the river. What's next, sir? Smaljin asks. We wait. They had been busy. They liberated several castles, villages, and towns, chased outriders and bandits out of their lairs, and chased the mountain until he fled back to his master. Not only that, but days ago, when news reached them of a Lannister host attempting to cross, and failing, in Mummer's Crossing, they bled them Lannisters dry as they retreated back to their center base. Further back in time, another host tried the same against Tyto's host, and more days before that, Roose Bolton's too. Each failing due to the entrenched position their forces were in. The Pipers in Pink Maiden faced no attacks, but their presence in the area scared the Lannisters off from getting close to the entire stretch of the river on this side. At this point, Tywin Lannister and his advisors must have realized that simply sending a host, no matter how formidable, in an attempt to cross would be too hard as all possible ingress areas were heavily fortified. What he needed are his own forces on the other side, doing the same. With a forward base on the other side of the river, it'd be easy for him to arrange a crossing at that point. Not that it is easy to do so, he had to find a point in their defense that is undefended, has shallow water, and an advantageous position for defense. Then he has to send an advance party in secret to secure the spot, and finally, the advance party has to hold their position until he comes as reinforcements. If Brynden was in his place, he'd recruit old-faced hunters with promises of gold in order to gather information, and then once he found a target, he'd send a significant host of fast-moving cavalry to move quickly and silently. And he'd put his biggest, meanest, and scariest commander at its head. Which is why 500 of his men are currently out there, looking out for any such movements. Sir. Sir. A rider approached. You were right. We barely managed to sight a significant host, but they were already close to the river. Brynden hums. Numbers. We didn't get an exact number, but a rough estimate would be around twice and half again our number. So 3 500 horsemen to their 1 500, very worrying. No rest for us, it seems. He says to Jon. Have our men disembark, we move at sundown. ****. It took them 2 days to reach the bank of the river, following the tracks of the enemy cavalry. It could have been less, but Brynden didn't want to put undue burden on their horses in case of an ambush. He almost regretted his decision when he saw the enemy camp on the other side of the river. Smaljin hisses. They've already entrenched themselves. He comments. We cannot assail them even had they not the river to help. Brynden nods. They had chosen their position wisely. At the center of their camp was a stone mill atop a windy hill, giving them the height advantage. They must have already sent a rider back to their base. Now Tywin Lannister must be moving his own forces this way. Even if we do the same, I'm not willing to bet on the fact that ours would arrive before theirs. Brynden looks around. We're also exposed, we must cross. Men around him winces. If this war made something clear, it is that attempting to move across disadvantageous terrain with your enemy on the other side is nothing short of a nightmare. Any doubts they had of this notion was disproven with the many defeats suffered by the Lannisters as they tried to do just that. Have our horses advance at the side of the river for another mile, we shall make our attempt there. ****. Whoever was in charge of the enemy was needlessly cruel. The moment he realized their plans, columns of knights were already organized in order to foil their attempt. He glanced at the enemy banners. 3 black hounds on a yellow field. He smirks inwardly. That Stark boy sure is scary. Brynden was determined, because unbeknownst to the enemy, and even his own men, this was all according to plan. So he gave the order to march. The water was shallow, but the river still put them at a lower height than the enemy. Horns sounded from the enemy forces, as their horses galloped toward them at their quickest possible. Brynden turns to his left, and nods toward his men. The signal is received, so they whip their steeds into frenzy and swerve sideways, away from the enemy. Brynden finally sights the giant silhouette that is the mountain. The man was at the head of his forces. His giant black horse's wide steps allowed him to be the first to catch up. He ignores the screams, steeling his heart at the deaths of his men when they started getting cut down. Sire! Smaljin shouts, pointing toward another hill. They're flanking us. Brynden grunts. It seems like the mountain had secretly moved another force, expecting their attempt. We'll have to cut through them. He shouts. Do not steer away. But Sire dash. No words now. Only actions. Brynden falls onto the first man like a hammer on a nail, whatever height advantage he had useless in front of his skilled hand. He and his men easily matched the flanking force, cutting through them easily despite their disadvantage, but the same cannot be said for their rear. On his side view, he spotted a man not quite cut by the mountain sword as he was blown away. Another of his tried to pierce the giant with his spear only to get the same treatment by another enemy. Sire! At this point we'll be crushed between the two. We have to turn away. Look to your left. Brynden dodges a slash before his own sword decapitates his assailant. We're the bait, stupid. Smaljin crushes a poor man with his mace, giving him reprieve in order to look left. Greatjon Umber stood at the head of his howling horsemen. Once he sights his own son, the giant man lets out a deafening laugh. Clegane. His scream echoed through the battlefield. Witness the might of the true blood of the giants. Awoe. His men followed. The 7-foot-tall Northman cuts a man from skull to groin, brutally pulling his stuck axe from the man's poor horse's back. He then proceeds to cut through the men that follow with clear brutality, laughing in a manner that sent chills to his enemies. Brynden is unbothered, however, as he pulls his men to charge turn into the mountain and his men, while leaving enough men to finish off the other group of isolated enemies. Men! He shouts. Today, the mountain becomes a hill. The news of reinforcement is like a bomb to his riders' despairing morale when they charge their previous assailants. And so the hunter becomes the prey. The battle falls back to their favor, the enemy set into chaos by the presence of another 500 screaming horsemen at their flank. Even the mountain seemed shocked still, but as he stared stiltedly at their two forces, his eyes lock in the intimidating form of the Umber Patriarch. He shouts something to his men that seems to straighten up, before urging them toward the direction of his new foe. Jon Umber stares directly at the approaching Gregor. Come. He shouts, urging his horse to do the same. Brynden and the younger Umber move to reinforce that area. It seems that the mountain felt that his men's morale would be reignited with Greatjon's death, whilst the latter's whole reason of being here was the murder of Clegane. None of them were wrong, of course. Greatjon cuts a man down. Gregor had finally put himself before him, and so he unhesitantly charges toward him with a laugh. The mountain has a longer reach, so he swings first, aiming to end this fight with a single swing. Jon ducks low, his face close to meeting his horse's mane, and takes advantage of the opening to wound the mountain at his side with his axe. The blow is met with hard armor, so the resulting wound isn't deadly, but it clearly causes Gregor to lurch at his side. Maggot. He winces. Greatjin laughs again. That's a northern gift from me. Gregor makes to approach again, only for the Umber to chuck his axe at his direction. Have another. The axe misses, and instead lands on the horse's eye. Gregor quickly jumps off safely as his steed collapses from under it. Gregor stood in the warring field, his men scrambling around him to protect him. Standing taller than a horse, screaming in rage, the giantman smashes one of his own men with a glove, charging toward the smirking John like a beast. Greatjin laughs, unsheathing his great sword, a large sword that, to the common man, would count as a two-handed one. When they come close, John swings first. The blow echoed through the battlefield as it met the mountain sword, who showed his own sense of cunningness by decapitating John's steed instead of the man himself, stopping it to its track. The mountain takes advantage by aiming for the Umber's unprotected neck, yet is intercepted again, yet at great cost. Clegane's sword embedded itself deep into Greatjin's left hand, and stopped inch from his eyes. Greatjin grunts, painfully pulling his arm back and swiftly rolling away as he fell from his dead steed. A mad dog, that is what you are. He taunts despite the pain. Much like those wildlings I like to cut down. Brynden sights one of the Lannister men approaching the battle, and he swiftly grabs his bow and knocks an arrow, letting it fly straight to his throat. That man seemed important somehow, as the men around him start to panic, yet he nonchalantly knocks another arrow, urging his steed to stay in shooting distance from the enemy. His other men charge in even further, turning the area around the two tall men into a stalemate, and allowing them to have a duel in the midst of a battlefield. Brynden wanted to shake his head and simply fill that wretch with arrows like a pincushion. The two wounded titans clash in a man-made ring, and it became to any skilled warrior that as time went on, the Greatjin seemed to get an advantage. Clegane was stronger and larger, and a skilled swordsman to boot. But he simply wasn't used to fighting men that were close to him, Greatjin however. He lived it. Employing years of experience grappling with similarly sized cousins and nephews, John skillfully deflects a harrowing blow from his foe, kicking his shield off from the mountain's hand. Gregor roars in anger, using his new free hand to grab his sword with two, swinging it faster than usual. John predicts that too, and he'd already created enough distance to step away from it. He then kicks again, his steel-tipped boot breaking the mountain's leg. Clegane screams from the blow, his other knee buckling down to the ground. In a last-ditch effort, he grabs Greatjin by the shoulder with one hand, striking with his sword on another. John laughs loudly as he cut the man's sword hand. The mountain screams once again, this one louder than all the others. Ah! It's like music to one's ears. John taunts. I will, his words are interrupted, as Greatjin cuts his head off. The Umber Lord kicks off the giant corpse, picks up the oversized head, and holds it up for all to see. Northern justice has been enforced. He bellows. The scum you call the mountain is dead. Once the panic sets in, it was easy for them to mop up the rest. Chapter 19. Robb Stark. He takes a bite off an apple. What's the latest from the Riverlands? Last we heard, a great host led by Adam Marbrand attempted to cross the Red Fork by way of Mummer's Ford, and was rebuffed by Lord Janos Bracken and his men. Stevrin Fry rubs his beard. Great victories abound, my lord. I do not believe we have to worry about the Lannisters any time soon. He hums, staring at the silhouette of the golden tooth in the distance. Let us not count our eggs before they hatch. The sooner we leave the Westerlands the better. Robb stands up, leaving the tent in order to get a better look of the castle. And that is on our way. The Golden Tooth is the greatest obstacle for any army above a certain size attempting to enter the Westerlands, much like an inferior version of the Vale's Bloody Gate. It is inferior simply because there are alternatives. There's the Gold Road that leads to the border between the Reach and the Riverlands, and his first life's knowledge indicated that he'd used the Tumblestone River to leave the Westerlands in the original timeline, marching alongside the river straight into Riverrun. Neither of the other options is suitable for the movements of large armies, however. But no, the Golden Tooth is a crucial castle, and one that he'll have to conquer. His logic tells him that if he were to hold the castle and annex it to the Riverlands, it would all but secure their western flank from any significant force. Moreover, his force senses are hinting at him that it would behoove him to conquer it, implying unknown happenings that would make the effort more worthwhile. Robb suspects it has to do with Leo Lefford, the current Lord of the Golden Tooth, having only one heir in his daughter, and that his heavy participation on the battles in the Riverlands might lead to his death, allowing for an easier transfer. But for all intents and purposes, the castle is very well stocked and defended with enough men to hold them for months. Even now, he could feel his lord's apprehension. The only thing keeping them silent was a sense of loyalty cultivated by himself, reinforced through force empathy and his achievements. Any direct attempt to take this castle would not work with our current forces. Ricard Karstark remarks. Any great ideas, Lord Stark? I certainly don't have any. The other look each other in the eye, wondering the same thing. Robb hums. I want to see the captives. The hostages. Only Martin Lannister and others who couldn't pay the ransom are left, my lord. Jason Mollister says. Robb turns to looks him in the eye. Not those captives. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk. If I had it my way. Robb says. You'd be rotting underground. He ignores the rusty smell of the damp cages, staring at the many captives held for sentencing. Rapists, murderers, deserters, all sorts were held here. Robb tried to enforce strict rules for his men, and battle meditation made for an amazing tool to dampen their bloodlust and keep their inhibitions in check, but not all methods are perfect and all sorts wander the battlefield. He walked amongst the carts filled with cages, making sure to match eyes with any who dared to stare while sending a jolt of fear to their spines using the force. But a situation came to me, upon which I am in need of men to commit to a dangerous task. Men, good men, aren't worth the trouble. So I'll have to do with you scum. He explains. Trust me, if the situation hadn't demanded it, you'd be rotting or wearing black, but it is not. So you pieces of filth get to have a chance at redemption. Whoever volunteers for this task shall find himself free after its completion. He says. Not only that, he'd also receive enough gold to buy himself a nice farm somewhere nice and quiet to live out the rest of his life. Upon which they ride through the night at a sedate gait, making sure to be out of sight of any sentries or lookouts. The chosen spot to climb was one quite far from the gate next to elevated ground. Once they came close, Robb urged his horse to gallop faster and stood up on his own saddle. When the time was right, he made a force-assisted jump that allowed him to grab on a particularly jutting stone piece of the castle's wall. He grunts as he lingers for a split second, looking down at the others as they gaped at him before they unhorsed and followed suit. Seeing that they'd be okay, Robb scaled the rest of the wall with ease, finally climbing on top of the rampart. A simple glance showed only a couple of guards patrolling with their backs to him, and 4 others to further off toward the gate, for now. He almost flew across the air as his empowered strength allowed him to surge toward the unsuspecting first guards. He swiftly unsheathes his swords. Using such a weapon in conjunction with his force abilities was awkward, not quite the same as a lightsaber, yet he was still an heir to a warrior's house, trained in its use since infancy. So it was quite an easy feat to decapitate the 2 unsuspecting guards, yet it was futile to try to hide the noise they made, as their falling bodies alerted one of the 4 guards on the way. Robb's eye singled him out instantly. He throws his own sword at blistering speed, and as it flew, he bends down to grab a new one, dashes across the parapet, and by the time the poor man gurgles blood with a sword pierced through his throat, another was already cut down. The guards were panicked yet well trained, but no match for a man with his abilities. Robb pushes one's hand back in as he tries to pull his sword, an elbow to the face sending the other dizzy. He slices the first's head with his new sword, whilst another slash suffices for the other. It was at this moment that the others finally followed in, scrambling toward him in order to catch up. You needn't leave us, my lord. Harrion Karstark reprimands, ignoring as his brother mouthed 6 men, in disbelief to the others. I may have been overzealous. Robb says softly. But we have some work to do, catch up. He sprints toward the gate. The others swiftly follow, making their way toward their destination. They manage to surprise some other guards, but the closer they got to the gate, the more concentrated their enemies were, so it wasn't long before a man sighted them approaching. Intruders. The man screams, lifting up his crossbow toward them. He pulls the trigger before most of them could react, but Robb swiftly turns away from its direction, pulling with himself Black Walder as he was also on the bolt's path. Daisy Mormont grabs one of her throwing axes and chucks it at the man, killing him instantly as it embeds itself on his forehead. Walder sights the bolt in the ground. First my grandfather and now this. He looks to Robb. I will pay you back. Robb simply nods. They know. Hisses Robin Flint. We must hurry. They wordlessly agree, finally going much faster inwards. With their renewed speed, and with Robb making sure they come out of it unscathed, they finally reach the gate's tower. Unfortunately, it was not only closed, but also barricaded. What shall we do now? Darren asks. Robb inwardly sighs. This will gather even more doubts, but I guess I have no choice. He thinks. He steps forward, a hidden twitch of his fingers and simple telekinesis allow him to unlock the door. He attempts to open it normally, yet it clearly was reinforced by steel from behind. So takes a step back, and focuses. It didn't take long for several fractures to be highlighted in his vision, and with a loud heave he aims for the left side of the door at one of the highlighted points. The door shatters. What dash? One of the guards behind it exclaims, before having his throat cut. Robb snaps his fingers at his gobsmacked companions. Get to it. He grabs a charging soldier by the helmet and smashes him to the side. Harry Stark recovers first as he follows headfirst into the fight, smashing a guard with his mace. Robb dodges a swing, grabs an arrow from the air as it was heading for one of his fighters, and pierces his opponent's eye with its tip. He then pushes him down the stairs into two others. Daisy grabs a fallen crossbow and arms it, shooting one of the enemy ones in the throat. They fight their way to the bottom, upon which Robb signals to Robin and Darren. Start pulling the winch. He points toward a crank connected to a spindle that's connected to the gate. The rest of you, grab a crossbow or a pike, we need to hold this spot. He then points toward the corpses. Gather the corpses upstairs, use them to block the doors. But my lord, how will we know if our men are coming? Donnell Locke shouts over the sound of the heavy door opening. Robb looks at him. You should hear it by now. Hear what? The question becomes rhetorical as a deafening sound of howling reached their ears. Donnell shuts his mouth in realization, hefting up a body with another man as they climbed up the stairs. Their attention was split, one half has to head up and defend against the people on the walls, and another has to shield the lower door. Robb chooses to stay downstairs. Many of the guards on the walls have been dealt with, and so they do have some time. But as he hears the sound of a ram hitting it, some of his men reinforce the door with chairs, tables, and anything they can find, really, to no gain. The door is eventually breached, letting heavily armored knights and many guards inside. Robb spots a man with a leopard emblem on his armor. That must be the Castellan. He thinks. Axe. He orders. Daisy responds swiftly, throwing one of hers toward him. Robb grabs it easily out of the air, and a force-enhanced throw meant that even metal plate couldn't stop the axe head from splitting his chest. Hold the line. Robb orders. Yes, my lord. His men echo. With their leader dead and his men in high spirits, they were able to hold until the cavalry charged through the open gates, their charge feeling like an earthquake. And before long, the golden tooth was theirs. Chapter 20. Robb Stark. Robb sat in Lord Lefford's solar, a few days after capturing the castle. He had deemed it prudent to wait for Tywin's attempts to cross into the Westerland to be over before announcing their victory and heading back in, hoping to bleed his numbers further, and to see if his plan to trap the mountain would work. He knew beforehand that Tywin would choose to attempt to liberate his kingdom from his presence, and sufficient preparation would be enough to repel any hosts of significant size. The only method for him to succeed in Robb's opinion was to find a weak point and secure it in advance. To do that you need fast-moving cavalry and a formidable commander who's able to keep his men in line while behind enemy lines. The only one he could think of was the mountain. So he ordered Greatjon to lead the reserve cavalry and pretend to stay at Riverrun. After the first battle, he is to secretly move to Wayfarer's Rest, and have most of his men scouting the bank of the Red Fork for advance parties. An unexpected variable was for Brynden to detect the same force from the other side of the river, but the Blackfish proved his reputation by splendidly baiting the mountain's men out of their fortifications. And so, the Lannisters were repelled, suffering great losses, and the mountain was dead by Jon's hand, and word is Lorch was killed by Bryndon's arrow. The Umber's hand had to be amputated though, but it was not his weapon hand, and Robb was assured the man was quite happy for the trade. Even now, toasts to Greatjon the Mountain Slayer, or Mountain's Bane, were given in feasts, increasing morale by a great deal. Most importantly, it further united Riverlander and Northern men, since Jon Umber took down their most hated foe. Oberyn Martell or Sandor must be fuming. He thought. Both had desires for revenge against the men, revenge that was taken from them by another man. Before he could think further, he heard a knock. "Come in." A woman gingerly opens the door. She was a young, tall golden-haired woman, with hazel eyes and sunlit skin. Her slender frame gracefully crept up to him, looking fearfully at him, the unfamiliar man in the familiar room. "My lord." She curtsies. "You wish to speak with me?" Robb nods, motioned with his hand for her to sit. Alysanne Lefford was the last living child of Leo Lefford, who only had a bastard brother, elevated as castellan in his absence, and who Robb killed with an axe the other day. Her situation was delicate, but came with a great opportunity for Robb. 1. Lefford was known as a sour man. The reasons for his constant bad mood is unknown. What is known, however, is that his wife, Cassidy Brax, moved to her parents' lands after a series of miscarriages, the only healthy babe born from their union being their daughter. "First, I'd like to express my condolences." Robb speaks stiltedly. "I may not have known your father, but I have lost my own recently. I know how it must feel, and you have my sympathies." Robb tests the waters, feeling through the force for her reaction. At the mention of her father, not only is there grief, but deep down he senses emotions of vindication and freedom. His suspicions are probably correct then, the relationship between daughter and father may not have been very good. "Thank you, my lord." She manages to hide her emotions admirably. "My father will be dearly missed." Robb nods. Secondly, she has not sworn any oaths or pledges to the Lannisters, which means there is no conflicts of interest were she to turn her allegiance to the Riverlands. "May I be frank with you, my lord?" Alysanne takes charge. Robb nods. I have put much thought in my current predicament." She says. "I know fully that you have captured this castle through metal of arms, and in doing so, have a right of conquest over it." She takes a deep breath. "I know that you could turn me to the Silent Sisters or send me into exile at some godforsaken castle, taking this castle as your own." She stares at him, looking for a reaction, trying to gauge his mind. Unluckily for her, he couldn't show her anything even if he wanted, so she took another deep breath and steeled her mind. "My father is dead, I have no siblings and my mother hates the sight of me." She explains. "I am unwed and unbetrothed. The only thing I have. The only thing I can offer you is my claim to the Lefford name and their lands and titles." She finishes. "I know this castle and these lands, I know how to run them, and how to defend it against enemies. With me by your side you'll no longer have to worry about your western flank." Things couldn't have gone easier for Robb, and she explained his thoughts perfectly. He could simply banish her somewhere and have someone take her place. It would help very well to ingratiate himself further with the Riverlanders, but the Lefford name is practically ancient. They ruled these lands way back when Casterly Rock housed the actual Casterlys, predating the Lannisters. Any men he puts forth will face difficulties ruling. The local smallfolk have long memories and are heavily traditional, so they would comply, but maliciously, and if the day comes when Alysanne is able to fight for her claim, they'd support her wholeheartedly. "You will cooperate?" She nods. "I will." Robb nods. "Good." He says. "When we head back to Riverrun, you will swear fealty to the Tullus. From now on, you are a Riverlander." She winces, but nods anyway. "Obviously, you will need to marry someone of high blood, preferably from the Riverlands." He explains. "But in exchange for your cooperation, you will become lady of this castle in word and spirit. I will allow you unfettered rule over your holdings, and you can choose who you'll marry." He finishes. "You will be Lady Lefford in truth, as long as you follow my lead." He could see the heat creep up to her neck, his senses picking up on feelings of trepidation and excitement. It seems he's got her profile on lock, a repressed woman whose ambition makes her desire power of her own. He felt guilt at exploiting that weak point, even making use of his force powers to reinforce her emotions of gratitude, but that is what it means to rule. "May I ask, my lord?" Robb nods. "If those people succeeded in their mission, and managed to send that letter, what then?" She asks. Robb looks up to her. His scheme to send a group of criminals with a false letter was a calculated risk that worked. He'd waged if it didn't, they would have been detected before they could scale the wall. Then whoever is in charge will be incompetent. Not defending the only way for your castle to be bypassed is a stupid move, and such stupidity would also affect the wall's defense. He explains. I would have succeeded either way. I told my uncle that there was something fishy about that letter. The messenger spoke too quickly, and it didn't sit well with me that you'd send criminals to undergo such a sensitive mission. She says. But I was superseded, and half our garrison was sent to the eastern wall. Then, we may not be having this conversation in the first place. Robb answers. Alicent nods and stands. Indeed, good day, my lord. She makes for the door. But before she leaves, she turns around one last time. One last thing, I have seen Lady Mormont train with the men. Her face reddens. May I do so, also? I wager it would be easier for other men to accept my ladyship if I become adept in manly matters. Robb tilts his head. This is not my castle, is it? He says. And I am not your father. Alicent understands the gist of his reply, so she smiles and curtsies before heading back out. So she's that type, huh? Robb inwardly shakes his head. Another falling at the wily hands of the warrior lady. Daisy was a beautiful, elegant woman. She bashes men's head on one side and waltzes gracefully in dance on the other. That dichotomy has a way of swaying people's heart. Last I heard, she'd put Black Walder down in a duel once he insinuated something about her, and then proceeded to do the same to others who laughed at him. What a woman. ****. Robb's day went as expected afterwards. From inspecting the baggage train, reading reports about the war in the Riverlands, forging connections with his lords, and drilling the men for combat, it went as routinely as expected. Taking inventory of their new riches was going well, although slowly for precision. Robb wagers they'd be able to feed the war effort for at least another 6 months before having to touch their own reserves. And his lords were kept happy with generous sums of gold, jewelry, and all sorts of material rewards. The reports were also promising. The Lannisters made a hasty retreat back to Harrenhal, much too fast, in truth. Robb expected them to take their time raiding and foraging for foodstuff, making sure to leave nothing of substance in their wake or attempt to raise morale by forcing a minor victory. But he suspects that news of Renly's assassination reached them before they did them, so it became imperative for them to keep a force close to the Crownlands. His lords had mixed results, yet mostly positive. The Northmen were firmly loyal to him at this point, and Robb made sure to keep their heirs close by as his battle guard. It was ironic that his reason was more about their own protection than his. Any deaths this early on would be detrimental. The only reason they marched for him was respect for his father after all. Again, the Riverlands were mixed. Houses like the Blackwoods, Maulisters, Pipers, and Vancess were agreeable, but others like the Brackens are hesitant and only follow due to the existence of a common enemy. The moment the Lannisters' threat is over is when chaos is going to ensue once again. The Freys were a work in progress. They're usually separated in two camps. The first faction looks up to Stevran Frey, based on his beliefs of family first. They're smaller but are truly united. Ryman Frey, Stevran's oldest grandson, is an incompetent fool, but his younger brother Black Walder is a competent warrior, and despite his many rough qualities, he is immensely loyal to the family name and his own father. Robb saved both grandfather and grandson on separate occasion, buying much favor. The other faction is made up of other sons and bastards fighting for their Lord Walder's favor. Most of them are greedy and unscrupulous people, so Robb figures that he's to pit them against each other. This much thinking drained his mental strength, so he made for the bed in order to sleep. Except, he feels a strange tugging in his mind. Closing his eyes in meditation, Robb finds a pulling sensation from the other side of his force bond, the one he built up in order to communicate with Sansa. Strange. He thinks. Neither she nor the bond is strong enough for another dreamwalk. He allows his mind to be pulled in, falling deep into the realm of dreams. Chapter 21. A.N. From now on, first is the first life's personality. Second is second, and the old. Prefix means the canon personality, so old. Robb is original timeline Robb etc. Sorry for the short chapter though, not to spoil anything, but I plan to put both scenes into a single chapter. By the time I finished the first scene it was already too long. Robb Stark. He blithely opens his eyes to the sight of a running Sansa. She throws herself in his arms. Robb. Robb awkwardly taps her back. Sansa. He says. I heard your call. Sansa keeps holding on to him. Even in her dream the frailty of her body was apparent, as if her suffering touched her mind as well as her body. He tightens his hold at that realization. His own sweet sister, suffering through agonizing grief and guilt, let alone what those Lannister cunts attempted on her person. After a while, he begins hearing sobs. He awkwardly taps her back again. It's all going to be all right. He pulls her off, staring at her eyes. You're a strong girl, you'll endure, and one day, we'll all be together again. He tries, so very, very hard, to give her a smile, a cocky smirk, tears to share in her sadness, yet all he could do is stare listlessly. You'll be safe, he says. I swear. She looks up at him, all teary eyes and rosy cheeks, and his heart almost breaks. But then she steels her heart and wipes her tears with tattered gray sleeves, shaking her head to calm herself. I know. I know. I must be strong. She lifts her head suddenly. I forgot. Robb, I must tell you. King's Landing has no food and Tyrion Lannister is here and he's Hand of the King and he's trying to use mother to save Jaime Anne. She almost hyperventilates as she tries to explain. Most of it goes by too quickly for him to understand, but he gets the gist. He puts a hand on her shoulder. Calm down, and take a deep breath, he says. So you've managed it. You can warg into a creature. A deeper spiritual look made it clear to Robb, not only was there a strong force bond toward a small mind, but another one that seemed to enhance their own connection, was there, stronger than some Master Padawan connections even. It linked Sansa to a humongous presence within the Force, a network of Force-sensitive beings that seemed larger than life. The Weirwood Network. He realized. Sansa nods. I followed your instructions, she says. And they worked. And then she explained, slowly this time, about her experiences after their last meeting. Robb hums. Interesting, that. Ser Dantos, you said. He continues at her nod. Who'd you say he was going against in the duel? Ser. Lothier Brune. I think, he was one of Lord Baelish's outriders. It is very likely that Littlefinger orchestrated that situation. The name day of a king invites many nobles to court, all of whom spend extravagantly on bets and wagers. He says. But that doesn't matter, what matters is that you intervened in some way and created a relationship between you and that new fool. People like Baelish like to build on their schemes rather than create new ones, so be wary if you meet that knight again. Sansa scrunches her face with confusion. I saved his life, why would I have to be careful? She asks. People can be pushed to do things they find repulsive, it just takes more persuasion, men like that fool who can be tempted by drink and glory even more easily. I'd rather someone like the Hound, who cannot be swayed. He warns. The other information will be very useful. Have you managed to figure out how Tyrion is going to try to rescue his brother? She shakes her head. I make Gallant watch him whenever I can, but I didn't manage to glimpse anything. That's fine, he says. I'll have to warn Uncle Edmure about the situation. Now, how would you like to learn some more magic? Sansa nods, an excited face on her face. There's more. Well, not exactly, he answers. Right now you have established a permanent bond with Gallant. The issue with that type of bond is that it goes both ways. What do you mean? It means that you can be affected by Gallant just as much as he can affect you. The implications of that aren't necessary to voice right now. What you need to know is that nothing can happen to Gallant while you're warging into him, so you have to keep him close. It may have been too late to warn her of so, but to be honest, Robb hadn't expected her to get the gist of animal bond so easily. Perhaps it is due to the empty space left by Lady's connection or a new connection to the Weirwood network, but he'd probably wager on the strange affinity Starks have with those sorts of abilities. Her force sensitivity seemed average by a Jedi Knight's standard, which is still extremely rare in its own way. Even in the peak of the Old Republic's Jedi Order, and with half a galaxy to recruit from, the Jedi Order only numbered some 10,000 in total, including Padawans, Knights and Masters. It's like there's something in the water here. How can I gather information if he can't leave my side? Sansa asks worriedly. Although Robb thinks it has more to do with her desire to fly. That's what I'm teaching you today. Technically, warging isn't one single ability, but two. A force bond that creates a connection between you and an animal, and the other is how you access a creature's mind. He explains. The process renders your own body inert because, due to the bond, you're projecting your own consciousness into the recipient of the bond. What I'm teaching you is to basically separate the two abilities. You're only using the control part in this occasion. It only serves to give simple orders, but with a measure of skill you'll be able to constantly see and hear what animals do, within a certain range. Although that limitation may be non-existent if she uses the Weirwood network as conduit. Most importantly, you'll no longer be confined to a bed. She didn't really understand some of what he said, but once she realized the implications her eyes lit up with anticipation. Robb spent a good amount of time educating her on the details of animal control. Second often used the ability. The Outer Rim was chock full with dangerous wilderness filled with dangerous beasts with exotic abilities. Knowing how to pacify these creatures quickly and using their abilities strategically in several ways proved to be an essential ability at times. It was after a while that he decided to stop. Sansa showed great talent using her force abilities, and she had already technically practiced with it on her pigeon Gallant for some time, so he wasn't worried that she'd screw up in some way. "Let's stop for now," he says. Sansa pouts. "I wanted to stay more," she complains. "I only get to see you so often." "Not anymore, I'll be able to meet you roughly every night, provided nothing happens." Her face brightens. "Really?" Robb nods. "Yes." With a smile, Sansa simply lets herself go, slowly blending with the surroundings until she disappears. She wasn't awake, but simply fully asleep. Robb bends down, putting one knee to the milky white ground. In blistering speed, he sticks his right arm into the ground, sinking into it like a liquid. "Caught you." When he pulls his hand out, on his arm is a twitching, struggling pitch-black raven with 3 eyes. "You cower when it comes to my own mind, but you dare use my sister's dream to spy on me." There was a deep undertone to Robb's icy tone. Two can play that game. His eyes lock into the creature's third eye, and his vision zooms into it, until he found himself in another place. Chapter 22. Robb Stark. White roots was all he saw, some as large as mountains while others as thin as a babe's arm. Within their veins of red sap were stars that seemed as distant as the sky, each one with its own color and shape, as special as a snowflake. At the middle of it all was a clearing of obsidian stone, keeping the encroaching roots at bay with a singular ring of onyx fires. At the center of it, in return, was the crouching form of a bald, frail old man. His clammy skin was twisted with numerous scars, his body a thin, emaciated, wiry thing with spindly long limbs. He looked up at Robb with fearful eyes, despite his face being equally pitiable as the rest of his body. His pupils were a shining red that seemed to overshadow the many stars in the backdrop of this environment. Robb could feel a crushing pressure on his shoulders the moment he breached the old bastard's mindscape. It showed itself in countless whispers and murmurs trying to pry themselves into his brain. They spoke in ancient tongues, beguiling, provoking, guiding, insulting, and trying so very, very hard to subvert his own consciousness. But to no avail. As he envelopes his mind with the comforting blanket of the light side, all voices find themselves with no target, as if speaking to a wall. How? The man's voice was of a wispy nature, perfectly matching the frailty of his own body. Robb ignores the question. Much like most people, his form in the dream world matched perfectly with his real body, wearing his usual battle garb. He walks around the limited platform, the onyx flames proving to be lacking of heat as he walked mere inches away from it. "I thought you were this manipulative, powerful figure." He finally turns to the pitiful figure. "Turns out you're an amateur who bit way more than he can chew, barely holding on as the world crashes around you. No wonder your mind was undefended. Before the White Walkers, you must have only met others like you, unknowledgeable fools with no understanding." The man seems to crawl into himself, his face morphing into a deeper expression of fear and chagrin, but his lips make a thin line, refusing to even speak. It seems to Robb that Blue Draven was much too used to having his way, that he was unused to a position of weakness, so much so that when he had to decide on a point of action, he chose silence. It was something Second has seen too much in his life, and why he never focused much on the Force abilities of precognition and prophetic visions. He was more in favor of abilities like Force empathy and psychometry that allowed him to gather trustworthy information and deduce the enemy's next step. In fact, in high-level fights and battles against skilled Force sensitives, it becomes often a situation of, "I know that you know that I know that you know," etc., or in some cases you'd face people who can hide their presence from the Force, and therefore disallow you knowledge in your visions, or even worse, change it so that they'd be filled with misinformation, much like Darth Sidious would have done in his future. At one point it becomes too much of a hassle to navigate those traps, and one would rather simply gather information and make a conclusion based on that, like a normal person. Whoever taught you whatever ritual you've done to yourself is an idiot, or worse. He continues. Even I, with my limited knowledge of the Weirwood network, can feel the countless Force ghosts dwelling on them. It becomes then the most simplistic and obvious answer that when you concoct a ritual that merges you with a Gestalt consciousness of such strength, to put countermeasures in place. He would have scoffed, had he the capability to do so. The archaic man's lips tremble, and Robb could see a trace of anger and shock on his face. How? What? Who are you? Even when Blue Draven raises his voice, it still sounds fleeting. Bran Stark builds a wall 700 feet tall, purifies a dark force nexus and builds a fortress atop it, and you think he wouldn't put a failsafe into place in case the White Walkers return. All but the last fact was truth, but the croaky old man wouldn't know which was which. You have ruined everything. The visions, they make no mention of Dash. Ah, the visions. Robb interrupts. Let me guess, the Weirwoods do not see time as linear, and therefore you're able to see across space and time. Shock paints Bryndon's face. I thought so. What you're doing in truth is employing the collective strength of the Weirwood network to employ some basic force abilities. It's all strength and no finesse, like a giant child playing hide and seek in the forest. You could crush any normal man, but anyone with a brain can hide themselves from your sight. He says. Bloodraven's face blanches at the realization, if people could affect what he sees, then. And then the hammer falls. Robb says. Couldn't you have realized that sooner? Aren't there places you couldn't look into even had you tried? Ancient Valyria, the lands of always winter, the God's Eye, and more. I thought they were simply shielded against my visions. Blue Draven finally says a full sentence. It never occurred to me that my visions may be altered. Well, you didn't see me in your visions of the future, did you? That's simple enough proof. Robb refutes. You were so immersed in your own prophecies that you thought yourself with a timeless perspective, living so much in memories of the past and future revelations that you thought them to be your present, and therefore, couldn't distinguish between the two. Well, sorry to break it to you, but you're as much in the present as any of us. Robb ridicules. 50 years. 50 years as the so-called three-eyed raven, and it was all for naught. Robb realizes he may have gone too far when he saw the man's form change in plain vision, the obsidian circle visibly diminishing in size as despair creeped on the sorcerer's eyes, gradually losing their shine. He swiftly steps to the frail man before him, gently lifting him by the shoulders. Robb closes his eyes, focusing on enveloping him into his veil of Force stealth. In a single moment, the man's mindscape changes almost instantly, the crawling roots parting before their small clearing, as if they couldn't see it at all. The voices. Blue Draven breathes. They're gone. You freed me from the curse. Don't let your hopes up, this is simply a temporary measure. Robb says. The moment I let go of my hold over you, they'll come back as strong as ever. Bryndon frowns. If you are truly who you say you are. If you're Bran the Builder's weapon against the White Walkers, then that means we're allies. He says. Not so quickly, Blue Draven. Robb answers. This isn't the Red Keep, where you attempt to beguile and politic your way into favors. If we are to be allies, then we need to be of one mind. He explains. The fate of humanity is at stake, we can't afford to be divided, or to attempt any funny business. Only once we decide on our next actions, shall I teach you how to keep the voices at bay. The frail form of Blue Draven keeps silent, standing with a longing gaze toward the branching weirwood roots, watching as they parted before him, finally free of their touch. A few long minutes later, Bryndon Rivers turns toward Robb with a resigned expression. I will not be a servant, but I believe we can work together. Robb nods. Good. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk. They spent the next few hours simply sharing information. Robb mostly spoke about his knowledge of the Force and its abilities, while Bryndon informed him of the state of the world north of the Wall. Most of the important information Robb had already knew or guessed, but Bryndon had a greater insight on the details. Bryndon's abilities turned out to be weakened, as the same magic imbued into the wall that kept the other's influence at bay affected his too, meaning that he saw much less than Robb thought, much less. The only way he can affect that side of the wall is through the minds of powerful Force sensitives who can bridge the gap. It's why he tried to spy on him using Sansa. Whilst I wage the war to the south, I'm going to need you to put the north to order. Robb says. When the wildlings gather in force, I plan to be here in order to negotiate their passage. To do so, I'm going to need your help. In what way? Brynden asks. I'll need the remaining children of the forest and the giants by my side. That legitimacy will go a long way into giving me leverage on the negotiations. Blue Draven frowns. The children will follow my lead, but the giants are another thing entirely. Even the few hundred who joined Mance are doing it out of existential fear. There are as many as have scattered around the Then and the Frostfangs, willing to die at the hand of the others. Robb would have frowned if he could. Can you gather them all and arrange a meeting? I'll see if I can convince them. Giants are a game changer. Give him a couple and put them in armor and a bow, and he'd have highly mobile artillery units who can crash through a gate. With the help of the children, maybe. Then do so, then I'm going to need you to coalesce the scattered tribes of the wildlings in factions. He says. Blue Draven frowns. They're already gathered under Mance Raider's banner. What good would that do? I cannot, and will not, offer passage to all the wildlings beyond the wall. Robb explains. Those who wish to pass and kneel shall be allowed to, those that wish to pass and fight, shall be sent to other lands where their presence won't bother the rest. Of those who stay, some will want to trade and coexist, which we will offer supplies and protection in exchange for trade, and others will want to stay and fight, whom we'll arm and prepare against the others. He says. I have already planned for the Manderley fleet to sail to Eastwatch by the sea, in order to accommodate them. And I will need to accord faces to different factions of the wildling. I'd rather negotiate with 4 people rather than 10s, or else we won't be able to come to a simple agreement. A thoughtful look crosses Brynden's face. That may be feasible. He says. Some deaths and dreams here and there should suffice. Robb nods, starting to feel wakefulness slowly start to pull him away. Then, I don't have long, so I'll attempt to teach you how to hide from the so-called voices. Robb proceeds to give the aging man a rudimentary lesson in Force stealth. He thinks that he'll have an easy time learning it, being able to at least blunt the force of the whispers at first. And sure enough, after a short time, Robb finally lifts his veil off the old sorcerer's mind. The old man sat cross-legged to the floor, his eyebrows scrunched in concentration. And so, when the writhing roots finally take notice, they move much slower, with many of them still ignorant of Bloodraven's presence. The pitch-black fires suddenly heighten in size, pushing even further outward as Blue Draven renews his will. The small clearing of obsidian increasing in size. When Brynden opens his eyes, his skin healthier and less bones showing off his ribcage, he nods gratefully toward Robb. Thank you, I will make sure to pay you back. He says. Robb nods. You can do so by leaving my brother alone. He says. I will not have him subject to the same ritual that rendered your life so miserable. Blue Draven winces, but he steels his resolve and nods. I shall heed your request. Good. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk. Robb slowly wakes up at the sound of a maid's knock. My lord. A voice echoes through the door. Time to break your fast. He stands up, looking out the window at the rising sky. Even in sleep I cannot rest. He thinks. Comment. 25 comment. Vote. Chapter 23, Chapter 23. 5 chapters further in all my stories here. Patreon.com/Nivelheima. Chapter 23. Catelyn Stark. My lords. Her brother stood at the high table, toasting the feasting men and women. It brings honor to me that you'd feast at my hall in unison. Our start was rough, and we may have suffered some defeats, but with the help of our northern friends, we hit back 10 times harder. Who? Cheers followed his words. We made the Lannisters bleed, we crippled their army and liberated our lands from their terrible yoke. Now they're fleeing with their tail between their legs. We gutted them in the Battle of the Crossings. Their mad dog dead at the Mountain Slayer's hand. Greatjon. Mountain Slayer. Stark. My nephew crushed a great host in the Battle of Oxcross, and after taking a stroll through the Westerlands, he marches here with a conquered golden tooth at his back. Proving once again that the Lannisters are nothing but toothless cats scrambling for strength. Stark. 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 So feast. Raise your cups and sup cheer to the gods, old and new, for this is but the beginning, and before long, we shall have Tywin Lannister and his brood scraping before us. Feast now. For victory. Victory. She raised her own cup in solidarity, giving a forced smile as the men cheered to her brother's speech. She could sight the great Jin at the center of the northern party, his left arm missing a hand and his laugh echoing through the room as he regaled a couple of men about what became to be known as the Battle of the Stone Mill, whereupon he killed the mountain in single combat. The late Quiet Wolf gave the order to punish that beast. He finishes his retelling. That brat Dondarrion and his so-called brotherhood may not have been able to bring that dog to heel, but we northerners, we finished the fucking job. To the Honorable Eddard Stark. I. His companions toast her late husband with great cheer, yet all she could feel is grief. I counseled him. She thought. I told him that he must go to King's Landing, to accept Robert's offer. Tears begin to pool in her eyes. He wanted to stay home, in Winterfell. She stares at her reflection, the red color of the wine seemed like blood she indirectly spilled with her decisions. I killed my husband, it was me. A calloused hand finds itself on her shoulder. Why don't you move somewhere else? Her uncle says. Your brooding is bringing down the mood. She startles for a second, before she roams her gaze across the hall. Most were too deep into festivities, but she noticed some stray gazes toward her from some people. Let's go, Cat. Brynden leads her to a balcony. It shadowed the Tumblestone, one of the rivers that intersected around the castle, and was a beautiful crystal blue that made one want to take a dip. Her mind wandered at its sight. She remembered fonder days, when she used to play with Lisa and Peter at its shores, pushing each other into its waters until her mother would come rushing to bring them to their lessons. I saw Hoster. Brynden breaks her out of her reverie. He seemed frail, but he was proud, of Edmure, and Robb too. Then you must have seen him at a good time. Caitlin smiles bitterly. He can only be lucid for so long before his mind drifts away, and those moments have grown to be increasingly scarce as time goes on. Maester Vyman says, he says that he doesn't have much time left. Brynden comes closer, giving her a sideways hug. Death comes for all of us, Cat. He says. Hoster already has the privilege of living longer than most. In fact, I distinctly recall you being a foot shorter and 10 times more mischievous. He laughs. Remember when you convinced Edmure to climb a tree? The boy was so terrified I had to go up to bring him down myself. The comment forces a genuine laugh out of her. Peter had convinced Lisa to do the same. You just had to come and ruin the fun. Brynden laughs. I'm an adult, our job description is to ruin our children's fun. Caitlin's smile thins at the mention of children. Indeed. She says. Sometimes less successfully than others. The Blackfish stares at Caitlin's back, his expression painted with pity. They'll be safe, Cat. He reassures. With Jaime Lannister captive, they won't dare touch a hair on your daughter's hair. Plus, I'm hearing rumors that the Lannisters don't even hold Arya. She suspected as much. Back at the twins a letter was sent with Sansa's handwriting, yet none from Arya. Her mind wandered, her sweet, innocent Sansa, betrothed to a monster in a man's guise, with no friends nor allies to look to. And Arya, her rebellious, opinionated daughter, where could she be, even? The lands from here to King's Landing are chock-full with bandits and murderers, who knows what fate might have befallen her. Tears start streaming out again, the pain of a child's loss hitting deeper than the most grievous of wounds. My children, I want my children back. She looks to Brynden with a wet face. Can't we trade them back? We have the Kingslayer, Tywin Lannister's flesh and blood, do we not? Can't I get my children back? Her uncle gives her an apologetic expression. I'm afraid it doesn't work like that, Cat. He says. It's complicated. Then make it less so. She exclaims. Explain to me why exactly can we not simply end this matter with a single trade, why I have to go longer without my children home safe. Brynden sighs. A trade goes in our favor, and we would be amenable to one, but the Lannisters will refuse. He says. The Rivellins and the North are in full-blown rebellion against the Iron Throne, Cat. The Lannisters have no intention to stop the war. They won't stop until Robb and Edmure and all of our families are dead or at the wall. Even bowing down to them won't be sufficient for them to stop. They want to punish us, not only that, but they want control over our respective kingdoms. He explains. It's a question of considering the aftermath of the war. Were they to win, they'll be able to pacify the Rivellins fairly quickly by elevating another house as Lord Paramounts, but the North is a different matter. He puts his hand over her shoulders, staring her in the eyes to put more weight on his statement. Only a Stark can rule the North, Cat. They did so for thousands of years, and the Northern Lords will only accept someone with their blood to rule over them. The only way to control the North is to have a Stark. Sansa? Catelyn questions. Brynden nods. Indeed, not only that, but Jaime Lannister is Tywin's firstborn, and the Old Lion is known for his disdain for his other son, the Imp. It is common knowledge that he considers him to be his heir, and it would be easy, with his grandson on the throne, to revoke his position in the Kingsguard and make him his heir once again. He says. Your daughters or daughter are not. After Robb there is Bran and then Rickon, who are both alive and well. From their perspective, they need to hold at least one Stark at all costs, and they can use the excuse of their gender to justify their refusal to trade. He says. The Old Lion will want his son back, but he won't pay with a Stark. Catelyn understands, yet she doesn't want to believe. Before they could continue, Edmure barges in. Uncle. He looks at Cat and nods jovially, before turning back toward Brynden. I have men asking about the Ninepenny Wars and no stories to entertain them with. Come, come. Edmure swiftly pulls his uncle away, who reluctantly lets himself go as he gives an apologetic nod toward Cat. She then is left alone to her thoughts. A dangerous time to do so. She thought. Her uncle's words were reasonable, and she completely understood the logic behind it. If they wish to switch hostages, and the Lannisters refuse, then there is nothing they could do. She lets the sound of the flowing river wash over her thoughts, thinking right now would only bring sadness to her heart. Excuse me, my lady. She hears from behind her. She turns to attach a face to the voice. It was a relatively short man, his frame was large, yet didn't seem fat. He had a large mane of dirty brown hair and blue eyes, his face was comely yet only barely so. She recognized the man, he was one Lionel Frey, second son of Aemon Frey and Jenna Lannister. He was known to be charismatic and quick to smile, unlike his disliked brothers, his reputation was somewhat clean, at least as clean as a phrase might be. Both he, his brothers, and father, fought with the Lannisters against them on the Battle of the Camps. Their father was kept prisoner, as he had a position of command in the battle, yet his sons were allowed relatively free rein, claiming that they were forced to fight under duress. Her face turned sour and cautious, she didn't like him nor his brothers, any who would call the Lannisters' family deserved to be buried 6 feet deep for all she cared. He clearly notices her temperament, letting out awkward chuckles. I understand why you would come to hate me, my lady. He says. And I know that you'd sooner slit my throat than hear my words, but I shall deign to speak nonetheless. A lady does not bloody her hand. Catelyn rebukes. I'd have my uncle or my brother do it, instead. Or maybe I'd call the Greatjon to do it for me. I hear he has developed a fearsome reputation as of late, I can't imagine his methods being anything less than gruesome. Her voice is clipped and filled with hate. She feels vindication once his smile freezes and brows twitch from fear. She might be polite enough to hear his words, but that doesn't mean she can't have words of her own. Lionel takes a deep calming breath, forcing himself to smile self-pityingly. I believe I do deserve that. I heard as much, after all. He says. Bollocks, they said, when I claimed to be forced to fight against your son. When I surrendered my sword at his feet, the Greatjon himself made to crush my head before Lord Stark stayed his hand. But I must tell you, my lady, that I hold no love for the Lannisters either. Catelyn scoffs. Yes, you simply spend their gold, use their name, and grow fat on their well wishes. She ridicules. I do. But I do so out of vindication, I take advantage of the privilege brought to me because it is the only way I know to fight back. He explains. Some 40 years whence, when my grandsire announced my mother's betrothal to my father to Tytos Lannister's face, T was the Old Lion who objected to the act. Many years later, when he became Lord and I was born, how do you think I was treated? How do you think the Lannisters treated the target of Tywin Lannister's ire? I assure you, my lady, it was not pretty. He shakes his head. But that is another matter entirely. He says. I came to speak, because I couldn't help but hear your conversation with the Blackfish. She crosses her arms. What of it? He is right. Lionel says. The Lannisters would be entirely unwilling to trade any of your children for Jaime, not only for the reasons cited, but also because I know enough of Tywin Lannister's pride, and a Stark for a Lannister would be something it would chafe at. But there may be a way. Catelyn stills. She knows this can be a trap. This man is half Lannister, someone who would benefit entirely from freeing the Kingslayer, but the prospect of freeing her daughters was too enticing. Jaime Lannister must confess, Lionel says. He needs to write a letter confessing to his misdeeds, that Joffrey, Tommen and Myrcella are his progeny, and that they are bastards born out of incest, and not the heirs to the Iron Throne. He explains. If that happens, then the Lannisters must unequivocally deny those claims, and the only way they could do that is by asserting that the confession was forcibly extracted, that those claims are false. However, their words alone won't suffice, they'll need the Kingslayer to confirm that. Which would make them more amenable to a trade. She didn't want to admit it, but he had a point. If Jaime confesses, then the Lannisters will have greater issues than holding on to their hostages. The lords of the realm would be appalled at the news, and many would join Stannis or their side simply out of spite. She suddenly walks away from the balcony, mentioning to her guards to escort her outside the feast. Take me to the Kingslayer. Her guards share a look, before simply shrugging and escorting her out. He has to confess. That is all she thinks on the way to the prisoners' quarters. When she finally reaches the room where Jaime is held, she ignores the vigilant guards and roughly opens the door. She ignores her complaints, surprising the prisoner as he was laying on his bed. Why did you push my son out of the tower? She asks. This wasn't the first time she talked with the Kingslayer. When he first became a prisoner, she had a conversation with him, upon which he confessed to pushing Bran and crippling him, but not the reason behind it. She knew it was because he caught him while he was fornicating with his own sister, but if there was no proof. She walks roughly up to him, grabbing him by the scruff of his neck and pushing her weight on him such that he fell back to his bed. The guards behind her scramble to separate them, but she holds on tight. You will confess, and you will confess now. She screams, her face filled with hate, anger, and determination. Confess to what? The Kingslayer replies, as if he didn't know what she was talking about. That my son caught you fucking your own sister. That Joffrey and his siblings are products of incest. She says. You will come clean, or I swear to the gods that I will slit off your throat. Jaime Lannister simply laughs sardonically. I have no idea what you speak of. He says. Those accusations are false, and my nephews and niece are the sons of Robert Baratheon, first of his name. His smirk brings nothing but anger to her. She growls at his face before standing back, her face quickly turning worryingly calm. The way I see it. She says. The only obstacle between me and my daughters is you. She swiftly turns toward one of the guards holding her back. She quickly grabs the hilt of a dagger sheathed on his chest and pulls it off. Before anyone could react, the Kingslayer being shackled by a couple of other men in case he may try anything, she had already stabbed the Lannister on the shoulder. The man screams, his voice echoing beyond the chamber, but Catelyn simply twists the knife in. Confess. Joffrey is a bastard born of incest. Say it. She screams. The guards hesitate. They were told to keep the prisoner alive and not letting him escape. Nothing was said about stopping the Lady Stark from making him suffer. You pushed my son off that tower because he saw you do it. Say it. She puts another hand over the dagger, pushing even more weight on it. Jaime screams even further. I have no idea what you're speaking of, woman. She growls once again, and violently pulls the knife off, eliciting another scream. Then you are of no use to me. She moves her hand to stab him in the face, hopefully in the eye, but her hand is grabbed suddenly by one of the guards, who finally made a choice to put a stop to her actions. Milady. You cannot kill the prisoner. The others grab her and pull her off, while one of them runs off to call a maester for the Kingslayer's wound. You will confess. You hear me? She screams even while dragged off. I will make you acknowledge your crimes even if it is the last thing I do. You hear me? Even while they closed the door before her, she slammed her fists on it and screamed at Jaime to come clean. It took her uncle being called to calm her down for her to stop. Even so, she vowed to come back whenever she can to try, for her family, for her daughters. Catelyn Stark would do the unthinkable. A.N. So, Lady Stonyheart makes a slight appearance. Heh. I'm writing this note because I wanted to talk about this chapter, specifically, some differences between canon and this fiction that may explain some things. In canon, the situation about the hostages are different from the Robb's position. The Lannisters are still unwilling to make a trade due to the same reasons, but Robb couldn't propose one either because Jaime killed the Karstark heirs and a lot of his vassals were demanding his head. Robb was in a precarious position. He didn't know that the Lannisters lost Arya, his lords wanted to kill his prisoner, Catelyn wanted to trade, and he'd already lost a shit ton of clout because he let Theon go and broke his marriage contract with the Freys. This time, it's different. Robb put Jaime out before he could kill anyone of importance. He wasn't betrothed to anyone and didn't marry anyone, and not only did he prepare for the Ironborn, but Theon convinced his father to not attack the north. It creates a situation where trading Jaime is the best decision. You get your single weak point, you continue the war without fearing for your family's life, and your vassals don't care. But again, the Lannisters don't want to. This shifts Catelyn's perspective, and it's the reason for this note specifically. In the book/show, Catelyn starts to resent Robb because he was unwilling to trade, and when news of Bran and Rickon's supposed death reaches her, she finally accepts Baelish's offer to make a trade and secretly lets Jaime go. But now, she's smart enough to understand that Robb wants to trade, but the Lannisters refuse, so she can't be tricked if someone secretly comes to her and says, "Hey, let Jaime go and we'll make a trade," because she'll know it's bullshit. In the books, when Robb sends Cleos Frey, Jenna's first son, as an envoy to declare his terms, Tyrion hatches a plan, that fails, to send some men to try and free his brother back with Cleos, but the men are caught and Jaime is moved from noble prisoner quarters to a cage. In here, Robb only writes a letter to the Lannisters letting them know that he knows Arya's free, and warning them not to touch Sansa, so Tyrion's plan is going to be different. That means that I get to come up with a clever scheme myself, that may or may not work better than the books, and has some exciting consequences. That's it. Thanks for reading, and I hope you enjoy. Sansa Stark. She was walking in the godswood of the castle, practicing her new abilities. Robb wasn't wrong, she took very easily to subverting other beasts. At first, she tried other pigeons, like Gallant, which worked swiftly. Yet, she faced several limitations. She had to concentrate constantly on her target, she couldn't control them beyond a certain distance, and only simple commands could be given. She had kept dream correspondence with her brother, who has since taught her methods to constantly meditate, to push any undesired emotions into the nothingness, and most importantly, to share senses with her controlled beasts. Progress was very slow with the former, yet the latter was fortunately easier. She closes her eyes, and with a single mental leap her perspective shifts. After pigeons, she had debated on what other animal to breach into. A conversation with her brother showed her the way. He counseled her that if she wished to spy, then the more unnoticed the better, but to also make sure that they share some physical characteristics with humans. Warging into insects, he said, is unwise, because they do not perceive the world the same way we do, and so it is bound to be an exercise in futility. She settled on rats and mice. They are creatures that roam the castle frequently, and are capable of hiding beneath someone's notice quite well. They roam into the crooks and crannies of the Red Keep, and most importantly, their minds are oh so easy to be toppled. Colors were the greatest thing. That is something she only realized after watching them through Gallant's eyes. For pigeons, colors are more vivid, almost alive things. When seeing with his eyes she could see the unrealized beauty, the different shades of the sky, sea, and land that her human eyes can't perceive. Rats are another thing. Their vision is mostly similar to hers, except they cannot see red or hot colors in general, and their sight is very blurry. They only see in black and white, with some few green and blue shades distinguishing themselves. But what rats lack in vision, they make up with hearing. I am glad your new friend was able to accompany you to the capital. Friends are such an important part of life. She hears the voice of Varys echo. Unfortunate that your father didn't want her to come, but rest easy, my lord. I am very good at keeping secrets for my good friends. One thing that made her favor rats over pigeons is their instincts. With this lesser ability, she can only give limited orders to her animals. One that she made use of constantly is to simply follow. But when she asked a pigeon to follow one Marin Trant, the bird was too obvious, and ended up nipping several strands of hairs off his head, only to have its neck snapped off. Mice are sneaky creatures by nature. When she orders one to follow someone like Tyrion Lannister, they do so while hiding from sight, and making sure they are unheard. It is why she settled for only accessing hearing at the moment. It allowed her to stroll through the godswood unfettered without harboring suspicion. Vision tends to have a greater burden, and so she usually has to sit and close her eyes for that. It also meant that she couldn't see who was present, only hear. Your discretion is legendary when your friends are concerned. She hears Tyrion speak. His voice was clipped and cautious, lacking the usual cheer and wit he's known for. She hears a creak, maybe of a man standing. How unspeakable of me to go on and on when all you want to do is rest. Varys says. I'll leave you. She hears the voice of a chaste kiss, like one would give a woman's hand out of respect. Welcome to King's Landing, my dear. The city is made brighter by your presence. Varys continues. We have a council meeting, my lord. It's clear to her that Varys is speaking to two people, not one. Tyrion, and someone else that she doesn't know. A thin slap of hand on wood makes it her rat's ears. I don't like threats. Tyrion seemingly whispers. Who threatened you? Varys answers. I'm not Eddard Stark, I understand the way this game is played. Lord Stark was a man of honor. And I am not. Tyrion rebukes. Threaten me again and I'll have you thrown into the sea. You might be disappointed in the results. Varys says, his voice as calm as ever, yet carrying a previously unknown edge. Storms come and go, the big fish eat the little fish, and I keep on paddling. She hears the door open. Come, my lord. Varys finishes. We shouldn't keep the king waiting. A frown paints her features. Sansa has only caught the end of that conversation, it seems. And there is definitely someone else in that room, someone important to the imp, who'd defy his father's orders and threaten the spider over. But it seems that her time in immersion is over, as Gallant gently lands on her shoulder and pobs his head on hers the moment she orders the rat to change his target to whoever remained in the room. Since she learned to keep Gallant safe and close, her precious pigeon began developing a deeper bond with her. He would fly in circles above her when free, and would warn her of approaching people when in mid-trance, without prompting at all. He became smarter as time went on, and would follow her orders before she even says them. That is a strange pigeon. Ser Dantos. The chubby man smiles tenderly, looking at her with eyes filled with gratitude. His previous armor was replaced with the motley clothing of a jester, yet unlike Moon Boy, the other court fool who made it seem ungainly and queer, Ser Dantos sported it with an air of pity, as if the comical outfit was a prisoner's garb. That is my name. Once sober, Sansa realizes he had a more tranquil air to him. How about a stroll? Sansa nods, if only to indulge him. Asterisk. Why do they call you the Red? Sansa asks. Dantos smiles. It is due to my family sigil, a berry red and pink, 3 golden crowns on a blue chief. When I was a squire, I removed the blue chief from my personal coat of arms, so they called me the Red, as in the Hollard with the red sigil. He says. It is nothing so flamboyant, my lady. I hadn't any deeds to my name. Sansa ignores the pitying remarks. You were a knight. Under whom did you squire? She asks, trying to push the conversation toward something less depressing. This time, the newly christened fool loses his smile entirely. Oh, did I overstep? Sansa preemptively remarks. I am sorry, there is no need if you do not wish to answer. No. No, someone would have told you, had you asked. He says. It is not a secret, after all. Sansa simply stays silent, so Dantos simply continues. The Hollards, my house, is a knightly one that comes from an ancient bloodline of chivalrous warriors and stalwart bodyguards. During the Age of Heroes, we were the bannermen and closest allies of House Darklyn. In these ancient times we had 3 daughters wedded to Darklyn kings. He begins his tale. We stayed so for thousands of years, surviving both the Undul invasions and the conquest, and hundreds of wars and battles beside, supporting House Darklyn and aiding them during countless tribulations. Yet, all of that would change at the defiance of Duskendale. That was when Lord Darklyn invited the Mad King into his city, and held him captive, is it not? Dantos nods. Lord Dennis Darklyn desired to win a city charter for Duskendale, which would give him more autonomy from the crown, and so he made his proposal to the crown. Lord Tywin refused his proposal, but Dennis would not give up so easily. He explains. He then had the bright idea to withhold and instead invited the king to Duskendale to hear his petition for a new charter. They say Aerys had intended to decline the invitation, yet changed his mind when Lord Tywin advised him to refuse in the strongest possible terms. Ares then decided to demonstrate his ability to handle the situation without his hand's involvement, and promptly accepted the invitation. He traveled with a small force led by Ser Gawain, god of the King's Guard, assured of his safety from his vassals. His voice turns whimsical at the mention of the knight. When he arrived, Lord Dennis ordered the capture of the king and the death of his retinue. Ser Gawain was slain in single combat at the hand of my uncle Ser Simon Hollard. He was my idol, I squired under him, he served as men-at-arms for Duskendale, and he hoped to make me so after he retired. Tears begin to pool on his eyes, yet they do not flow downward. When Baristan Selmy rescued Ares in his daring attempt, the Mad King ordered the death of every single Darkling, and in consequence, every single Hollard in return. It was only by the Bolt's request and the once king's gratitude to the knight that I was left alive. I was but a boy then, a boy that watched his whole family getting butchered for being true to their oaths. A boy that grew to be a prisoner in the Red Keep, much like you, I suppose. I see. Sansa comments. That must have been traumatizing. Bad memories are a dime a dozen here, my lady. He responds. Men like me with poor lives are not uncommon in the capital, it is simply the fact that some are more important than others. He gently holds her hand. She could notice clearly that his attempt wasn't one of seduction, which frankly made her inwardly sigh in relief, but one that attempted and failed to seem familiar, like a parent's or an uncle's. More comforting than romantic. I tell you this, my lady. He softly says. To let you know that there are kindred spirits, people who feel the same as you do, even if at a lesser extent. He finishes. In fact. He hesitates, as if debating inwardly to come to a decision, before he mentioned for her to lean in. There is a plan, in the works. He whispers softly in her ears. A friend of mine will hire a ship, in the close future, that same ship will take you back to Winterfell. She lets the words flow into her, and before she even reacts, she found that she'd already retreated into her meditative exercises, making sure to hide her astonishment, and most importantly, hope from her features. She settles into an expression of skepticism, however. What do you get out of this? She asks. I have spent enough time here to know about how things work. You saved my life, my lady. That is enough reason for me. He pleads. But I understand, if you cannot trust in my sense of honor, then you can certainly believe in my greed. In King's Landing, I am but a fool. Every day, the king torments me, tortures me emotionally and physically, and every day since I can feel my demise come closer, it is only a matter of time before his grace is bored of me, and when he is bored. The implications of his words were left unsaid, but seeing her expression unchanging, he sighs and takes a step back. Please, simply wait for me, as Jonquil did Florian the Fool. He says. I bid you farewell, until then, my lady. Sansa simply curtsies and walks away from the men, sighing inwardly at his antics. Somehow, he seemed to believe she was the same bright-eyed girl that first walked into this keep, but her brother warned that he may make an appearance. A friend that will hire a ship, he says. She thinks. Ships are expensive, not many lords would be able to do so, and even less would have an incentive to do so for her. Robb is right, Baelish must have approached the men, the question is why. On her way back to her quarters, she meets more trouble, however. Sitting under one of the many godswood's trees, Sandor Clegane chugs deeply out of a Letherskin jug. Once she sights him, she buries her annoyance deep and curtsies once again. Sir. She greets. Sandor snorts. I'm no Sir, little bird. His voice is slanted from drinking. He slowly stands up, swaying unto himself as he stepped up to her. She fearfully sights his intimidating height and hideous face, but hard practice allows her to swiftly hide any disgust from her expression. Sandor scared her. At first, the hound had a rough reputation, and when he murdered the butcher boy, she felt like he was a monster, pushing all the resentment she should have felt toward Joffrey onto him, even if he was but following orders. However, learning about the story behind his scars, and the fact that he was the only person who protected her from Joffrey's cruelty before her brother scared him straight, changed her mind. He might be brutal and blunt, but he treated her better than all the other people here. Unlike that fool Dantos, she actually had proof of his kindness. Ser is an expression of respect. Sansa says. In the north, most men are not knights, and have sworn no oaths, yet we call them Ser nonetheless. She explains. I meant no offense. The hound's intact face morphs in surprise. Color me impressed. He says. The stupid little bird that believed in the stories of true knights and fair maids, singing the songs that they taught her mindlessly, is no more. This shithole might have finally taught you something. He scoffs. But too late. He says. The fact that you've grown only makes the cage seem smaller, so you still have some singing to do. I'd gladly sing for you. Sir. She responds, not helping but putting some heat in her voice. His eyes widen, before letting out a loud guffaw that swept a smell of wine to her nose. Ha! That wolfen spine shows itself at last. You Starks are a queer people indeed. He roughly grabs her shoulder, she shudders, dark memories of similar scenes playing on her mind's eye. But with a shuddering breath she sends those emotions to the nothingness, letting them flow away from her form. Sandor notices her flinch, so his hold turns noticeably lighter, proving to her once again that at his core, the hound was a good man. I'd better escort you, we don't want one of the boys sycophant trying anything stupid. Sansa lets out a shaky nod. She agrees, she had enough action for a day. The walk back to her quarters is a tense affair, not due to any resentment by her part, but she simply has nothing to say to a man like the hound, and the man similarly has none to speak of to a lady of her age. Once she reaches the door, she turns around toward the scarred man. Thank you for accompanying me. Sir. She decides to use the word as her nickname for the man, hoping that he won't resent her some measure of fun. The man snorts once again. Right. He smiles slightly. Good day then, little bird. She curtsies and turns around. Once she opens the door, she finds an unfamiliar woman in her chambers. Greetings, my lady. The sensual-looking woman bows. My name is Shay, your new handmaiden. On the corner of her eye she sights a familiar mice, a scar by its brow denotes it as the rat she sent earlier on the day to follow and spy Tyrion Lannister. Her last order to it was to follow whoever stayed at that room, and so the last thing she thought was for her to end up at her doors. I cannot have a moment to myself, can I? She inwardly complains. Good to meet you, Shay, was it? But she steels herself and puts on an increasingly familiar mask. I can't wait to leave this hellhole. Chapter 25. Kevan Lannister. We need to set a new steward for the Wailing Tower. The designated castellan for the castle says. It is moments like these that Kevan starts to resent his position as the younger brother. While Tywin is left to stew and rage in the privacy of his quarters, he had the abject honor of taking care of the miscellaneous matters. He pinches the bridge of his brows, feeling the blood pooling and giving him a headache. What happened to the previous one? Whis was mauled by his spotted dog. He answers. It is sad, the men had raised that dog since he was pup, I had to have it shot down by a crossbow, the poor thing had gone mad. A.N. This is to show where Arya is, canon-wise. Whis was the second name she gave Jaqen H'ghar in the books. Kevan waves his hand, offhandedly dismissing his words. Take someone from Lady Went's previous retinue and put them in charge. He says. I have a hunch that we shall shortly have no need for the castle. The man nods, bowing slightly before leaving to his duties. Kevan sighs, groaning as he stood up from his chair. His age was catching up to him, it seems. He was no longer the virile young man, capable of constantly waging wars and chasing after his enemies. He then made his way toward one of the chambers. It was a secluded one, next to Tywin's chambers, and is currently repurposed as a makeshift council chamber. Once Kevan marched inside, he only found his brother at the head of the table, the stamp of their house at his hands, with him glaring at it as if it wronged him. All miscellaneous matters have been handled. He takes a seat at his right. Should I call the others? To handle next steps. Tywin sneers. No need, my vassals are so afraid they cannot wring their pathetic brains to make up a single useful ideas. He says. Fools, the lot of them. Afraid of who? Kevan muses. I'd wager more his anger than their enemies. Then, what are our next steps? Kevan asks. The Riverlanders should be occupied with liberating their castles and taking back their lands, the Northmen should follow, as they do not have the numbers to assail us. He begins. With the golden tooth in their hands. Tywin's face heats up at the loss of such a crucial castle. And the Ironborn threat, we cannot raise another host in the Westerlands, leaving us with the Crownlands alone. Their situation was dire, Kevin knew. Not only can they not rely on the Westerlands, but their attempts at crossing the Red Fork wrought large casualty, all culminating at the Battle of the Stone Mill, where not only did their greatest enforcer, the Mountain, fall in single combat of all things, but almost half and their most skilled knight were either killed or captured. Only 3,000 footmen and an equal amount of cavalry are left of their host. The Riverlanders and the Northmen are almost intact, however, with a total of 25,000 infantry and 8,000 cavalry, outnumbering them by more than 5. Some 20,000 total could be raised from the Crownlands, cavalry included, but those will be untrained levies and mediocre knights largely inexperienced in the matters of war. That is without speaking of the 20,000 that could still be raised by the North, and the Vale, who are more likely than not to eventually side with the Tullis. He could see those same ideas cross Tywin's mind, as he holds the Lannister stamp so tight it might break. House Lannister is currently at its weakest since our father's time. Tywin grumbles, slamming a fist on the table. And it is all because of my reckless, incompetent, disappointing children. Kevin could see where he's coming from. First, Tyrion lets himself be captured by Ned Stark's wife. Second, his daughter couldn't stop her own child from murdering said Stark, losing another one. And finally, Jaime lets himself get captured, taking away any leverage they could get from their own hostages. Of course, Kevin believes that in some of these things his progeny had no choice, but Tywin was often unrealistically high expectations for his close family. It mellowed up as he aged, but way back when he first became head of house he was overbearing toward them, his brothers, alienating all but Kevin away. It all changed when Tyjit died of a pox and Jerian disappeared in his ill-thought voyage. Tywin felt guilty, Kevin knew, so he began ever so lightly easing up on the expectations. It seems the recent setbacks have brought his worst qualities up to the surface. Kevin thinks. I need to make sure this doesn't blind him. Tyrion seems to be doing a formidable job as acting hand of the king. He says. When news of Renly reached the capital, didn't he send Baelish to Bitterbridge to negotiate a betrothal between Joffrey and the Tyrell girl? The Reach by itself can field at least 60,000 men, more than enough to offset our losses. Tywin scoffs. That beast has nothing but a base cunning to him. He says. But you're right, the Tyrells have always wished for a royal marriage. Without it, they cannot cement their positions as Lord Paramounts in any meaningful way, no matter how many marriage alliances they make. He explains. But with how severely weakened our position is, the Tyrells will demand great concessions. Kevin nods with a grave expression. They'll not only hold their army hostage, but their food too. Without grain from the Reach we have no other way to feed our army. He says. Tywin sighs. No matter, that is something to think of later. He says. Stannis, with his ships and new Stormlanders, will surely attempt to storm the capital. That must not be allowed. He states, finally standing up from his seat. We shall make for the Reach as soon as possible, have the Maester send a raven promptly. Our armies are to join by the Tumbleton River, upon which we shall relieve King's Landing. Kevin nods. What about Harrenhal? He asks. Tywin's gaze reminded him of the day he brought rain to Castamere. Kill everyone that is not with us, men, women, children, I do not care for it. Raise the castle and Harrington, too. He asserts. The Lannister name has been tarnished enough, it is time to remind the sheep of their place. What about Lady Went and her retinue? She is of high birth, and has surrendered the castle without a fight. He asks. Tywin gives him that look. Kevin simply nods, steeling his mind to be ready for the atrocities he is about to cause. ****. Arya Stark. Harrenhal's Godswood occupies a humongous space, some 20 acres in total. It is an eerie and foreboding forest, filled with gnarled ancient trees of different varieties, from birches, oaks, pines, and sentinels, and of course, weirwoods. At its heart is the Heer tree, a tall, twisted tree of porous white bark that is sometimes colored red or pink by its sap. Its carved face is one of a wretched man with an angry expression, and it retains 13 slashes, supposedly given to it by Prince Daemon Targaryen, who are said to still bleed every spring. There is a small stream slowly meandering through the trees, the water has mostly seeped to the ground, and there is even a spot where the water has eaten the ground away beneath a deadfall. The ensuing damp, silent ground makes for the occasional mist, especially in the early mornings and nights, creating a haunting atmosphere, echoing with the whispers of the past and lost souls. This meant that apart from the occasional hunters who ply their trade here when the times go though, or the intermittent visitor who believes in the old gods looking for a here tree to pray to, not many frequent this place, making it a perfect environment for Arya to find solace. She comes here whenever she could, having made a practice sword the shape of needle out of a weirwood stick, practicing the forms Sirio taught, and reciting in her mind the names she learned to despise, like some sort of mantra to keep her grounded. Joffrey, the Hound, Cersei, Island Pain, Meryn Trant. She inwardly recites, her wooden sword swinging at an oak tree. She realized that some names have been removed by others, the Mountain, Amory Lorch, and the Mountain's men like Dunson, Polliver, Raff the Sweetling, and the Tickler, are presumed dead. At this time, only 2 were removed by her own hand. Kyswick and Weiss were indirectly murdered when she named their names to Jaqen. The first was a test of sort, when he bragged about raping a woman, laughing about it with his wretched company. Arya named him to her mysterious benefactor. Weiss was more personal. She was put under his wing, working as his helper in his capacity as steward for the Wailing Tower. The men proceeded to enforce his measly authority, hitting her at the slightest sign of defiance, and would often taunt her into doing so just so he could find a reason to punish her. My nose never lies. I can smell defiance, I can smell pride, I can smell disobedience. The side of his mouth was filled with boils. I catch a whiff of such stink, you'll answer for it. When I sniff you, all I want to smell is fear. He'd hit her for even looking at him, as if even that act was a sign of disrespect. Serves him right, she thought. She knew inwardly that she should have given Jaqen more important names, like Joffrey or Tywin. But she didn't regret the names that she did give. Both men were the worst of the worst, scum that would not be missed by anyone. A girl knows the dance, it seems. A voice echoes from behind her. Arya screeches in surprise, turning around suddenly and pointing the tip of her wooden sword toward her interloper. Once she saw the familiar face of Jaqen, though, she let her sword down. Stop sneaking around me like that, she shouts. I almost hit you. A slight smile makes its way to the mysterious man's face. A girl cannot touch him, and even if she tried, a girl is too small. He says. But a man is not here to talk, a man is here to ask for a last name. A name? Arya exclaims. I don't know, I'm still thinking. A girl should think faster then. Jaqen answers. A man is to leave on the morrow. What? Why? A man you call Tywin gifts death upon this castle. He replies. Any who remain in it shall embrace their end at his men's hands. Horror creeps on her face, all this effort to hide her identity, scape and bow to horrible men, and it won't even matter. I have to leave, she exclaims. No, we have to leave. Gendry, hot pie, they can't stay. Jaqen simply shrugs. A man does not care. A man only needs a name. A girl's matters are no concern of his. No concern, she thought. I saved his life. And he has the audacity to say he does not care about my own. Then an ingenious idea came to her. If he does not care, why not make him care? Jaqen Hagar, she says. That is a man's name, yes. Arya scowls. I named Jaqen Hagar. The man's face morphs into momentary shock, before settling into one of grave dread. A girl gives a man his own name. He asks. That's right. Gods are not mocked, this is no joking thing. He warns. Arya stifles a chuckle. I'm not joking, she says. A man can go kill himself if he cannot help me. Unname me. No. Please. I'll unname you. She relents, and Jaqen lets out a breath of relief. If you help me and my friends escape. She finishes, and his face scrunches up in annoyance again. This would require more than one life, you only have one left. Arya shrugs. Fine. She answers. Jaqen Hagar. The assassin sighs. A girl lacks honor. Honor will not keep a girl alive. Arya replies. His steely black eyes bore into hers for a while, before he turns away with a huff. Meet me here at sundown with your friends, he says. A man shall help you then, audacious girl. Arya feels a wave of relief wash over her, but she doesn't relax just yet. Was just the beginning, after all. Chapter 26. Arya Stark. She barged into the smithy with reckless abandon, ignoring the shouts and grumbles of others bothered by her pushing. Gendry! Gendry! She shouts. A calloused hand holds her shoulder suddenly, turning her around. She makes for a hidden dirk beneath her blouse, only to stop when she notices a familiar face. Aerie, Weasel. What are you doing here? Gendry whispers gravely, almost giving out her true name. Arya roughly shoves off his hand. Saving your hide. She says. Come on, we have to leave. Leave. Leave where? Once he notices her lack of response, Gendry huffs and follows her out of the smithy. As they walk across the gigantic halls of the castle, Gendry asks. Where are we going? To get hot pie. She answers. Hot pie. Hot pie's in the kitchens. He has duties to attend to. Gendry exclaims. As did I. For that matter, I'm going to be chewed up by the master smith once we get back. Don't worry, we're not going back. What? Not going BA. At this point his comments grated on her nerves, so she stretched her hand to pull him to the side by the scruff of his neck. She proves to be much too small and weak to do so, yet Gendry lets her drag him aside once he notices her expression. We don't have much time. She says. Tywin Lannister will leave, and he ordered his men to kill all who remain as examples. Gendry gasps. How do you know that? Jaqen told me. That Lorathi prisoner. With the names. Arya nods. I have managed to convince him to help us escape. She says. If we do that, we can finally go to Robb. Just the idea of being back and safe with her family brought joy to her. All right. Gendry answers, giving her a solemn nod. Lead the way. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk. With hot pie on their tail, now very much perturbed, they finally made their way back to the Godswood. On their way, however, they sighted organized men marching out the gates, at their head an opulent carriage followed by banners of a gold lion in a red field. He's leaving. Arya exclaims. We need to hurry, we don't have much time. Hot pie gasps, but is quickly pulled along by Gendry. Once they reach the Godswood, they find him with 2 other familiar men, and 8 bowls of steaming soup. Why are they here? Gendry exclaims, recognizing him. They were Biter and Rorge, Jaqen's fellow prisoners during their way to the wall. A man can easily escape alone. Jaqen answers. But to lead 3 children out safely, a man needed help. Arya glances at the 2 other men, they were silent and meek, probably from whatever torture was inflicted on them by the Lannisters. She noticed that whenever Genre made eye contact with them, they would cower, but when herself or Hot Pie did, they would puff their chests out and glare back. Hot Pie simply stayed quiet, attempting to hide behind Gendry's back, and failing. I see you have brought dinner. Gendry says, eyeing the bowls. A smile makes its way to Jaqen's face. A man did prepare dinner, indeed. He says. But not for you. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk. They were led toward the east gate. Harrenhal has 2 gates, a main gate, with walls so thick there are no less than a dozen murder holes before one could reach the yard on the other side, and an eastern gate, smaller than the main one, located by the Tower of Ghosts. The main gate has many layers of guards covering it. Jaqen explains. A man can deal with the first layer, but it would warn the others, and a man cannot face so many without surprise. What went unsaid was that in exchange, the Tower of Ghosts was garrisoned with more men, with 8 more guarding the gate itself. The bowls, it would turn out, were their way in. While Jaqen was in patrolman garb, the others' shabby clothing made them out to be servants. What's the reason for your entrance? A man at the tower's entrance asked. Escorting servants to bring food to the guards. Jaqen replies, pointing with his head to the bowls at their hands. It seems the men here were familiar with his identity, as they were led in quite easily. They slowly made their way in. The Tower of Ghosts is the most ruined out of Harrenhal's 5 melted towers, and so it was mostly used as a defensive point for the gate and nothing else, making it an especially dreary and depressing place. Once they reached the gate, however, Arya's face went stiff. She sighted the sword at the side of one of the men. It was a thin thing of castle-forged steel, a sword that she remembered holding dear to her. Needle. She thought. Polliver, it seems, has been made a guard in this castle. The man who almost killed Gendry and stole her sword, and a name on her list. Her face was dirty with grime, her hair grown further, and her attire different, so it is unlikely that the men would recognize her. Gendry and Hot Pie, however, are another matter entirely. Thankfully, it isn't him but one of his companions that turns toward them. Who goes there? The man exclaims. Food. Jaqen answers. To fill your belly and staunch your hunger. The man finally notices their still hot bowls, and with a smile on his face he turns to his friends, Polliver included. Dinner's here, boys. The man shouts, turning back at them and looking at Arya, specifically. And maybe something sweeter yet. His slimy voice brings a shudder to her back, but she hardens her heart and forces out a smile. The men turn toward them, walking forward to get their food. There were 8 in total, as expected, and they each were armed, as opposed to their 1. The first guard grabs a bowl from Jaqen, but before the others could, Polliver finally notices them, or more specifically, Gendry. His face turns predatory, turning back to Hot Pie, and then finally, her. It seems that he unfortunately recognized her, perhaps due to her companions. Would you look at that? He exclaims. I thought you were too pretty for a boy. He japes cruelly. I forgot to thank you for your sword. He taps Needle at his side. It served me well, never seen castle-forged steel-gutting men so well, especially northern whores. His laughs was cruel, and it reminded her of that day where he had her at his feet, taunting her with his stupid face. She would have done something, did Jaqen not beat her to the punch. He unsheathes his sword quickly, and in the same movement cuts down the first man's throat. The others, Polliver included, had their hands full, and so before they could reliably react Jaqen killed the second. 2 were dead, 6 left to go. Biter and Rorge seemingly expected this, as they threw the scalding hot liquid from their bowls, each into a man's face, and swiftly bent down and grabbed the dead men's swords. Polliver cowers back, pulling out a sword, not Needle, but a larger blade more fit against armor. Jaqen faces off against another guard, and out of the 2 burned men, one is killed by Biter, while the other clashes swords with Rorge, who wielded his awkwardly, and was losing. It was then that Arya finally acts. She swiftly follows along the others as she spills water on another man who tried to slash Jaqen's back, saving his life, just in time for the assassin to finally finish his opponent. 4 guards were left. Jaqen turns toward the one burned by her water and starts fighting him. Rorge was slowly losing against his, while Biter, seemingly more skilled, was fighting another. Polliver, cowardly man that he was, walks toward her, Gendry, and Hot Pie, a sinister smile on his face. Once this is over, I'll do to your corpses what I'd never do to something alive. Arya simply laughs and runs away, causing him to scream and start chasing her. Get here you $tch. Gendry tries to throw his own bowl's contents at Polliver, but the men expected that and dodged. Walking further toward them. Once he gets dangerously close, Arya exclaims. Damn it. She takes the bowl out of her frozen friend, throwing its contents, again, at Polliver. Polliver laughs, dodging out of the way, but before he could say one of his taunts, he finds a sword going straight through his stomach. It seems that Jaqen and the others had made quick work of the rest. Arya noticed that only Biter and Jaqen were left standing, as she saw Rorge's corpse amidst the rest. Hot Pie lets out a sound dangerously close to puking, but he barely manages to stop himself. Hurry. Jaqen warns. Someone must have heard us. Sure enough, they soon noticed the echoes of boots getting closer, and not a split second after, the bells were tolled. Arya simply stands over Polliver's corpse, spitting on its face as she pulled her prized sword from her side. Another name off the list. She thought. Once Jaqen found the keys and opened the way out, they quickly found the men's horses, and mounted them. Only Arya, Gendry, and Jaqen had any idea of how to ride, so Biter was stuck with Jaqen, and Hot Pie and Gendry made for a funny sight. They pushed their horses as hard as they could, using the cover of the night to sneak away, but even so, neither Arya nor Gendry could handle their horses well, and they soon found themselves caught up by others. This never ends. She inwardly complains. They push their horses even further, and they slowly start to outrun their chasers. But it wasn't enough. They were getting herded, she noticed. Whenever they outrun a group, another finds itself finding them, and on it went. We're screwed. Gendry exclaims. The horses are getting exhausted. Jaqen meanwhile remains calm. Aemon sees trees in the distance, up north. He says. We must head there, find a place to take cover. Hot Pie shudders. But I heard there were beasts there. Bears and wolves and whatever else. Arya recognized the place, they passed by here on their way to King's Landing. Thinking about it, isn't that the forest where I left Nym? She thinks. Wolves, you said. Arya exclaims. Then we must go there. She doesn't await a reply, urging her horse to gallop toward the trees. Girl, wait. She hears Jaqen before her, but she ignores him. If Nymeria is there. She thinks. If my direwolf is there. The moment she enters the forest, she hears a thwip sound. She makes a sudden turn, and an arrow grazes her cheek. Damn. She hears a voice in the distance. I missed. Her eyes go large from shock, flight of fight instincts kick off, and something within her pushes her toward fleeing. She whips her horse, and sensing her trepidation, it mindlessly begins to charge through the forest, away from the voice. She could hear voices and sounds getting closer, her horse was tired, and moving through the forest cannot be fast, so bit by bit she felt them creeping up on them. She hears another whooshing sound, an arrow sticking itself on a stray tree, and another, all the way until one finally lands, and hits the back of her horse. She falls roughly on shrubbery, its branches nipping at her arms and legs, and a ripping sound meant that her clothes were shredded also. The fall makes her breath go away, and she feels some of ribs crack. Arya screams from the pain, feeling tears flowing down her eyes. She stands roughly, slowly. Her left arm holding her bleeding side, while her other unsheathes needle. Her vision blurs, and in her delirium she thinks she recognizes her surroundings from one of her wolf dreams. Arya feels fear. Is this the day? She thinks. Is this the day I die? After all what she went through to escape. And when her death was so final, Arya chose to do so standing, fighting as she always did. She held up her thin sword, her face hardened in resolve toward the approaching silhouette. She hears sounds from it, what she thought were jeers and mockeries, but her head was ringing too loud for her to hear. Come. Come at me. Her voice turns into a shriek at the end. I'll kill you all. Laughs is all she hears, and she can no longer see as blood covers her eyes. Arya sways standing, her legs barely holding on. And as she feels footsteps, her doom, getting closer, she cries. But it's all interrupted, as a deafening howl makes its way to her impaired ears. What she hears next is the sound of shrieking men and crushed throats. She couldn't see what is happening, but she is pretty sure that her pursuers are getting slaughtered, by wolves. And before she finally loses consciousness, she feels a wet snout gently touching her side, much like Nymeria once did with her. Ha! Ha 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 ha. Her laugh is hysterical, and her sword falls to the ground. But she didn't care, Nymeria was here. She was finally safe. I can, finally, go home. She whispers, the strength leaving her body as she could no longer stay awake. That was the best nap of her life. Chapter 27. Edmure Tully. Even now, we're hearing news of Lannister forces retreating, my lord. His Maester Vyman informed him. From the Twins to the God's Eye, Lannister forces are finding themselves outnumbered and outclassed, especially once news of the Mountain's End was spread. Edmure nods, a smile on his face. Things were going well for him, especially after the debacle that was the Battle of the Golden Tooth, where he lost against Jaime Lannister and his host. Now, he was the one who led a defensive war against Tywin Lannister, and won. He defended the line and forced the old lion to retreat. Him, winning against Tywin Lannister, could you imagine it? And it was all thanks to his nephew, the Wolf Lord, the Ice Stark. Names and epithets and songs were made after him, and Edmure thought they were all deserved. Not many met Robb Stark, and not many did so when he was strategizing. He was there, when he came up with his plan to head west. He was there, when he orchestrated the defense of the crossings, planning for the death of the Mountain months before it actually happened. He knew how to navigate the lords and politics very well, and he has the ability to inspire loyalty more than any he'd ever seen. He's reclaimed quite a bit of reputation by claiming the organization of the war effort in the Riverlands, yet Robb did more so as the brain behind the strategy. He'd admit to feeling quite a bit of jealousy, but then he'd thought that he'd be far more miserable had his nephew been less competent in any way. After all, both Edmure and Robb's situation was very precarious at the beginning of the war. How goes the preparation for the coming host? My nephew and his army are but days away, after all. Maester Vyman nods. All is well, my lord. He speaks. Lord Stark will come with his own provisions. All I had to do was set the stewards to prepare for storage for the plunder and accommodations for the lords. What of the others? Much of the camp infrastructure occupied by our previous army was left intact when those same soldiers left to reclaim their lands. Vyman answers. Lord Stark's army should have no problem adapting, my lord. My lord, Edmure thinks hearing those words from Vyman to be extremely disconcerting. After all, it meant that the maester considered him lord in all but name, and a dreadful confirmation that he found no hope for his father's recovery. Any other matters to discuss, maester? He asks. Vyman shakes his head. The Northmen have been a bit rowdy. He replies. But Lord Umber has already stopped any problems before they could escalate. Otherwise, there's nothing else to bring to you, my lord. Edmure nods. Good. He says. Then I shall take my leave. Edmure ignores the man's bow, letting out a grunt as he stood up and made for the door. His mind wanders again, to the letter he received some days before. The Lannisters are scheming to free the Kingslayer. He thought. I don't know how Robb came to such information, but I don't think he'd warn me so carelessly. He'd already increased guards around the Lannisters' chambers, and made sure to thoroughly search any outsiders that come into the castle. He'd even made sure to change the Frey's quarters to the other side of Riverrun, as they had the closest relations to the Lannisters, putting loyal guards by their side to look out for any funny business. But something still gnawed at his mind. Everything has been great lately, and honestly, Edmure began to feel that they were going too well. Could it have to do something with Catelyn's outburst? Some days ago, before he received the letter from Robb, Cat apparently had the bright idea to convince Jaime Lannister to confess of his misdeeds, some of which supposedly include adultery, incest, and cuckolding. She thinks that in doing so, the Lannisters would be more willing to trade him for her children, which is a logical idea, and certainly an avenue to be explored, but the way she went by it was way too wrong. Something doesn't add up. He muses. Cat is certainly very smart, and her family comes above all for her, but no matter how much I think on it, this isn't an idea I think she could come up with. Indeed, his sister, despite her intelligence, never tended to come up with clever schemes and unconventional ideas, always direct and to the point. And they tend to get even worse when her emotions get involved. Just look at that whole debacle with the imp. This is more something that snake-lit Leafinger would come with. He thinks with distaste. As he walks along the halls of Riverrun, the suspicion simply couldn't leave his mind, and he wouldn't stop trying to connect to some greater scheme. But he simply doesn't know what. So, he simply decides to get closure by speaking with Cat. He stops a passing handmaiden with a gesture. Do you know where my sister is? He asks. The woman bows. Yes, my lord. She answers. I believe she's in the garden, practicing her embroidery with her ladies-in-waiting. Edmure sighs. Of course she is. He then gestures for the woman to leave, which she does after a bow. ****. Riverrun's godswood is the same as its garden, as in they share the same space. It is an especially verdant space with elms, redwoods, wildflowers, nesting birds, and streams. It is one of the most visited areas of the castle, and a favorite for women to relax and children to play, so it is always vibrant with the sounds of pleasant conversation and laughing children. Catelyn always led embroidery parties in a specially built pavilion at the side of one of the large streams. It was set in an especially high spot that allowed one to see the breathtaking sight of the godswood and its nature. Father had it built as a name-day gift, for her, his favorite. He chuckles. Lisa was so mad. When he comes to them, he finds Cat and her ladies-in-waiting in silence, busy with needlework. A slight smile was on Cat's face, but Edmure knew her enough to notice that it's fake. When they notice him, all but his sister stands and curtsy. Edmure nods. Leave us, if you will. The women don't take a second to obey, and in a few seconds only him and Cat were left. Caitlyn's smile falls flat, and a frown makes its way to her face. What is it? Her voice is chiding, as if he was a child who'd interrupted her work. As he takes a seat, Edmure couldn't help but have his hackles raised. Convincing the Kingslayer, who gave you that idea? He accuses. Caitlyn huffs. That matter again? She questions. I thought we had an agreement on the matter. Edmure concedes her point with a nod. 1 visit allowed per day, and only with a large contingent of guards, but most importantly, no killing the F***king hostage. Yes. He says. But I need to know who gave you that idea. It's not something that you'd usually come up with. She scoffs. I accepted your conditions, I even kept my mouth shut when you changed my guards, as if I'd have suborned them to my side. She shakes her head. I won't let you question my motives, you know them, you know our family words. Family, duty, honor, I'm doing this for family, and you dash. He interrupts her tirade with a hand. Guards. He exclaims. I didn't change your guards. That'd be foolish, only the most disciplined and those with enough time served can be allowed to guard him and his family, and there aren't many of those, so replacing them can prove difficult, and not something he could do with a whim. He turns around. When was this? Caitlyn quickly notices the urgency of his words, answers quickly. Today. I thought you came for that reason. Edmure stands up abruptly, his hand unconsciously grabbing on the hilt of his sword. Where are they? I don't know. She answers. I usually order them to leave us alone during our embroidery. Shit. Edmure swiftly runs outside. The moment he sights a guard, he grabs him by the shoulder. You. Sound the alarm, and tell the commander that an attempt to rescue the hostages may be happening. The man's face reddens, but he quickly nods and runs to follow his orders. Edmure rushes through the castle, dragging with him any guard or patrolman on the way. But alas, when he reached the hostage area, there was already sounds of fighting. Some of their men were barricading a door, so Edmure pulled one out as the ones he dragged with him went to help. What is the situation? My lord. The men bows. Some men managed to make their way inside, they killed the guards and freed the prisoners. He says. They brought weapons with them, so the hostages retreated back into the castle. Shit. He thinks. Changing the prisoners' guards was too difficult, so they do so to Caitlyn's. The plan was quite ingenious, they convince his sister to visit the Kingslayer in regular intervals, change her guardsmen, and use that to allow them access to the prisoners. Caitlyn's guards would be easily recognizable, as they have the crest with the Tully sigil crisscrossed with the Stark dire wolf on their helm, so they make up a number of excuses to justify their entry without their lady's presence. The hostage space was chosen carefully, the idea was to keep them as isolated from the rest of the castle, but most importantly, keep the greatest distance possible between it and the gates, making the captives' prospects of escape the least possible. But these aren't dungeons, but simply repurposed chambers for holding noble hostages. Whoever went inside would be expected to have at least some measure of the castle's structure, so it is to be expected for the hostages to know the shortest way to escape. The water gate over the tumblestone is halfway submerged into the water, and not only is it the most heavily guarded, but it would also require getting a ship to cross. The gate by the east is the least defended and leads to land, but they could simply open the sluice gate and the escapees would get drowned by the water. The west gate leads to the Red Fork, but that river can easily be crossed by foot, so that'd be their target. The only way through to the west gate is this door. Edmure realizes. And since we outnumber them, their only choice will be to break through before reinforcements arrive. Gods damn it. He shouts. Call all the other guards here. I want only the least amount possible guarding the other exits, those bastards are coming here. His order is heard, and others are called over to reinforce their position. But not enough, as before everyone arrives an axehead breaks through the redwood frame of the door. Hold the door. Edmure screams. Do not let any of them pass through that door. Is that the little fish I hear? The voice of Jaime Lannister echoes through the door. How good to hear of you, after so long. You didn't visit me once for the duration of my stay, I've almost grown offended. Although, your sister certainly made up for it. His arrogant words brought Edmure to the edge of rage, but he recognized his words for the taunt that it was. I was too busy crushing your father's arse to make time. Edmure answers. Next time, I shall make sure to free up some, just for you. The only thing he receives as response is the sound of iron slamming on wood, as the men on the other side pried holes into the wood. Edmure was tense, yet unworried, at first. But he then noticed that their strikes were focused on two particular points. Once the wood seemingly weakened, he saw spikes surging out of those two spots. Shit. He turns to his men. Crossbowmen to the back, get prepared. Pikemen to the front, in formation, abandon the door. His decision proved to be right, as with those spikes attached to the door, no number of barricades on their side would help, as the men on the other side could simply pull on them to detach the door. Fire at will. Edmure shouts the moment the door is pried open. His crossbowmen managed to hit the first unprepared few, but the hostages had apparently scavenged enough shields from their guards to keep themselves protected. Edmure swiftly ducks under a thrown pike. Their enemies had used them as javelins, and although unprecise, some hit his own crossbowmen. A glint of gold makes its way to his eyes, Jaime Lannister cutting down one of the pikemen, allowing his other friends to break through their first line of defense. The Kingslayer hefts his shield up, blocking a stay arrow. Do not aim for the head or torso. Edmure shouts, it would be disastrous if their most important captive were to be killed. Jaime cuts another man, a smirk on his face. I do not think you can afford to do that. He points his sword at Edmure. Oh, have I waited for this day? Edmure steels his heart, gripping his own shield tighter. Even now, reinforcements are coming here and there, but currently they were roughly equal in number, and most of the hostages were nobles or knights, much more skilled in combat. He sights the Kingslayer's bandaged shoulder. Although they are also weakened, so it is not all bad. The goal became clear, hold on until reinforcements come. But that won't be easy, as even now their enemies are making their way in. Finally, Jaime kills his final obstacle between himself and Edmure. I only have to last. Edmure comforts himself, raising his sword up. He's injured and exhausted, just focus on defense, and wait him out. Wait him out. But jitters pushed him toward another turn of action. Once the Lannister scion comes close, Edmure for some unknown reason thought that a kick would be a good idea. Jaime smoothly blocks it with his shields, wincing ever so slightly as he felt the shock make its way to his injured shoulder, but he swings his sword toward Edmure's head. Edmure scrambles to defend with his own shield, but his overextended foot meant that he was unbalanced, and the force of his opponent's blow pushed him to fall down. Fallen to his ass, shield to the ground, Edmure looks up at the smirking face of the Kingslayer with horror. You shouldn't have done that. Jaime taunts. No. The last thing he sees is the sharp edge of a sword. When agonizing and deep, horrifying fear took him away, all Edmure could hear is the sound of a scream of rage and the thwick of a flying arrow. A.N. First major death of the FIC, and the specific plot point where canon starts going to shit. Hope you had fun. Edit, Jaime didn't escape, this was a failed escape attempt where Edmure got killed by his hand. Chapter 28. Robb Stark. He lifted his bow upwards, aiming for one of two boats drifting away on the tumblestone. Notching a flaming arrow, he lets go of it, letting it fly through the air with a whooshing sound, finally landing on his target, and putting it aflame. Another arrow is shot to his right, this one hitting the other. The air was somber, as funerals were wont to do, and it was filled with the sounds of his mother sobbing, her face smushed into her uncle's chest, who softly held a hand on her shoulder. Many men who fought in the rescue attempt received their last rites today, yet only 2 were important enough to do so with such aplomb. Edmure Tully, who perished against the Kingslayer, buying the reinforcements enough time to halt their efforts. And Hoster Tully, who finally succumbed to his illness once news of his son and heir's death reached him. What a clusterfuck. Robb thought. It is in moments like this that he cursed his and 2ND's lack of affinity for powers of foresight. It is only his Force sensitivity and skill that allowed him to even glimpse hints from the Force, but that's all they were, hints. The Force had warned him, in its own way, ever since he marched toward Riverrun. It made him feel this nagging feeling, like a taut string about to snap. 2ND's experience dictated that only the truly masterful in the arts of foresight should blatantly trust their visions, as only they are skilled enough to distinguish between falsehoods and truths. So, he followed the general rule when it comes to visions, prophecies, and future signs, which is to basically use your brain to prepare for whatever may come, and hope for the best. And the best he could do is a letter. Again, he is skilled, but his abilities, force or otherwise, are mostly specialized in personal combat and general lymphatic capabilities. Any future knowledge he has comes from first, which becomes more and more useless as he changes the outcome of the old timeline. His thoughts at the time were that a simple warning would suffice. It didn't matter what the imp's plan was, as long as they had enough bodies guarding the hostages, it would be enough. He was right, it seems. Edmure had made enough precautions that the hostages and their friends were quickly overwhelmed, with the Blackfish himself recapturing the Kingslayer, even having to be held down by others so as not to kill him out of grief for his nephew, and many other hostages. What I didn't expect, Robb thought, was for Edmure to be brash enough to put himself in danger, when he could have simply retreated. He glanced at his mother. She was distraught, extremely so. She was smart enough to realize her involvement in the matter. After all, if those guards didn't have the pretext of her regular visits, they would have been suspected and held before they could enter. Tyrion truly got himself acquainted with my mother during his days of captivity. He muses. He knew her exact weakness. Robb, meanwhile, was quite ambivalent toward the whole thing. He was somewhat sad, of course, but he neither knew his uncle nor his grandsire well enough to have any emotional connection to both. Any measure of sorrow he felt was only due to his mother's own grief. After all, what son could bear to see his mother cry? ****. Robb awkwardly put a hand over Catelyn's shoulder. Have some rest, mother. His voice is as cold as ever, despite his efforts. Please, just rest. She looks up at him with a red face and a runny nose, and the moment she does, her tears flow once more. She throws herself at him, hugging him tightly. It was my fault, Robb. She cries. You were right, it was my fault. He strokes her back gently. You love your family, he says. You love us enough to do things other mothers won't. It may bring consequences sometimes. He puts a hand over her cheek, wiping a tear with a finger. But I wouldn't have it any other way. The blame doesn't fall entirely on her hands, this time. He thinks. She cannot be fully condemned for her actions. The guards shouldn't have been allowed to be switched, the sentries guarding the hostages should have been more cautious, and Edmure should have just let his men do the work. It wasn't like no one was aware of her actions. In fact, Edmure explicitly allowed it, with Brynden not objecting to that decision. There was no need for another verbal redress from his part. He could see, even without force empathy, that her guilt would be enough to stay her hand next time. She is emotional, yes, maybe exceedingly stubborn too, but not stupid. He'd expect her to metaphorically walk on eggshells from here on out, and that she'd think twice and consult someone, preferably himself, next time. I'm more worried to lose any good idea she might have, at this point. He thinks. Judging by the depth of the remorse I feel from her, it'd be a miracle if she did anything of her own volition for a while. It seems his words calmed her down, somewhat. So, he had some maidservants lead her to her quarters. Look after her, will you? The handmaiden gives him a pitying smile, curtsying with a soft "my lord," and gently leading his grieving mother toward her rooms. Granduncle. Robb turns to the Blackfish. May we speak, privately? *****. As Robb sits on a comfy chair, Brynden closes the door and turns toward him. He takes a moment to observe the men. The knight puts on a brave mask, a solemn look on his face, one free of the tears that one could expect from someone who lost both a brother and a nephew in a short amount of time. But his force abilities painted a different picture. Brynden Tully was grieving, as anyone in his position would, but he was also angry, almost apoplectic, even. You know that I will have to take advantage of this, right? Robb says. I know. Traditionally, a brother does come before a daughter, but before a grandson, however. He continues. That makes my brothers and I technical heirs to Riverrun and the seat of Lord Paramount of the Riverlands. I know. Unless you'd be willing to marry. If you do that, I'd be willing to grant you the seat and clean my hands out of the matter. He notes. But I don't think you'd enjoy that. I know. As for the Kingslayer, he'll have his due. Robb says. But not now. He needs to be kept alive, until such a time arrives where he's no longer useful. I fucking know, goddamn it. Brynden picks up a stray chair and throws it at the wall. He stares at the broken pieces left, breathing heavily as his facade finally broke. It didn't get to the point where he shed any tears, but an expression of a mix of anger and sadness painted his face. I know. He lets out softly. Robb stands up and slowly approaches the veteran and puts a hand on his shoulder. You may not be able to get revenge on the Kingslayer, he says. But there are other men involved. Emon Fry and his sons, specifically. The second son was the person who tricked his mother, and it was their gold and involvement that allowed this scheme to pass. He may not be able to punish the Kingslayer, but those mutts are fair game. Brynden looks at him with shock. He had forgotten entirely about the others, supposedly due to grief, but now that he had a target for his wrath, he seemed eager to cut some heads. But I need you to do something first. Robb continues. Lords are going to clamor for the Kingslayer's head, which needs to be stopped before it starts. So I want you to approach the Riverlanders, tell them that we'll only be willing to trade him on the surface. Tell them that I have no intention of letting him walk alive. Can you do that for me? Brynden huffs. Not my strong point, he says. But I can pull that off. He turns to Robb, an unfamiliar, dark gleam to his eyes. I'll execute those fuckers this day. Robb figured he had no choice but agree. ****. Please. I had no involvement in Lord Edmure's death. Brynden, in full sight of the many lords and small folk watching, didn't give Emon a chance to speak another word. He swings his sword swiftly, and before they knew it his head was chopped off. The common men and lords cheer and applaud his death, but their voices die when they notice, Brynden wasn't satisfied with the man's death. The Blackfish screams with rage as he swings the sword again, and again, and again, hitting Emon's corpse. His blade seemed more like a club, as the man's cadaver became more and more deformed, blood spattering his surroundings, including Brynden's face and body. But the last male Tully didn't care. He continued for what seemed like a very long time, and by the time he stopped the fray's remains were cut in many unrecognizable parts. When he turned toward his shackled sons, and other assorted men, bloodied face and ragged breaths, their faces turned as white as the purest snow. What he did to the others was much the same, as Brynden made sure to brutalize every single person involved in his nephew's death, including several other hostages deemed unimportant enough to get rid of, even beyond their death. He ignored their claims of innocence, their pleas, and even others' requests for mercy, his resolve unchanged and his fury unsated. They say even when everyone left, despite the warm southern rain drenching the yard, Brynden Tully stayed, swinging his sword at dead cadavers, as if they were still alive in front of him, taunting him with his nephew's death. They say that even the downpour couldn't wash the blood off of him, his soaked figure seeming like a red ghost in the night. By the morrow, he'd already received a new nickname. Brynden the Red. Chapter 29. Robb Stark. A week, that's how long he thought things should simmer before he could come back to work. So here he was, with what began to become his council of close advisors. Ricard Karstark, Greatjan Umber, Roose Bolton, Brynden Tully, Stevran Fry, Tytos Blackwood, Janos Bracken, if only to keep him silent, and Jason Mollister. Each one of them bringing their own set of skills and experiences to the table. Robb mindlessly strokes Greywind's back. The dire wolf had grown even further, and even with his snout to the floor in restful sleep, his back reached the same height as Robb's sitting form. Standing, the dire wolf is as large as a warhorse, yet faster, stronger and more cunning, and he'd proven to be incredibly useful while accompanying the enemy scouts, taking down dangerous beasts, scouts, and bandits all across the region. We are at a precipice, my lords. Robb begins. Renly is dead, supposedly by his brother's hand. Joffrey the Mad is stuck in King's Landing, and Stannis has his reputation shattered, no large host at his back, and is a heretic who'd burn our septs and godswoods to boot. He turns to each one of them, impressing the importance of his words. We need to make a choice. Both the North and Riverlands have fought valiantly, yet as time goes on, and with the Lannisters repelled, we'll need to make a choice. Robb leans forward, crossing his fingers atop his knees. Who shall we declare for? The Greatjan smiles, and as if he'd been waiting for that moment, he half shouts. You, my lord. His intact hand takes hold of his sword, and with swift movements, he unsheathes his sword, and kneels while putting its tip to the ground. The only king I kneel to is the king in the north. Robb mechanically raises an eyebrow. He turns his eyes to the others, and notices that both Ricard, Roose, and Brynden followed almost instantly. Stevrin hesitates for a split second before following, and the others glance at each other before follow suit. "Your Grace," they chant. Even Robb's sigh comes off emotionless, as he mentions offhandedly for them to stand. It is to be expected. He admits. "I hoped for Stannis to take my offer. With his Red Witch away and our support, I would have been able to demand enough conditions as to make both the North and the Riverlands quite well off from the aftermath, but now I am bound to deal with Southern politics." "That is your burden to bear," Ricard interjects. "We have taken heed of our choices, and we have chosen you. You led us into battle, you won us victories and brought glory and riches to our houses, leaving our lands and people intact. I take you, your Grace, the competent young man we know, rather than a prissy Southron who'd only take our loyalty for granted." Roose steps up gingerly, looking to the Riverlander lords amongst them, Brynden especially. "I hate to pour salt over fresh wounds, but with the unfortunate demise of Lord Edmure, God's bless his soul, that leaves you, your Grace, and your siblings through Lady Catelyn, as the heirs to both Riverrun by virtue of your grandsire, and Harrenhal, through your grandmother's claim. I may not have the right to speak for you, my lords." He addresses the Riverlanders. "But I'd wager that you were bound to swear fealty to a Stark anyway. Him being king or lord will not change that." Brynden huffs in begrudging agreement. "Your words have logic, Lord Bolton." Stevrin nods, turning to Robb. "You may be a Stark, my lord, but your features have the likeness of a Tully," he says. Since the fall of Harren the Black, 'twas only them who had the necessary edge over the others, to be considered lords of the Riverlands, even if nominally. We'd all assumed, after Lord Edmure's treacherous death, that one of your brothers would inherit the Riverlands. Not only that, it was your intervention and your actions that allowed us our victories, even elevating our western borders by capturing the Golden Tooth. Us Riverlanders are a proud, stubborn people. Jason Mollister says. We do not trust outsiders, as history taught too many times that road only leads to misery, but actions speak louder than words. He explains. And yours, Riverlander blood aside, proved you an honorable, good man, of strong arm and a sharper mind. He says. Our records show that we seem to fare better under fair outsider rule, unfettered by the many grudges and animosity that keeps us in constant conflict. Just look at the Justmans. He laughs. Both Tytos and Janos wince at the mention of that old house. The Justmans were the longest ruling Riverlander royal house in its entire history. The irony is that their founder, Benedict Rivers, was a bastard from houses Blackwood and Bracken, who even at the times were known for their legendary rivalry. He'd conquered the houses of the Trident one after the other, and was known as the Just, hence the surname Justman, and his descendants ruled for 300 years before his house ended when Cord, the cruel whore, murdered King Bernard Justman's sons and drowned him in battle, ending their line and leading to 100 years of anarchy. Other examples were there, most recently were the Targaryens, who even if they tended to be neglectful and cruel, brought peace to the Riverlands through their strength. It is known, without a measured doubt, that no Riverlander noble house would consider itself inferior enough to any other to call them king. Which meant that without an outsider like, say, Robb, peace would never see their lands. Robb looks to Tytos and Janos, who slowly nod in agreement. So be it. He says. If you are to pledge your swords and houses to me, that would make me king of the North and the Trident. But that is not enough. He explains. The North is isolated and defended well enough that it could take on large armies and repel them without issues, but the Riverlands are another matter entirely. Indeed. Tytos, being the most strategic amongst the rest, concurs first. I worry over the same issue. The Golden Tooth will allow us to defend against any large army from the west, but the same cannot be said of the east and south. He says. The Riverlands are surrounded from all other sides. Any army could easily march from King's Landing, the Reach, or the Stormlands and easily scatter across our lands, taking villages, towns and small castles as they're wont to do, and would be considered a headache. Then hit them first, before they gather their forces. Brynden finally speaks. Get to King's Landing, kill the Lannisters, take the Crownlands, and do the same to any who show any signs of aggression, Stannis, the Tyrells, it doesn't matter. His words carry confidence, as if they were the obvious answer. We defend by attacking. Sadly, it was. Ser Brynden has the right of it. Robb answers. Whoever wants to sit that blasted iron chair will not stand losing one kingdom, let alone two. He explains. The issue is that a preemptive attack cannot be considered to be a defensive action. Our enemies are kings, and once kings fall, their vassals tend to bow to their victors. Our offensive actions will be called conquests, and conquests, well, those tend to multiply. A conquered crownlands leads to aggression from the Stormlands, then the Reach, and on it goes. Janos gruffly comments. Robb nods. And before long, a preemptive action to defend our lands becomes a second conquest of Westeros. He stands, making for the door, Grey Wind following instantly. Those are the stakes we'll be dealing with. You have until we reach Harrenhal to make a decision. Consider the oaths you swore null until we do so. Robb knew that for some, like Ricard and Greatjon, simply will not care and would gladly follow as long as he kept them happy. Others, like Brynden, are just too filled with anger to give a damn, whilst Stevrin and Mollister would consider their houses too distant and defended well enough that it wouldn't matter. It would be those, like Roose, Tytos and Janos, who have either skin in the game and or personal goals to consider, that would hesitate and stew. And if Robb is to be king, he'd make sure to show them that he's not only the best choice, he's the only choice. For a peaceful realm, nothing short will suffice. ****. For a person in his position, there are few ways one can relax. He could no longer go on carefree hunts, visit the town for some fun, or even have some privacy for extended periods of time. Some of these limitations are due to his new position as Lord, and others are simply due to how busy he is as the commander of the war effort. However, one of the few things he could reliably do is fight. He leisurely ducks under a blisteringly fast blunted sword, the force warning him of it coming some seconds ago. He grabs an oversized hand with his left, pulls the smalljan forward into him and kicks his shin, causing him to fall straight toward another foe. Black Walder somehow reacts swiftly enough to dodge the man's huge form, grabbing him by his collar and slowing his fall by pulling him upwards. Shouldn't have swung so wide, fat ass. Black Walder, ever the crass tongue, exclaims. Who are you calling fat, rat? The Umber heir swiftly gets back up with the phrase help, hefting his sword and shield back and standing in a guarded pose toward Robb. Robb idly twirls his sword, a slight glance to his left and right noticing two on each side, the Karstark brothers on his left, and Darren Hornwood with Dacy Mormont to his right. 6 opponents were enough, any more would make the group crowded and be less challenging for Robb, so others like Robin Flint and Donnell Locke will have to wait for their turn on the next round. He's right, John. Robb comments. You should have synchronized with the group, charging in alone will do you no good. He ducks forward under a wooden mace, Dacy's blow barely touching a strand of his hair. Like these 4. He finishes as he jumps over Harrion Karstark's lower slash. One aiming low and another high, making sure to land a blow. But unfortunately, Karstark's blow was aimed too low, or else Robb wouldn't have been able to dodge it. In his split-second midair, he grabs the other Karstark's helmet and pushes him down, straight to his upward-going knee. The blow connects, causing the men to wobble backwards before falling on his ass. Robb found himself using 2nd's martial arts skills more often than his own experience with swordsmanship as these guys got used to fighting him. It is showcased when he swiftly redirects Dacy's mace with his sword, finding his feet somewhat buckling at the strength of her blow. He then swings his sword toward Black Walder's feet on the same move. Walder proves to be perceptive as ever, stepping back just before he got hit. But Robb counted on that. I need to thin their numbers. He thinks. Step 1, isolate. He picks Hornwood as his target. With a swift move he smashes his foot at the man's shield, forcing him to step back several times and distancing himself from the others. Step 2, incapacitate. He ducks under a stray blow as he charges toward the retreating men with blistering speed. Darren proves to be skilled, the previous spars making wonders for his nerves as he resolutely tightens his hold over his sword and shield. But his instincts were still based on his original training, expecting the first attack to come from Robb's sword. So, Robb feints with his sword arm. Darren, proving his skill, only shifts ever so slightly in response, but even that was enough for Robb to find an opening his defense, striking his throat with a weak strike of his left hand. He startles back, finding his breath momentarily stopped, giving enough time for Robb to put his blunted sword next to his heart. Dead. He speaks. Darren recovers, sighing as he walked away. But simply because he took down one, doesn't mean the others would stop. Robb without looking back steps to the side, dodging another blow from the smalljan. Don't be so obvious. Robb slams his blunted sword to the back of his knee. As he buckles down, he puts a sword to his throat. Dead. Step 3, repeat. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk. Looking over the exhausted people at his feet, Robb grabs a handkerchief from a servant to wipe off his own sweat. The more I spar with them, the surer I get. Ever since he started this routine, Robb became aware of an enlightening matter. Daisy is stronger than she should be, Smoljan faster, Black Walder's reaction borders on precognition, and on it went. They're force-sensitive, not enough to be considered Jedi, but they have a crutch, so to say. He muses. They must be connected to the Weirwood network. He couldn't feel it, perhaps because their sensitivity was so weak, but it was the only thing that could work. This explains many things, like knights facing off several men at the same time, Barristan the Bold charging through what seems to be the greatest standing army in the world and facing off against Maelys the Monstrous, who is also said to be able to punch a horse to death, and winning. He thinks. Illogical acts that can't be explained by skill alone, it would be entirely possible through their connection to a network of force-sensitive trees who'd grant them these abilities. Whether they believed in the old gods or not should be of no matter. The Force can be considered a fundamental force in the universe, and cannot be dictated by things such as faith and religion. It was certainly an interesting thing to consider, but until Robb gathers further knowledge about the matter, he'd have to settle to observing. No worries, however, he's got time. Chapter 30. Theon Greyjoy. The sea water crashed gently with his torso, as he knelt amidst the salty shore of Pike. The wind was cold, and carried with a salty aftertaste. A tall, thin man with fierce black eyes and a beak of a nose stood over him. He garbed himself in nothing but a seaskin clout to cover his privates. His uncle, Arrow, no, it's apparently damp hair now. Theon remembers as a child, his youngest uncle was once an amiable man, fond of songs, ale, and women. He once wagered his ship against a flock of goats that he could douse a hearth fire by urinating on it, and subsequently outraged Theon's father, Lord Balon, by naming the ship Golden Storm. Admittedly, that ship was split as half by the Fury, Stannis Baratheon's ship, during the rebellion some years ago. But sometime during his time in Winterfell, his once loud and brash uncle turned into the sour priest that held a water skin filled with seawater to his side. His overgrown hair and beard whistling with the wind, causing the smell of seaweed woven into it to spread. Theon of the House Greyjoy. He began. You would this day consecrate your faith to the drowned god? I would. Theon glared fiercely forward, hoping to make for a resolute man in the spectators' eyes. Theon stared back into the island. Not many had come to see his blessing ceremony, simply his father, sister, and some sailors who'd gathered if simply to watch the spectacle. It contrasted heavily with a scene in his mind's eye, the day his brothers received the same blessing. During that day, the beach was filled to the brim with men and women, from lords to warriors to thralls, all came to see the day Balon Greyjoy's sons would receive the drowned god's favor. Yet, he was there, a son of Balon Greyjoy, nothing but a joke in their minds. The damp hair nods regally. Let Theon your servant be born again from the sea, as you were. He shouts to the sea. Bless him with the salt of the ocean. Bless him with stone. Bless him with steel. His uncle makes for the water skin, but Theon, with a rebellious look, glares up at him. Drown me, he says. When he was stuck in the north, with nothing but ridicules and reminders of his captivity in sight, Theon always swallowed his anger and pride, swearing to the gods, old and new, that once he'd come back to the Iron Islands, he'd swallow no more. Now, he was here, his home wasn't as he thought it to be, but that doesn't mean he has to be, so when the anger overflowed his shame and embarrassment, he let it, for once, control his actions. Boy. Aeron says. Drowning is a tradition no longer practiced, and whilst it would please the drowned god like no other, I'd advise that you dash. Theon glimpsed the ridicule within his uncle's eyes, his gaze was filled with an infuriating mix of pity and doubt. Drown me, gods damn it. A haunted look appears on his uncle's face before hardening in resolve. So be it. Aeron's thin frame belied his strength, his large hand easily held on the back of his head, and with a mighty, strong push, Theon's face crashes into the seawater. At first, he resolved himself to tough it out, calmly closing his eyes. The water felt strikingly cold, but he was a Greyjoy, he wouldn't succumb to the seas, let alone something so minute. Theon's breath hitched as the icy seawater enveloped his face, stinging his skin and filling his ears with the muffled roar of the tide. He clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms, drawing blood, as he fought the instinct to thrash against the hand pressing him down. His lungs burned, demanding air, but he held fast. I am a Greyjoy, he thought, clinging to the mantra as if it could tether him to consciousness. Ironborn. Born of salt and stone. The world above seemed distant, a faint hum of the wind, the rhythmic crash of waves, and the muted murmurs of the onlookers. He imagined their eyes boring into his back, judging, doubting. He refused to give them the satisfaction of seeing him falter. But the water pressed harder, colder. Panic gnawed at the edges of his resolve. His chest tightened as his body screamed for air. Then unbidden memories came to his mind. Look, boy, and understand. His father had said to him, hand forcing his eyes to look at the dead boy shipped out by drowned priests. His 10-year-old mind didn't register their death, not knowing its meaning, but the sight of the boy's grieving mother brought recent happenings to the fore, the silhouette of a frail-looking woman with the same expression, his own mother. He never felt such dread as he did that day. The kiss of life is a miracle, one that doesn't care for pedigree or worship. It is a wasteful gamble, one that takes skilled hands from our lands and reavers off our ships. And of those that come out of the drowning alive, few do so with their minds and bodies intact. His father kneeled to him, eyes filled with unbidden loss and grief, hidden behind a mask of righteous anger. You are heir to these islands now, boy. His voice bellied his emotions, rough from unspoken emotions. My heir cannot afford to be foolish. Strange, that this would be the moment he'd remember such a memory. Yet all it did was bring clarity to his mind, striking what remained of his resolve off his head. He felt the seawater make its way to his lungs, with it came an excruciating burning sensation, worse than any he'd felt in his life. At this rate, I'm going to die. Amidst his silent screams, only that thought came through the pain. I'm going to die. Oh gods! He didn't wish for death. He began to trash violently, pushing with his greatest strength against the force that pushed him down. Guh. Theon screamed through the water. Dedon, to die. He attempts to escape his hold, but the Damphir's thin frame apparently hid his strength well. A single hand was enough to keep him forcefully underwater. Theon puts his hands to the ground, pushing with them upwards, and it seemed that finally, he'd been able to push against his uncle's hold. Like, thighs. For a second, Theon's head rose above the water. His eyes sighted the blaring sun over a dark sea. To him, that sight was the most beautiful of his life. The relief from that single gasp compounded his feelings of awe, creating within him an undescribable emotion. It was joy, it was bliss, and it was unfettered ecstasy like no other. Theon. His eyes turned to the voice, only to find his sister forcefully held by his father, as she attempted to run to him. The drowned god will have his due, boy. And once again, he was pushed back to the water. Only this time, with both hands to his head and a knee to his back, leaving no hope. This time Theon was plagued with too much despair to make a significant effort. His strength has suddenly left him, and apart from some idle twitching and trashing, he'd easily succumb to the depths. And under the seawater, tears floated upward, and through their translucence, the last thing he glimpsed was his sister's face filled with despair. Theon Greyjoy. He thought. Foolish to the end. It wasn't the end, apparently. His uncle performed the kiss of life, bringing him back to life, yet unconscious. And some days before, he woke with his sister to his bedside, holding his hands in uncharacteristic tenderness. It wasn't the end, because the drowning wasn't where the misery laid. The suffering would start at night, where he'd started having dark dreams and night terrors. Sleep was a miserable experience, as every time he'd feel the water gushing through his throat, the grasp of death tightening over his throat, a terrible force pushing him into its cold embrace. But every now and then, he'd see that same sight, and he'd feel a deep desire in his heart. Theon looked up to the sky, staring at the sun. Even now, I miss that feeling. He thinks. It is what haunts my mind, beyond the nightmares, beyond the jeers. Only that. His face no longer sported his smirk, only what his sister called the expression of an old man longing for his dead wife. He stood atop his new ship, a longship gifted by his father for the coming battles. It has a lean, black hull 100 feet long, a single mast and 50 oars, its deck large enough to hold 100 men and an iron ram shaped like an arrowhead. Theon named it the sea bitch when his sister called her one. At the time his mind was still lethargic, so he'd just chosen one at random. He glanced down at the still waters of Lordsport. His shifting reflection would in his eyes morph into another's, one with cold blue eyes and rich red hair. He couldn't help but notice that his languid stare started sharing a small measure of his foster brother's cold. Perhaps. I'm starting to understand what brought such ice to the fore. He thinks. He then turns to his back, looking at his assigned men. They looked bored out of their minds, and seemed to ignore him as if he was naught but air. But Theon couldn't bring himself to care, not about them, the war, anything. He couldn't give a single damn about anything. He stares at the men he chose for first mate, a surly, rude and brash thin man called Corran. But he seemed to gather respect for the men, so Theon made sure to let him handle the general matters. Set sail. He orders. Corran grunts. Can't do that if I can't know where to, do I? He snipes. Fair Castle. A.N. I've been debating on this for a long time, so here you have it. Theon's mind changes suddenly, as things tend to happen when you momentarily die and lose oxygen flow to the brain. Some degree of brain damage is involved, but there's a new, strange obsession to the man. One that triumphs over all his previous banal desires and goals. I don't know why, but I'm strangely proud of this chapter. Chapter 31. Brynden Tully. He took out his trusty far eye, glancing through it at the distant, hidden camp within the forest. It was a small thing, only enough to hold some 15 people, maybe 20 if they pushed it. Why are there Lannister men so deep within our territory? He questioned loudly. His aide, one Smalljan Umber, shrugged. Brynden grunts. Then we have to find out. In order to channel his heated emotions, his grandnephew wisely ordered him to lead scouting teams to rid the Riverlands of what may remain of the Lannister forces, and bandits and/or outlaws, of course. He was grateful for that, to be honest. Brynden always prided himself for his emotional control. When he was younger, he'd fallen to the whims of sentiment and youth, often acting out on his base impulses, much to devastating results. It had taken years of experience and discipline to learn to sharpen his emotions, to turn his greatest weakness into his greatest strength, to channel them constructively, guided by nothing but logic and pragmatism. But he'd felt himself slipping. He'd always felt deeper than others, and when that fucking prissy cunt killed his nephew, he'd snapped. That whole execution debacle may have taken out the edge off of his rage, but it still lay deep in his heart, simmering, waiting for any excuse to be let out. Any more, and I'd have killed that honorless cur. He thought. He turned toward one of his men, mentioning for them to come closer with a gesture. Fall back to the camp, call up another 15 men. At once, sir. The man quickly bows and leaves for his task. They were roughly 20 scouting this part of the Riverlands, some leagues off Raventree Hall toward Harrenhal. He'd need 15 more to make sure he'd outnumber the camp 2 to 1, anything else and they'd risk casualties. To the man's merit, it only took less than an hour for the reinforcements to sneakily walk up to them. I counted roughly 18 men, with some additional prisoners. Brynden says to Smalljan. You'll lead 20 down the west slope, using the high ground to push them away. Don't get too close, the rest and I will be perched on the other side with bows and arrows, understood? Smalljan nods swiftly and turns to the others, gathering the men and horses for the attack. As usual, Brynden's forces were lightly armored cavalry. Since their numbers were kept small, he also made sure that most of his men were also skilled archers, either knights, second sons, veteran hunters, or longbowmen who have experience a horse. It made for a very flexible force, capable of easily chasing smaller forces and harassing larger ones. A permanent unit would be mighty useful. He thinks. I should advise Robb to build on these men. He'd then gone back to watching through his far eye. He could notice through the far shrubbery the Umber heir and his men moving slowly across the small forest, if only barely. Were he unaware of their presence, he doubted he'd be able to spot them. The boy takes to advice well. Brynden closes the far eye, turning toward the other men. He's letting the hunters lead, as I'd told him. He gestures with his arm, as they swiftly approach toward a more advantageous spot. Brynden stills behind one of the far trees, right next to a clearing that would lead directly out of the woods and to safe distance for the campers. He lifts his hand and encloses it into a fist, indicating that this is to be the point for their ambush. The silence was unnatural for a while, their presence clearly spooking any beasts and ants that would usually make for ambient sound, yet before long, he heard a loud horn echo to the other side. Taking his far eye once again, he spies on the camp. Their night sentries were clearly alert, as being amidst enemy ground tends to encourage, and have swiftly warned the rest. Yet it is to no avail. Their men had gotten too close with too many men to defend, and whoever commanded their men knew it too. The Lannister dogs were clearly prepared for an ambush, as they reacted quickly to the threat. He saw a large man full of muscle order some 10 men to defend, whilst the rest took to their horses. "Prepare yourselves." Brynden orders. He predicted that their enemies would panic and fully attempt to escape toward them, or they'd attempt to fight, and only once they'd found themselves at a loss would they attempt to flee. Instead, they sacrifice some of their men to make time. He comments. Typical, from their ilk. The last thing he glimpses from his far eye before putting it down is Smallgen skillfully dodging a pike to his shoulder and crushing a man's head with his mace. Brynden takes his trusty bow and holds it aloft. He could clearly see the men approaching toward them, with the muscular commander at their head. He nocks an arrow, squinting, he shifts his aim toward the man's head. He hesitates. He knew that he must keep someone alive to interrogate, but something within him rebels at the thought, wishing to kill each and every single one of them. Brynden lets the arrow fly, and as it does, he swiftly turns his bow to the side, changing its direction. Not this time. The arrow lodges itself in another man's chest, killing him instantly. The others took his own shot as an indication to do the same, so it was quickly followed by the sounds of flying arrows. 8 men is a low number of men, as without any fanfare they'd mostly lay bare. The commander was clearly experienced, as he reacted the fastest and hid behind a horse's corpse, shielding away from the arrows. Brynden walks up to the scene, another arrow idly notched on his bow. "Name and affiliation, now," he screams. "Or I'll fill you with so many arrows and use you as a club." 2 hands extend from the leader's side. "Peace. Peace, my lord." "That's not what I asked for." "Ser Brynden Hill, that's my name." "My lord, I'm a man-at-arms with Lord Crakehall." Brynden lowers his bow ever so slightly. "You sound well-spoken for a bastard, Brynden." The irony of their shared name doesn't escape him, but he wasn't in the mood for japes. The man slowly stands up from his perch, his hands still up in surrender. Brynden noticed he was larger than most, with many scars dotting his arms and chest. He wore simple leather armor with chainmail, which didn't do much for protection. "I've been squired to Ser Joffrey Doggett, learned my speech from him, my lord." "And where's Ser Doggett?" The man winces. "Died on the battles of the crossings, at your hand, sir." The Blackfish tilts his head. "Really?" he says. "Can't remember." Brynden hangs his bow to his side as Smallgen and the men catch up. 2 of the newcomers dismounts and capture the man, forcing him to kneel as they put shackles to his arms. He approaches, half sitting down to be face to face with the man. "You seem like a reasonable man, Brynden." The name was spoken with barely hidden mirth. "A good man, even. So, believe me when I say that it would be a shame to put you to the sword." "Of course, that can be avoided if you answer my questions." The man nods solemnly. "I'll try my best, sir." "Good." Brynden stands up, dusting off his knees with his hands. "First question then, why are Lannister forces stationed into enemy lines?" The other Brynden gulps nervously. Whatever his answer, it was clear that he thought it to be sensitive. "Our orders." "Our orders were to chase a girl." The mention of a girl made Brynden feel a sense of urgency all of a sudden, and slowly, an unbidden theory came to mind. It would be too soon to put it to words without proof, however. What girl? The girl with the wolf. There it was, confirmation. Arya Stark. It wasn't just him, but everyone accompanying him stood taut. If Arya Stark was here, in the Riverlands, and the Lannisters didn't have her. The Blackfish, I guess it is the Red now, but he digresses, finds himself eye to eye with the other Brynden once again. "Where?" he growled. "We last saw her west." The man almost screams, eager to stay alive. "She's with a fat boy and one of Robert's bastards, and they've escaped Harrenhal." "How can we be sure it's her?" Smallgen remarks, a serious look on his face. The hostage looks at the umber air. "We didn't know either, At first we just thought they were escapees trying to escape the massacre, but then she was found with a dire wolf and its pack, killing the men sent to pursue them. Only then we knew. He then turns back to Brynden. That's all I know, I swear. Brynden believed him. It is why he swiftly unsheathed his sword and sliced his throat. Smoljan steps back from a spurt of blood, a look of disgust on his face. Why kill him? He may have been useful. He's with the Lannisters. Brynden's reply was swift, and spoken like a decree from the Seven. He doesn't deserve to live. Smoljan looks at him with a slightly disturbed expression, yet he wisely stays silent. Brynden stands up and looks at his men. Gather the corpses and burn them post-haste. He orders. And have a runner rush back to camp, tell them about Lady Arya. Where to next, sire? Jon asks. Obviously west. He replies. The Lannisters cannot find the girl first. Or Robb will surely be furious. He turns to the giant men. Can you imagine it? Your lord, apoplectic with rage. Jon blanches, and he swiftly rushes back to the others in order to make them rush. The boy has a hold over these men. Brynden thinks. But then, he does over me too. He turns back, staring at his men being busy. To think of it, I should probably help them too. Chapter 32. Arya Stark. Arya ran through the forest, her breaths coming in short, ragged bursts. The underbrush clawed at her legs as she sprinted past the gnarled trees, each step fueled by desperation. She headed this way. The shout came from behind her, echoing through the dense foliage. The voice grew louder, the thud of boots on the forest floor growing closer. Shit, she whispered, her tone sharp and strained. A dull ache throbbed in her side where her half-healed wounds protested the exertion, but she pushed on. There was no room for weakness, not now. Her eyes caught a glimpse of the marked tree ahead, the rough bark scarred by a crude sigil that meant safety, or a semblance of it. Turning her head, she saw the man in red livery closing in, his face twisted with determination. I see her, he bellowed. This way. Arya's heart pounded in her chest, her breath hitching as dread tightened its grip on her. But dread was familiar now, almost comforting. It sharpened her focus, steadied her movements. She darted toward the tree, every muscle in her body screaming for her to stop, but she forced herself forward. The man reached for her, his meaty hand swiping at the scruff of her collar just as she reached the tree. Get here, you wretch. Arya ducked low, twisting her body to evade his grasp. She lunged forward, rolling across the ground as he followed her, his momentum carrying him straight into a waiting mace. The sound of the blow echoed through the woods, the crunch of his skull unmistakable. Arya glanced back to see Gendry standing tall, the mace in his hand smeared with blood. That's one, he muttered, his voice grim as he prepared for the others. The remaining men closed in, their movements cautious but determined. One raised his hand to signal the others, but a crossbow bolt from the shadows buried itself in his throat. He collapsed with a wet gurgle, and Arya turned to see Biter lowering his crossbow with a satisfied grin, his jagged teeth making for a terrifying sight. Hot Pie stood nearby, clutching his own crossbow, but his hands trembled. Arya's sharp gaze caught the hesitation in his eyes. Damn it, Hot Pie, she growled, snatching the crossbow from his hands. If you're not going to use it, stay out of the way. One of the men stepped forward, his sword drawn. We ain't willing to kill ya, girl, he said, his tone measured but firm. But we ain't gonna hold back if you don't give us a choice. Arya spat on the ground, her lips curling into a snarl. Come and try, then. The man's face hardened. With a nod to his companions, the four of them charged. The forest erupted into chaos. Gendry swung his mace with rough, yet brutal blows, the heavy weapon connecting with bone and flesh as he held the line. Biter, wielding a battered sword, fought with the experience of a King's Landing sewer rat, which is to say, not much, but he was enormous and savage, which somewhat made up for it. Arya had moved back, wresting the crossbow from Hot Pie and clumsily throwing pot shots to help her companions. But the numbers weren't on their side. The men pressed forward, their attacks coordinated, forcing Gendry and Biter to fall back. Arya felt the weight of their disadvantage settling in her chest, but she didn't panic. This was the plan. A low growl rumbled through the forest, primal and menacing. The attackers faltered, their eyes darting around as the sound grew louder. From the shadows, Nymeria emerged, her massive form cutting an imposing figure as her golden eyes locked onto the men. Behind her, the rest of the pack followed, a dozen wolves moving as one. The wolves descended upon the attackers with feral precision. Nymeria lunged at the nearest man, her jaws clamping down on his arm with a sickening crunch. Another wolf took down a second man, his screams cut short as sharp teeth tore into his throat. The remaining two tried to flee, but the pack was relentless, their pursuit swift and merciless. When the forest fell silent again, Arya had to tiptoe beside Nymeria, her hand brushing over the direwolf's coarse fur. "Good girl," she murmured. Nymeria nudged her hand, a low whine escaping her throat. The others gathered around, their faces pale and drawn. Hot Pie leaned against a tree, his chest heaving as he tried to catch his breath. Gendry wiped his mace clean on the grass, clearly withholding his desire to vomit. Biter, a glower on his face, spits at one of the men's corpses. Ever since the escape, Biter had seen fit to stay with them. The death of Rorge, who turned out to be a sort of a guardian for the men, had made him aimless. Turns out, Arya's defiance before death, and her relationship with Nymeria and her position as head of the pack, so to say, seemingly inspired something akin to loyalty for a man who grew up fighting with dogs and bears in the fighting pits of Flea Bottom. Gendry thought him dangerous, and Arya agreed. The man had been a Flea Bottom orphan, captured for the crime of moral corruption, as apparently, the High Septon had Rorge and his illegal arena, Biter included, confiscated once he refused to pay tribute to cleanse his profession of sin. At least that's what Jaqen told her. Biter could not corroborate, as he had his tongue cut off long ago. But he was on their side, and had grown strangely protective of their group, so Arya had no issues with his presence. Her gaze lingered on Nymeria, her thoughts drifting. It had been months since their reunion, a chance meeting that felt like fate. Nymeria had grown in her time away, becoming the leader of her own pack. The direwolf was wild now, but she still recognized Arya, the bond between them unbroken by time or distance. Her mind wandered further back, to the day Jaqen Hagar had left her with the iron coin. He had headed southwest, toward the Reach, his cryptic words lingering in her mind long after he disappeared. She had tried to follow him at first, but the dangers of the road had forced her to change course. Survival came first, always. A rustling in the distance pulled her back to the present. Gendry's head snapped up, his hand tightening around the mace. The others tensed, their weapons at the ready. A group of men emerged from the trees, their armor battered and their faces grim. They wore the red and gold of House Lannister, but they weren't advancing. Instead, they stumbled forward, their movements hurried and disorganized. "They're running from something," Gendry said, his voice low. Arya nodded, her eyes narrowing. "We need to hide. Now." The group scattered, finding cover among the trees and underbrush. Arya crouched low, her heart pounding as the Lannister men drew closer. She counted at least 20, too many to face even with Nymeria's pack. For a moment, it seemed they might pass without noticing them. But a shout rang out, one of the men pointing in their direction. "Over there." The chase began anew. Arya and her companions ran, weaving through the trees as arrows whizzed past them. The wolves stayed close, lunging at any soldier who got too near. But the Lannisters were relentless, and their numbers gave them the advantage. Arya's mind raced as she tried to think of a plan. They couldn't outrun them forever, and fighting head-on was suicide. She glanced at Gendry, who met her gaze with a grim nod. They would make their stand here. The group turned, using the terrain to their advantage. Biter climbed a low branch, dropping onto an unsuspecting soldier and barbarically biting into the man's neck. Gendry swung his mace with a roar, taking down two men in quick succession. Arya fired her crossbow, the bolt finding its mark in a soldier's leg. But it wasn't enough. The Lannisters surrounded them, their weapons drawn and their expressions triumphant. Arya's hand tightened around her dagger, her jaw set. If this was the end, she would go down fighting. A horn sounded in the distance, its mournful note cutting through the chaos. The Lannisters hesitated, their eyes darting toward the source of the sound. Moments later, riders emerged from the trees, their banners flying high. The Trout of House Tully was unmistakable, and at their head rode Brynden Tully, the Blackfish himself. "Hold your ground," he shouted, his voice commanding as his riders charged. The Lannisters barely had time to react before the Blackfish's men were upon them. Chaos erupted once more, but this time, Arya's side had the advantage. Among the riders was a massive man, his frame unmistakable. Smalljan Umber fought with the ferocity of a bear, his greatsword cleaving through the Lannister ranks. Within moments, the skirmish was over, the surviving Lannisters fleeing into the woods. The Blackfish dismounted, his sharp eyes taking in the ragtag group before him. He stopped in front of Arya, his gaze appraising. Biter ignored some of his wounds, stepping between her and the aging knight, growling like some sort of animal. "Quite a wild girl, are you, Arya Stark," he said, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. She unsheathed needle, using the flat side of the blade to nudge the giant man away to the side. Arya met the Blackfish's gaze, her chin lifting defiantly. "You have no idea." Chapter 33. Sansa Stark. "To my sweet sister, who is to leave to the sandy lands of Dorne." Joffrey exclaimed to his crowd of courtiers, raising a cup in toast. His action is mirrored by the rest, as they cheered for the announcement. Joffrey turns to Myrcella, who almost flinched at his gaze. Faking a charming smile, he softly held her shoulder with his hand. "My sister has been a shining light within the halls of this capital, she will sorely be missed." Sansa sights his hand tightening uncomfortably around his sister's dainty shoulder, and managed to glimpse a slight wince from her face. Trystane Martell is a lucky man to betroth to such a ray of sunshine. They were gathered in the September of Baelor, celebrating the alliance brokered by Tyrion Lannister between the Martells and the Lannisters, with Myrcella becoming a ward of Dorne and eventually marrying Doran Martell's youngest son. She listened on Tyrion's scheme, how he figured out who on the small council was spying on him to his sister by giving Varys, Littlefinger, and Pycelle different accounts of his plan. It is therefore obvious why the Grandmaster is confined to the Black Cells, and not feasting here, heaping mountains of frivolous flatteries at Joffrey's feet. This whole debacle was supposed to be a public display meant to project royal power and celebrate this union, even as King's Landing was in the grip of famine and unrest during the war. Even to Sansa's naive mind, it was very much foolish to believe that the small folk would believe the nobles reveling and gorging themselves whilst they were suffering as anything other than injustice. She could hear them, with her increasingly adept skills of skin-changing, gathering outside the September, watching the festivities with dark expression and hushed insults. "I need to keep safe, on the way back to the Red Keep." She tentatively took a sip from her wine cup, wincing at the taste. She quickly put it back down. I will never know how people drink this swill." "A very strong desire to forget, I'd wager." A voice echoed from her side. She turned to its source, finding Tyrion Lannister with what he thought to be a very comforting smile. He must have noticed her discomfort, as he raised a hand in a placating gesture of surrender. "No funny business here, Lady Sansa," he says. "I simply came to offer my condolences. You already expressed your sorrow last time we met, Lord Hand." She inwardly scoffs at the slight preening he shows at the mention of his title. "One time is enough." Tyrion lets out a slight, offended chuckle as he put a palm over his heart. "You don't know." She raises an eyebrow at his words, "Didn't know what?" Must be one of Joffrey's sick tantrums. The imp's expression turns apologetic. "It is truly unfortunate to be the bearer of such bad news, but I'm afraid that your uncle, Edmure Tully, has perished." "Oh, that." Her brother told her days ago about the matter. She'd felt moderately sad, mostly for her mother, but she never met her uncle, and his death, while unfortunate, didn't really affect her much. "There was an escape attempt from the hostages, my own brother included, and he has fallen at Jaime's hands, attempting to block his escape." Tyrion, mistaking her silence for shock, explained. "I know, it must feel disingenuous coming from someone whose family brought you so much suffering." He gently grabs her arm. "But I am truly ever so apologetic about his death." She stares back down with a blank expression. His tender expression seemed genuine, yet that is what she found so dangerously wrong about Tyrion Lannister. A man who can feel love for another, see those who are more unfortunate with kindness instead of disdain, someone who could have such a strong morality, yet able to look past it so easily to commit horrific schemes. He was the one who orchestrated the escape attempt in the first place, I'm sure of it. She thought. Yet he feels no regrets for his actions, only remorse. Tywin Lannister's progeny is as sick as can be. "My uncle was a criminal, and a rebel," she answers. "I feel no sadness nor grief over his demise." Tyrion looks at her for a moment, his gaze searching for something only he knew. Indeed. He sighs. It is so. Sansa stared listlessly at his face. She thought his exasperated expression would have convinced if his tender heart had she not known he was responsible for her uncle's death, so she simply kept silently looking at him until he awkwardly walked away. The rest of the banquet was much the same, and as the court wined and dined over food they kept from the small folk, she simply hid her glee as she sensed the common men gather around Baelor September. And as she stood next to the door, the guests positioning themselves in order to make for a grand exit, she bowed slightly as Joffrey stood next to her. That wretched creature might have ruined the surprise. He whispered to her, alluding to the imp, but the truth remains the same. Your brother might win battles, but while none of my family is dead, yours just seem to perish. One by one. He grinned at her, his face morphing in glee as he thought he'd finally found a way to make her suffer. One day, I will present you your brother's head on a silver platter, and force you to eat it. He cheerfully tapped her shoulders. And there is nothing you can do about it. She stood stock still for a moment, taking deep breaths and meditating in order to let her emotions of rage and anger wash away into the nothingness. It was a blessing that the fool thought it to be shock. Him suspecting anything would be nothing but trouble. After a while, she shifted her expression to one of fright. Her act was amateurish, but for that witless bastard, it was enough. She watched his back with barely hidden disdain as he laughed away, feeling a dark sense of humor at his coming misfortune, her senses showing her that the regal departure he was looking for wouldn't work out the way it would. But that comes later. First, she must secure her own safety. She looks around, and after a while, she spots the hound standing to the side, broody face and all, and made to stand close by. When they opened the gates, the opulent decor of Baelor Sept making for the seedy streets of King's Landing, Joffrey stepped forward, expecting praise to his name. Instead, all he received was silence, the men and women watching him cautiously, hoping for some grand announcement. Perhaps he'll give us food. They must think, maybe they'll share their wealth. But naught came, and so the so-called king awkwardly walked past the crowd awkwardly, his Kingsguard pushing them aside. Hail to the king! A lonely voice echoed from the cluster, followed by a laugh. 7 blessings to you, your grace. Another did the same, yet its tone also left more to be desired. Accusations and insults also started echoing, although they were barely heard, labels like bastard and tyrant, yet they seemed to resound low enough for him to ignore them. But they got louder and louder, alongside empty flatteries and begs for sustenance. It was the insults that echoed the loudest. Joffrey seemed to have enough, as he looked around, hoping to find someone who'd insult him to his face. He's a bastard. Please your grace, we're hungry. Stannis. Tyrion seemed to notice quickly, as he turned around to the guards. Take the prince and princess back to the keep now. The guards quickly did so, as they sped up in a different direction, leading Tommen and Myrcella away. It went on, with Joffrey happy to ignore them, that is until someone threw a muddy ruck at his face. The white cloaks instantly drew their swords, Joffrey standing back up, clutching the side of his eye. Sansa slowly inched closer toward the hound, feeling a mix of joy and trepidation at the situation. Who threw that? A guard pulled a man who'd extended his hand more than necessary, slamming him to the ground and kicking him senseless. Find the men who threw that and bring him to me. Spittle flew out of Joffrey's mouth. A fight quickly broke out, guards hitting the crowd and the small folk defending themselves. Sandor took a step forward toward the prince, but he stopped once he finally noticed Sansa standing to his side. Kill them! Joffrey shouted. Kill them all. The hound looks toward Joffrey, who was safely surrounded by his Kingsguard, then back at Sansa, before finally making a decision, and putting his free arm over his shoulder, pushing her forward toward the Red Keep. Tyrion stares at his shocked sister. Move. Move. He says. The guards were outnumbered by the mob, yet the people were simply malnourished people who only had rocks at most, so they were brutally pushed back. Come on, little bird. Sandor's voice sounds over Joffrey's deranged screams. Let's get you to safety. Sansa meekly nods. She might have been present to a lot of violence lately, but the situation was still very much scary. So she closes her eyes and lets herself get carried away. She unconsciously shares her vision with some random birds and rats, getting a glimpse at the violence, handmaidens being pulled from the retinue and into the angry horde, hungry people letting their bloodlust take control as they literally pulled their victims' limbs off so they could eat them, screams and violence and death and misery, all caused by the Lannisters. She opens her eyes, looking at the catatonic Joffrey. All because of him. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk. Thankfully, she was escorted back safe and sound. Less fortunately, Joffrey was also left intact from that whole debacle. She laid back on her bed. A precursory check through her animals showed that of her 2 handmaidens, one was sent to the queen to replace another that seemingly died at the hands of the mob, the other, Shay, was with Tyrion, doing shameful things. She laid back on her bed, staring at the night sky from the open window. Her mind couldn't help but go back to Joffrey's words. And there is nothing you can do about it, he had said. She sits up roughly. Nothing. She angrily thought, I'll show that beast nothing. In truth, she had thought about retaliating for a while, and wisely, she had told Robb of it. He had said that nothing she could do can come back to her, and that none of the big names must be affected, as that could gather too much attention. But, there was someone who committed the gravest of sins toward her family, someone who deserves retribution, but is not important enough to be essential. Asterisk asterisk dash asterisk. General POV. In the dark of night, the Red Keep was quiet, except the wind rustling through its corridors. Ser Island Payne lay in his humble room, sleeping restlessly. Moonlight streamed through a narrow window to glow dimly on ice, the Valyrian steel greatsword that had been Eddard Stark's, beside his bed. First, there was only the creaking of the old fortress. Then, from unseen cracks, rats appeared, their eyes shining as they crept forward. Above, pigeons fluttered onto the sill, stirring the air with their wings. The scratching and cooing grew louder until the creatures swarmed the room in a frenzy. In an instant, the sleeping night was overrun. Rats clung to the bedposts and pigeons fell from the air, their teeth and talons relentless. Ser Island came awake too late, his silent scream lost in the cacophony. He grasped for ice, but only found teeth and wings. The unnatural voraciousness of the swarm devoured him, leaving naught but silence. When the guards came, they found a gruesome sight. The floor was covered in blood, mixed with torn flesh and pieces of cloth. Ser Island Payne was unrecognizable, his body destroyed. Worst of all, ice was gone, its stand empty. By morning, the Red Keep was abuzz with rumors of dark magic and curses tied to the Stark blade. One thing was clear, the death of Ser Island was as chilling as the disappearance of the legendary sword. Chapter 34. Robb Stark. He felt an uncomfortable squelch beneath his boots. Lifting his left leg up, Robb stared listlessly at the dirty mud that stained them before simply wiping them in a hard spot. Walking further forward, he nods toward the guards, as they opened the door to the cage. Looking inside, Robb saw the disheveled figure of a man. His golden hair was stained with dirt, with arrow wounds staining his bandages with blood. Jaime Lannister looked at his visitor, his eyes widening up at noticing his identity, and a fake smirk making its way to his face. The prodigal heir Stark finally brightens my halls, eh? He japes. Oh. I guess it is Lord Stark now. I heard about the Honorable Eddard Stark's death in my old cell, hadn't heard such joyous news for years. The hypocrite's delight lies not in their own gain, but in the honest man's pain. Robb simply answered, falling back into the Jedi habit of speaking in vague notions and made-up quotes to mess with others. He would scowl back at him instead, but he can't, can he? Jaime's smirk soured. Nay, your father was merely a man whose pride exceeded the bounds of wisdom. He answers. He thought himself too good for the rest of us normal mortals, wielding his vaunted honor like a symbol of his superiority. Giving me the name of the Kingslayer, tainting my reputation with his higher-than-thou insult. Jaime pulls at his chains, standing up to look Robb eye to eye. How did his so-called honor serve him, huh? Dead. That's what. He hissed out with so much hate and anger that it made him lose strength on his legs, sitting back down with a wince. You know nothing about me, whelp. He shouts. You know nothing about me. He repeated, much lower this time. Robb simply stares at him for a while. Meanwhile, Grey Wind seemingly sensed Jaime's aggression and shimmied his way into the large cage. His large form overshadowed the Kingslayer's sitting body, and for a second, the man's face morphed from fright before hardening in resigned rebellion. Jaime makes to speak, but is silenced as Robb suddenly moves his hand over Grey Wind's back, softly stroking his fur. Burned them all, was it? Jaime snapped his head around with such force it was a wonder he didn't pull a muscle. Those were Aerys Targaryen's last words, were they not? How? Your name is Jaime Lannister, twin brother to Cersei Lannister. You were inseparable when young, in fact, you came out of your mother's womb holding her foot. You look so similar not even your father was able to keep you apart, and even tended to dress in each other's clothes and spend whole days together. Robb's voice comes out measured, and so very cold. You'd even slept together in the same bed, and your relationship went so far as to experiment with each other in an inappropriate manner. During one of those encounters, you were caught by a servant who informed your mother, who then went on to move your bedchamber to the other side of the castle, while a guard was stationed in front of your sisters. You never did anything of the sort again, until your brother's birth and your mother's subsequent death, that is. Jaime's face grows ever so pale as he listens. He attempts to speak, but is interrupted by Robb's words. Your father used to teach you how to read until late at night, as you had trouble with your letters. Your father and sister despised your malformed brother, but you didn't, and treated him with love and respect. You squired under Lord Summer Craighall and raged when your father brought your sister to court in King's Landing. Afterwards you were sent to Riverrun to send a sensitive message to Lord Hoster Tully, whom kept you for days, seating you next to Lisa Arryn for feasts and luncheons, but you were uninterested, and went on to harass Brynden Tully for war stories. You participated in the campaign against the Kingswood Brotherhood when you were 5 and 10, during which you saved Lord Craighall from Big Belly Ben and crossed swords with the psychotic Smiling Knight, whom you thought to be the greatest swordsman on Westeros, and quickly shifted that label toward Arthur Dayne once he killed him in a duel, and were knighted that night by him after holding vigil. Grey Wind pleasantly purrs as Robb takes a breath. You decided to visit King's Landing to see your father and sister, upon which Cersei informed you of your coming betrothal to Lisa Tully after a night of passionate lovemaking, and promised you to solve your dilemma. A month later, you were raised to the King's Guard by Gerald Hightower at the tourney of Harrenhal. You were happy at first, since it meant you could stay close to your sister and get rid of your responsibility as Tywin's heir, yet when you were sent back to King's Landing to guard Viserys and Rhaella Targaryen in favor of participating in the tourney, you realized that it was simply to spite your father, and grew resentful of the decision. You used thoughts of your sister to keep you grounded during your tenure as Kingslayer, much too disillusioned with the position. And when your father's men betrayed the Mad King, he ordered his pyromancer hand to light the wildfire caches hidden beneath the city, upon which you killed him and the king. Jaime almost began to hyperventilate at this point, staring at Robb as if he was a ghost. Yet you also broke your promise to Rhaegar Targaryen, leaving his wife, daughter, and babe to die at the hand of your own father's men, but you don't seem to think of that, do you? Jaime flinched, bristling with a mix of rage and fear. There is more, you know. Robb said. I know you fucked your sister the day of her wedding with Robert Baratheon, the moon tea you acquired for her when she grew pregnant with his child, that Stannis' claims of her children are true. I know how you caved to your father and tricked a love-struck 3 and 10 Tyrion Lannister into believing his loving wife was a whore, even pushing him into our *ping her after a slew of other men did so. Jaime almost collapsed at the last sentence, his shock much too strong. I know you pushed my brother off that tower. Robb's hand extends with frightening speed, clutching at Jaime's throat with great strength. He channeled the force through his body and single-handedly lifted him off the ground. Jaime struggled to make him let go, scratching and striking his arm as air slowly escaped his grasp. Robb took a close step, staring the Kingslayer dead in the eye with almost glowing, icy blue eyes. They were so very cold. Jaime thought. You say I don't know you. The Lannister felt the icy breath graze his cheek, sending a chill cascading down his spine and cold sweat beading on his skin. He trembled, paralyzed by fear, as the shadow of death loomed ever closer. Think again. Just as the edges of Jaime's vision blurred into darkness, the grip on him released. He collapsed to the ground with a thud, a jolt of pain tearing through his still healing wounds. Clutching his throat, he gasped for air, each breath a desperate, rasping reprieve. When he finally looked up, his gaze met a towering silhouette, shrouded in shadow. Piercing blue eyes, vivid as the sky, stared down at him, framed by a cascade of crimson hair. You looked down on others, convinced it was their ignorance that made them look down on you. Robb's voice cut through the silence, sharp and cold, sending a fresh wave of fear through him. As he instinctively inched backward, Robb's tone grew heavier, more damning. Ignorance of your skill at arms, your experiences, your so-called deeds. But here I stand, knowing it all. And still, I think you're nothing more than a cowardly waste of life. With that, Robb turned away, his steps deliberate and unhurried, his voice fading like a specter retreating into the shadows. At his side, his massive direwolf padded along contentedly, its presence a reminder of power and ferocity. If there's one lesson to take from this encounter, Robb added, his words lingering like a blade poised to strike, it's that the only reason you still draw breath is because of my sister. You'd best pray she remains safe. ****. He hadn't intended to reveal so much of his mind to the Kingslayer, but watching that infuriating smirk disappear made it all worthwhile. It doesn't matter anyway, Robb thought, his resolve hardening. The day Sansa is free of the Lannisters' grasp will be the day he dies. As for Jaime's escape, it was a laughable notion. When encamped in a castle, he would be confined to the dungeons, true dungeons, crafted to prevent any thought of freedom, not a secured guest room masquerading as a prison. On the march, he'd be locked in an iron cage, the key held solely by Robb himself. The cage would be mounted on a carriage dragged alongside the army, guarded relentlessly. 40 men were to stand watch over him at all times, with a pool of 120 handpicked, trusted soldiers rotating shifts to maintain their sharpness. And always, Robb would keep Jaime close, ready for any attempt. Robb could have implemented these measures earlier, but to act rashly while marching west toward his homeland would have been foolish. Out of respect for the Tullus, the family most wronged by Jaime's actions, he had deferred custody to them. But what was done was done. There was no point in lingering on the past. From now on, spread the word to all who will listen, those destitute and displaced, the people who have lost their homes and livelihoods to the Lannisters and their dogs. Tell them that Harrenhal will stand as a sanctuary. When Robb Stark reclaims the castle, he will ensure that every one of them finds solace and a new beginning by the God's eye, Robb declared, his voice steady and resolute as he addressed the gathered men. Mounted and ready, they were set to replace the Blackfish in his mission to liberate or relieve what was needed in the war-torn Riverlands. Ride well, find victory, and may you return safely. He had recited this speech countless times before, growing numb to the self-consciousness that accompanied such grandiose declarations. As the men spurred their horses forward, disappearing into the horizon, another figure approached in haste. "My lord," the men called out breathlessly. The Red and his men passed the gate but a few hours ago. Robb tilted his head slightly, his expression calm and measured. "And?" The man's face lit with unrestrained excitement. "They've cleared much of the road to Harrenhal, my lord, but most importantly, they found her. Your sister. Arya Stark is safe." Robb didn't think. He barely felt himself move. One moment, he was standing still, the next, he was astride a horse, urging it forward at a breakneck pace. "My lord." "Wait." His guards followed, barely keeping pace. Hours later, the site of Bryndon's garrison came into view. At its head rode the seasoned Blackfish and the imposing figure of Smaljin Umber. But it was not them Robb's eyes sought. It was the girl astride a smaller, though still formidable, dire wolf. Her hair was shorn, her clothes tattered and worn, and her face bore the marks of hardship, but there was no mistaking her. That was Arya Stark. That was his sister. Chapter 35. Robb Stark. Robb walked through Riverrun's familiar halls, holding Arya's hand tightly. Nymeria and Greywind padded silently behind them, the wolf's steady presence offering comfort. Arya's eyes were red and puffy from crying, but her voice was animated as she spoke about her journey. From her escape to King's Landing, their encounter with the Mountain's men, Harrenhal, Jaqen H'ghar, reuniting with Nymeria, she'd told him all of it. Robb said little, letting her words fill the silence as they approached their mother's chambers. Her companions had been settled, hot pie sent to the kitchens, Gendry to the smithy, and Biter, still shadowing Arya, might soon be made her guard. Robb mulled over the thought as they reached the heavy wooden door. The man's mind had an animalistic feel, more instinct than logic, one that seems to always look to another for guidance, and it has seemed to settle on his sister as an alpha of sorts. With some training and discipline forced onto his skull, he'd make a halfway decent sworn shield, he supposed. Robb hesitated for a moment, then pushed the door open. Inside, Catelyn sat by the window, her face etched with grief. "Thank you, Holly." She turned, apparently mistaking them for a handmaiden. "I'm not really famished at the moment." Her eyes widened at the sight of them. "Arya," she whispered, her voice trembling. Arya broke free from Robb's grasp and ran to her, throwing her arms around her mother. "Mother," she cried, tears spilling freely as Catelyn clutched her tightly. Catelyn sobbed, stroking Arya's hair, murmuring words of comfort and disbelief. Robb stood back, watching quietly. His face remained calm, but a single tear escaped down his cheek, escaping through his cold mask. An errant maidservant lingering at the door caught sight of it, her eyes widening in surprise. She quickly smiled, a rare softness crossing her features, before leaving them to their reunion. After what felt like an eternity, Caitlin lifted her tear-streaked face to look at Robb. Her hand trembled as she reached out to him. He stepped forward, kneeling beside her as he took her hand in his. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice breaking. "Thank you for bringing her back." Robb's voice was low but steady. "When the snows fall and the white winds blow, the lone wolf dies but the pack survives." He quotes his father. Father's words were right, our family has to stand united. He mechanically puts a hand over her shoulder. "You just stay put, we'll be reunited soon enough." Caitlin's free hand went to his cheek, softly wiping his sole tear. "You've grown so much," she stared straight at his cold, steely eyes, her voice thick with emotions of grief. "Too much for your years. I wish you didn't have to carry this burden." Robb shook his head slightly. It is the way of things for children to handle their sire's burdens. He wills himself to smile wryly, and for once in his life. Mothers and fathers raise their children, until such a time it comes for the children to care for their forebears. Arya, still clinging to Caitlin, looked up at Robb with a fierce smile. "I'll care for you, mother." Caitlin pulled them both close, her arms encircling them. "You're both so strong," she whispered. "Your father would be proud. The gods know I am." The three of them stayed there for a long moment, a quiet bond settling over them as the grief and joy mingled in equal measure. Outside, the wolves lay curled together by the door, a silent guard over their reunion. *****. He had spent the rest of the day with his reunited sister and mother, mostly indulging Arya's desires while his army prepared to leave. With his sister back, and most importantly, the last remnants of the Lannisters vanquished, it was time to finally end the liberation of the Riverlands with a symbolic recapture of Harrenhal. To that end, he sent Stevran Fry with an advance contingent of necessary personnel to occupy the castle and prepare it for their arrival. The war was about to change drastically. For one, with the Riverlands finally free of Lannister influence, the local lords would be far more reluctant to pledge support for any external battles. He might have earned their respect, and they might swear allegiance to him eventually, but many would do their utmost to delay any commitment to the war effort. And why wouldn't they? They had no compelling reason to. Most Riverlander lords didn't respect their own liege lords, let alone an outsider like him. This meant he would have to make assurances. Tywin Lannister would almost certainly seek an alliance with the Tyrells. With his severely depleted forces, Tywin would be forced to make substantial concessions to secure their aid for the coming battles. The Tyrells, guided by the cunning Queen of Thorns, would undoubtedly exploit this to their fullest advantage. That would mean delays, constant delays. Robb expected the Tyrells to send only a contingent just large enough to liberate King's Landing, along with enough provisions to last a short while. The rest of the Tyrell forces would remain scattered across the Reach, to be fully mobilized only when Margaery was crowned queen and her marriage to their king was consummated. Even then, their muster would take time. The Reachers were notoriously slow to mobilize. Fortunately, this bought Robb time, enough to consolidate his forces, prepare, return north to negotiate with the wildlings and, should things go according to plan, more. By this point, Robb had cultivated a reputation strong enough that he no longer needed to lead from the front. His army had been blooded, and he had earned the loyalty of many skilled commanders. While he would prefer to be at the heart of battles, using his force skills to ensure overwhelming victories, he understood that necessity dictated otherwise. He couldn't be everywhere at once. Additionally, there was the matter of the phrase. With the death of Aemon Fry and his kin, Robb, or rather, Brynden, had severed the last consistent connection they had to the Lannisters. This was why he had sent Stevran Fry and Black Walder, along with their closest family members, ahead to Harrenhal. By granting Stevran the prestigious role of Castellan, Robb was sending a clear message to House Fry. Stevran was his favored candidate to inherit should Walder Fry perish. This move would undoubtedly unsettle the more ambitious members of the family. But that alone wasn't enough. Walder Fry might be selfish and heartless, but he would not tolerate chaos within his house while he lived. Thus, Robb had one final task before departing. "Your Grace." Roose Bolton had already begun addressing him with the title of a king, a calculated move to assure Robb of his loyalty. "How might I serve you?" Ghost gray eyes, once described as paler than stone and darker than milk, met icy blue, and Robb felt a flicker of satisfaction as he sensed a trace of trepidation in Bolton. Roose Bolton was a man of cruel logic, a high-functioning sociopath whose sole ambition was the advancement of his house and, by extension, himself. He was cautious, perhaps overly so, and Robb intended to exploit that caution until Bolton's usefulness was exhausted. "You can start by dropping the formalities." Robb's voice was cold as he gestured for Bolton to sit. "The title is a quaint gesture, but unnecessary." Roose nodded as he took a seat, casting a quick, wary glance at Greywind before turning his attention back to Robb. "Of course, my lord. As you are aware, we march to Harrenhal tomorrow," Robb began, pausing until Bolton gave a nod of acknowledgement. "But I do not want you to accompany us." Robb's senses showed only mild surprise and measured caution in the man. "What would you have me do?" "I want you at the Twins." Robb's tone was firm. Lord Walder must be fuming over the execution of his kin, especially given their ties to the Lannisters. "I need you to assuage his anger by consummating your marriage to one of his progenies." He continued, "The army will advance at a glacial pace, gathering refugees and consolidating soldiers along the way. This will also allow the Riverlanders and Northmen to fully become more familiar with one another. You should have ample time to rejoin us before we reach Harrenhal." "I see," Roose replied cautiously, clearly waiting for Robb to reveal his true intentions. "There is also a letter I want you to deliver." Robb retrieved a parchment sealed with the Tully crest and handed it to Roose. "The actions of Emmon Fry and his children have cast doubt on House Frey's loyalty." Roose accepted the letter gingerly, his expression unreadable. "You may read it if you wish," Robb said. "It is a letter from Ser Brynden Tully, Regent of Riverrun and the Riverlands. While it affirms the innocence of Lord Walder Fry and his house at large, it urges them to address any lingering suspicions among the lords of the Riverlands." As Roose broke the seal and read the letter, Robb continued, "To that end, you, Lord Roose Bolton, as an outsider and soon-to-be member of House Fry, are to act as an inspector. Your role will be to assess the state of Lord Walder's house and dispel any rumors of treachery. Additionally, with Lord Frey's explicit permission, you may punish anyone deemed a threat to the unity of the Riverlands." Before Roose could respond, Robb handed him another letter, this one bearing the Stark direwolf seal. "You may read this one as well," Robb offered. The second letter was a private apology to Lord Walder, filled with assurances that his position, assets, and family would remain secure, and that Stevrin and his close kin were beyond suspicion. The dual letters positioned both Bolton and Walder exactly where Robb wanted them. If Roose remained loyal, he would eliminate Stevrin's opposition and persuade Walder to do the same. If not, any conspiracy would need to appear above suspicion, forcing Roose to perform his duties earnestly. In either case, Stevrin's position, and by extension, Robb's, would be strengthened. And if treachery arose, Robb was more than prepared to counter it. From Roose's demeanor, Robb sensed a mix of resignation and grudging respect. "He's too clever for his own good," Robb thought grimly. "That man must go." "You may go." Chapter 36. Theon Greyjoy. Smoldering ruins stretch across the land, with broken beams and scorched thatch scattered in every direction. The air carries the acrid scent of ash and despair, mingling with faint cries and an eerie, oppressive silence. Stripped of livestock, crops, and hope, the place feels like a ghostly remnant of life, abandoned to the ravages of time and cruelty. A man dragged a comely woman through her hair. "Found a pretty one." He laughs. "I'd let you have a pass after I'm done, my lord." Theon simply stared blankly at the man's eyes, taking no heed of his words. The man awkwardly stills for a moment, before hesitantly skulking away. Theon felt a slight sense of disgust at their actions. This was the fifth village they raided since their arrival in Fair Isle, and his experience with the Northern Army had him used to other standards of warfare. Fair Isle is an island in the Sunset Sea, separated from the rest of the Westerlands by the Straits of Fair Isle. The island is controlled by House Farman, whose seat Faircastle sits on it. It is also an island of great strategic value. If the Ironborn managed to hold the isle and its castle, creatively dubbed as Faircastle, they'd have a reliable stronghold capable of holding their longships and men close to the mainland. its quality as an island makes it more advantageous than other targets like the Bane Fort or the Crag, as his father's reavers are terribly unused to fighting battles at land. An island is familiar territory, as it allows them to intercept any attacking army at sea. The issue is that these weren't new concepts. The rivalry between the Westerlands and the Iron Islands is the oldest example of cultural enmity in Westeros. The two kingdoms spilled each other's blood dating all the way back to the days of the Casterlys and the Grey King. This meant that the nature of their conflict has been deeply explored throughout the generations. Most strategies, tactics, tricks and schemes have been used once before. When the Ironborn held the element of surprise, they tended to win. Until the other kingdoms would interfere, or the Westerlands would simply strike back and chase them away. Conversely, when the Ironborn's attacks are predicted, they tend to usually lose pretty handily, provided the Westerlands were at full strength. In terms of advantage, this particular iteration of the conflict is somewhat balanced. The Ironborn do not have the element of surprise, yet the Westerlands' forces are depleted. More than two-thirds had marched with Tywin to the Riverlands, whilst the rest got decimated by Robb's ambush at Oxcross. To that end, by order from his father, the Iron Fleet was separated into three. The majority of the ships would fall under his uncle Victarion's hold, besieging Lannisport with goal of taking the city. The rest would be split in twain, one half under their respective captains, would scatter as they wish across the western shore and raid as they wish, sowing chaos and fear to their utmost. The last batch, falling under his sister's command, were ordered to take Fair Isle. Theon and his sea bitch would command 8 longships of his sister's 20. His father would prove his disdain for him when he shackles him with a man he knows well, Dagmar Cleftjaw and his ship, Foam Drinker. Dagmar was the man who taught him how to sail, swing a sword, and ride a horse. He'd saw him as a child more than he did his mother and father combined. And as he saw his hideously scarred mouth smile toward him, Theon couldn't help but reminisce about days when that same ugly mug would sow the same, praising him for a job well done. And as things tend to be lately, those feelings died as soon as they surfaced. Uncle. Theon's sleepy gaze greeted the older man. How many villages left? While Asha blockaded the island's port, stewing on her ship thinking of a way to capture the castle, Theon used his experience at Robb's side to good use. Robb had used Brynden Tully and his riders extensively during their ride toward Riverrun. The Blackfish was the preeminent authority on scouting and guerrilla warfare, as it is his usage of these strategies against the Golden Company during the War of the Ninepenny Kings that brought his name such notoriety. With his expertise, enemy scouts and spies were located days before they could glimpse their horses and either evaded, captured, or killed, allowing for them to reach Riverrun undetected and lay a trap for the Kingslayer. The same tactic, as in keeping the enemy's knowledge of one's whereabouts secret, was Robb's mainstay during what few battles they had, from the Battle of the Whispering Woods to the massacre at Oxcross, so Theon sought to do the same. The issue was that he had no Brynden Tully at his side, no element of surprise, nor skilled outriders that could run circles around the enemy scouts. But the Farmans also suffered from a lack of skilled subordinates, most of their veteran soldiers either with the Old Lion or Lannisport, leaving them with a barebones garrison. Not only that, but the Lord of the Fair Castle didn't think to evacuate most villages, only those close to his fortress. Using them as both an enticing target for his disobeying men and a reasonable motive for whoever holed up in the cast, so as not to spook them, he and his rebellious rabble went from village to another, raiding their way across the Isle, moving in such a way that targeted the settlements closest to Fair Castle first, leaving it more and more isolated. Not many. Dagmar's voice was gentler than one would expect, carrying with it a jovial touch. Some to the western shore, but they're small and scattered. What do you think should be our next step? A frown made its way to Theon's face. The way was spoken with a guiding tone, as if Dagmar was truly the one in charge and simply asking for Theon's view. We'll split in 2. He orders. And move discreetly through the trees. We shall meet some miles off Fair Castle, with their men holed up inside. It should be easy to stay out of sight. Do you have some way to discreetly contact Asha? I can come up with something. Now that they have taken the element of surprise back, it's time for the Ironborn to do what they do best. Be annoying little shits. ****. Theon's breath came in measured, deliberate intervals as he crouched behind the shadowed rocks near Fair Castle's western gate. The pale glow of the moon bathed the castle's walls in an eerie, silver light, and the sound of the crashing waves below blended with the faint clink of Ironborn steel. His bow felt firm in his hands, an extension of himself honed through years of practice. As always, he stayed at the rear, observing his men with detached calm. "Hold," Theon whispered, his voice low and steady, carrying enough weight to quiet the eager shuffle of boots behind him. Patience was a quality the old him found distasteful, too eager for glory and an infantile desire to prove himself. Not that the new him was better, he just couldn't push himself to care. The attack had been planned quite well. Dagmar's party scaled the walls from the eastern side, slipping over the battlements like shadows, while Asha led her larger force in a bold assault on the heavily fortified port. It was a feint to draw the defenders to the docks, leaving the western gate vulnerable. Theon's role was to strike the balance, to exploit the moment of weakness and flank the distracted guards. He just hoped Dagmar is able to inform Asha without being detected, and even a clever plan rarely survived the chaos of battle. The soft whistle of a bird call, Dagmar's signal, pierced the night. Theon raised his hand, signaling his men to advance. They moved silently, boots crunching on loose gravel as they approached the gate. But the defenders were alert. Arrows rained down from the battlements, and the clash of steel soon echoed across the courtyard. Theon loosed an arrow, the string of his bow thrumming against his fingertips. His shot struck true, taking an archer on the wall square in the throat. He reached for another arrow, knocking and loosing it in one fluid motion. As he picked his targets, one of his men foolishly got his throat impaled by an enemy arrow, distastefully dirtying Theon with his blood. But Theon didn't care for scum. "Press on," he shouted, his voice carrying over the din. The Ironborn surged forward, battering the gate's defenders with their axes and shields. The fight was harder than expected, and Theon felt the familiar weight of doubt creeping into his thoughts. But after a grueling push, the gate fell. The Ironborn spilled into the castle's narrow corridors, their shouts mingling with the cries of dying men. Theon moved cautiously, his eyes scanning every shadow for hidden threats. By the time they reached the port, Asha's forces were locked in brutal combat. The defenders had rallied there, forming a stubborn line that held firm against the Ironborn advance. He could see her at the front. It is strange to see his sister fight as a man should, but she seemed to do well enough. She took advantage of her lithe form quite well, taking advantage of enemy openings and only striking when sure of her success. At least she kept herself from getting too close to those enemy pikes. Theon and his men emerged from the castle's inner passages, their sudden arrival throwing the defenders into disarray. With a fierce cry, the Ironborn drove into the enemy's exposed flank, their axes swinging mercilessly. Asha's mocking laughter cut through the chaos. "About time, little brother," she shouted, her voice sharp and sardonic. By the time the battle had ended, Theon had run out of arrows and had to fight with his axe. But Faircastle was theirs, the castle soon finding itself ravaged by the berserk reavers. Fires burned in the courtyard, the light flickering over the faces of men and women as they drank, plundered, and made their triumph known. ****. Theon lingered on the edge of the celebration, his face unreadable. He watched as his people reveled in their cruelty, their laughter mingling with the cries of the vanquished. His stomach churned. It wasn't the violence itself that unsettled him. He had grown up among the Ironborn, after all, but the sheer emptiness of it. He couldn't shake the feeling that he didn't belong. Winterfell rose unbidden in his mind's eye. He saw Ned Stark, his stern face etched with quiet strength, and heard his measured words. The lessons of honor and restraint, things Theon had scoffed at in his youth, resurfaced now with uncomfortable clarity. Had he absorbed more of Ned's teachings than he had realized? He felt a pang of guilt at the thought. Unable to stomach the revelry, Theon slipped away, climbing the stone steps to the top of the castle walls. He sat with his legs dangling over the edge, his bow resting across his lap. The sea stretched endlessly before him, the dark waves shimmering under the faint light of the stars. The first rays of dawn crept over the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson. The sight took him back to the moment he had nearly drowned. He remembered the icy grip of the water, the panic giving way to a strange, serene surrender as he lost the fight against his uncle's grip. Looking at the sunrise now, he felt a similar peace. The sea and sky seemed to blur together, their vastness offering a fleeting comfort. For the first time since the drowning, Theon felt a faint smile tug at his lips. It was a small, bittersweet thing, barely there. The sunrise marked the end of the night and the beginning of something new. What that something might be, he couldn't say. Chapter 37. A.N. This is a small chapter meant to explain the actions of Wyman Manderley and his role on the coming plot. I may or may not explore his story further. Wyman Manderley. Wyman Manderley had always been a man of imposing stature, his girth as much a hallmark of his presence as his hearty laugh or quick wit. His rotund frame, wrapped in fine velvets and furs, was crowned with a face flushed with good cheer and framed by a neatly trimmed beard streaked with white. Yet his bright, shrewd eyes betrayed the sharp mind behind the jovial exterior. The crowd at Gulltown buzzed with excitement as Wyman observed the small tourney organized by Lord Gerald Grafton. The event, meant to celebrate his arrival, was a spirited display of martial skill and local pride. Knights from nearby lands clashed in the melee while the stands roared approval. Wyman clapped heartily as a young knight unseated another with a well-timed lance thrust. He was fond of such spectacles, it is a wonder why his peers in the north find them distasteful. Beside him, Sir Osgood Shett leaned in, his voice eager and unctuous. "A fine display, don't you agree, Lord Manderley? Our knights are of the old blood, descendants of the first men who once ruled these lands. My house Shett, in particular, held dominion here as kings in days of old." "Indeed, most impressive," Wyman replied, his tone rich with joviality. He raised his goblet in toast to the knight's victory. "Your heritage is a source of great pride, Sir Shett." But inwardly, Wyman scoffed at Osgood's boasts. "Kings of old," he thought. "You are barely a shadow of those rulers, not even third in Gulltown's hierarchy. Laying in your hovel of a tower, clinging to the good old days, as if they weren't hundreds of years ago." As the tournament continued, Wyman turned his thoughts to the true purpose of his visit. Officially, he had come to negotiate trade partnerships with Gulltown, to secure foodstuffs, weapons, and armor for gold plundered from the Lannisters. But his lord, Robb Stark, had given him another task. Robb suspected Peter Baelish, master of coin, of treachery and embezzlement, using his connections in Gulltown to hide his misdeeds. It wasn't an issue. Robb Stark had no relation with the Baratheon crown or their holdings, and any crimes and or misdeeds the men may have committed to those two has no relevance when it comes to the current conflict. But Baelish is an enemy, someone who betrayed Ned Stark and holds motive to act against the Starks. Not only that, but his relationship with Lisa Arryn might suggest that he has a part in her reticence when it comes to joining the war. Wyman's role was to uncover the truth and sever Baelish's support within the city, and from there, cut any leverage has over anyone that isn't a former Tully within the Vale. ****. The meeting with Gerald Grafton began in a lavishly adorned hall, its walls lined with tapestries depicting Gulltown's naval history. Gerald lounged at the head of the table, a goblet in hand, his ruddy complexion betraying an evening of indulgence. Wyman adopted an air of joviality, clapping his hands together as he approached. "Lord Grafton," Wyman boomed. "I must say, your hospitality rivals the feasts of White Harbor. This wine is as fine as any I've tasted." Gerald chuckled, gesturing for Wyman to sit. "It's imported from the Arbor, no less. Only the best for my esteemed guests." As they exchanged pleasantries, Gerald's tone shifted. "So, Lord Manderley, tell me, what brings the Lord of White Harbor to my city? Surely not just to sample my wine." Wyman took a generous bite of venison, its fat spilling onto his garments. "Trade, my lord. As you well know, my lord has secured significant riches during his jaunt in the Westerlands and wishes to put them to good use. The Riverlands are too ravaged, the north too depleted, and others ruled by enemies, and so Gulltown is our recourse for that matter." Gerald's eyes gleamed. "You've come to the right place. Gulltown has resources aplenty. Though, of course, quality comes at a cost. ****. Conversely, his meeting with Robbar Arryn took place in a modest chamber, sparsely decorated save for a few heirlooms of House Arryn. Robbar, a man in his 50s with streaks of grey in his hair, greeted Wyman with a respectful nod. "Lord Manderley," Robbar said. "Your reputation precedes you. The North's loyalty to its allies is well known. And House Arryn's wisdom is equally renowned," Wyman replied, his tone respectful. He took the offered seat and immediately steered the conversation to trade. "I understand that Gulltown has endured some challenges of late. Yet your name still carries great weight in these parts." Robbar sighed, his expression weary. "Weight, perhaps, but not power. The docks have become a mire of corruption. Merchants favored by certain interests have driven up tolls, leaving my associates disadvantaged. It's difficult to compete when the rules are bent against you." "An unacceptable state of affairs," Wyman said, his voice heavy with feigned outrage. Perhaps a partnership could ease your burdens. White Harbor would be honored to strengthen its ties with the errands of Gulltown. ****. Back in Gerald's hall, the conversation turned to specifics. Lord Stark has bidden me to purchase large quantities of silver and steel. He predicts that the gold at his hand may prove to be useless soon should the Lannisters wish to dilute its value. Even that sentence seemed to tire Wyman. His breaths came labored and heavy, and he quenched his thirst by gulping down another cup of arbor gold. I'd consider 13 pounds of silver or 41 pounds of steel for every pound of gold a reasonable exchange rate. Gerald's eyes lit up with greed, as he poorly hid his disdain for the Manderley lord. I'm afraid that may be too steep for me. I have another buyer who offers me a better exchange rates. They are a loyal customer, you must understand. His smile is entirely too slimy. It would be a betrayal to offer another person better prices, no matter their station. Wyman's jovial mask slipped for a moment. That is disappointing. He says. I am afraid that I cannot decide on a lower exchange rate without Lord Robb's permission. He says regretfully, before allowing his expression to shift into one of realization. Perhaps you'd be willing to arrange a meeting with your buyer. Perhaps we can come to an understanding. I believe I might convince my lord to purchase his share. Gerald hesitated, swirling his wine. Their identity is not something I'm at liberty to disclose. But I can assure you, Lord Manderley, that their business is entirely legitimate. Wyman leaned back, his expression unreadable. Legitimate, indeed, he thought. ****. In Rabbar's chamber, the conversation flowed more freely. Rabbar explained how Baelish's departure had disrupted Gulltown's balance of power. Without him, Lord Grafton has taken liberties. He's imposed tolls that favor his allies and cripple others. Wyman's eyes narrowed. And yet, Lord Arryn, Gulltown's wealth seems unaffected. How does Lord Grafton justify such policies? He doesn't, Rabbar replied bitterly. He flaunts it as proof of his governance. But the truth is clear to anyone who looks closely. The gold flows to his coffers, while the city's foundations crumble. ****. In Gerald's hall, Wyman's patience began to wear thin. As Gerald boasted about his city's prosperity, Wyman interjected with a question meant to unsettle him. Tell me, Lord Grafton, I hear Gulltown's incomes increased tenfold in 3 years. It's a remarkable achievement. Gerald's smile faltered for a moment before he regained his composure. I owe that achievement to my friend Peter's acumen. He says. That man can practically conjure money from nothing. Was it now? Wyman's tone was light, but his eyes were sharp. I guess one must truly be ingenious to climb to such a position as master of coin. And in such a short time, to boot. Gerald let out a shaky laugh. It is fortunate that I am blessed with good friends. Wyman raises his glass. To new friendships. To new friendships. ****. Back in Rabbar's chamber, the conversation took another turn. Rabbar's expression darkened. I must thank you, my lord. He says. Were it not for your deal, I would no longer be able to find any profitable deals. The increased tolls and tariffs have made my endeavors too costly. Whoever is targeting us not only seems to hold power everywhere, but they seem to have enough capital to undercut prices even in markets they don't control. I was at my last straw. And who, then, would control Gulltown's trade? Wyman pressed. Gerald, of course, Rabbar admitted. Or whoever he serves. ****. As the tournament's final tilt concluded, Wyman's thoughts were heavy with revelation. Gerald's evasiveness and Rabbar's candor painted a clear picture. Gulltown's prosperity was a facade, propped up by Baelish's manipulations and Gerald's greed. A roar from the crowd drew Wyman's attention. Ser Aaron Grafton had unhorsed Ser Rolf, and Wyman's grin widened as Osgood Shet reluctantly handed him a pouch of coins. 10 gold dragons, as agreed, Osgood muttered. Wyman weighed the pouch and frowned. It felt too light. Opening it, he confirmed there were indeed 10 gold dragons inside. But as he examined the coins, a realization struck him. They were thinner than they should be, their weight subtly diminished. Tell me, Ser Shet, Wyman asked casually, does Gulltown have a mint? Osgood looked puzzled but answered, why, yes, we do. Wyman's mind raced. Baelish has been melting gold dragons, diluting them to pocket the difference. That's how he's inflated Gulltown's incomes and maintained his wealth. The same could be done with the Crown's treasury. Thinking of Robert's Baratheon's steep debt, Wyman couldn't help but gasp. He could be hiding millions in gold dragons. He thinks. The question is, where? Chapter 38. Roose Bolton. The grey sky mirrored the cold temperament of Roose Bolton as he rode through the gates of the twins. His banner fluttered in the wind, a flayed men, red and raw against the pale pink. As his small retinue dismounted, the Freys stared down from the battlements, their expressions ranging from amused disdain to open suspicion. Roose stood by the gate until someone brought bread and salt. Inside, the hall of the twins was as dour as its lord. Walder Frey, shrunken with age but still vibrant in spite, awaited them atop his dais, surrounded by his endless progeny. Frey's eyes, sharp and calculating, flitted to Bolton like a hawk spotting prey. "Lord Bolton," Frey rasped, his voice carrying through the hall. "You honor us with your presence." His tone dripped sarcasm, his thin lips curling into a smirk. "As much honor as your lord deigns to bear, anyhow." Roose stepped forward, unperturbed, his face as blank as freshly fallen snow. "Lord Frey. I come to fulfill my promise to unite our houses by blood, as you and my lord agreed." Walder snorted. "Promises from the north have always been fickle. He ekes passage through my bridge with close to no payment, and he lets that old fish murder my son and grandsons, not even allowing them to take the black, nor sending their bones to their home to be buried." Spittle falls off his mouth. "Your lord has much to promise, Lord Bolton." "But blood, you say?" "Oh, Bolton, you must mean marriage." His laughter filled the hall, sharp and shrill. He gestured grandly toward his daughters and granddaughters, who lined the walls like goods on display. "Take your pick, my lord. They're yours, with dowries enough to weigh them in silver." The women flinched under Roose's unblinking gaze, their nervous eyes darting away from his pale, calculating stare. Bolton hummed low in his throat, stepping closer, inspecting each woman like a butcher assessing livestock. His gaze lingered on the largest of the group, and his lips twitched, a facsimile of a smile that froze the air in the room. She was a short thing, a large girl with watery blue eyes, 3 chins, a huge bosom, and blonde hair. She fearfully curtsies. "My lord." Her voice fluttering as squeaky. Her cheeks burned with shame and fear as Walder Frey burst into raucous laughter. "Ah. Merit's brood, Valda. A fine choice, Lord Bolton." The source of his amusement was clear. The late lord promised the bride's weight in silver, so Roose chose the fattest one. Roose's attempt at a smile grew, his pale eyes gleaming with something unreadable. "She will suffice," he said, his tone even, but something in it made Walder's grin falter. The hall grew quiet as Bolton turned to the Frey patriarch. "A private meeting would be best, Lord Walder." Roose murmured, his tone soft as silk but heavy with suggestion. Walder Frey hesitated for a moment, his amusement tempered by the unnerving presence of the men before him. "Aye," he finally rasped. "Come. Let us talk blood and promises behind closed doors." As the Freys whispered among themselves, Bolton followed Walder to the solar. The laughter and jeers of the hall faded, leaving only the echo of boots against the stone, a prelude to whispers of alliances and betrayals. ****. Roose took a slight sip from his offered cup. Walder's current wife, some unfortunate young woman from House Aaron Ford, also fills Walder's cup before leaving. Once he does though, he puts the cup away. He wasn't one for wine, and this one wasn't watered down enough for him to pretend. From his inner pocket, he pulls out the 2 letters. Walder smacks his weathered lips after gulping down his own. "What is this?" He glances at the letters, noticing their sigils. "Love letters from our overlords." The irony didn't escape his mind. Not far off, actually. Bolton stays silent, letting Walder parse through the messages. "What is this?" Walder exclaims, he turns to Bolton with bulging eyes. "You're an inspector?" "With your permission, of course." Roose Bolton answers, completely nonplussed. Walder scoffs. "Oh, so if I say no, it will be over. People won't moan and bitch about how the late Lord Walder keeps traitors into his household." He glares at Roose. Cease your prattle, boy. I know an ultimatum when I see one. Roos's gaze hardened, as he leaned forward menacingly. You wish for honesty. Very well. He says. The truth is that both Edmure and Hoster Tully are dead, leaving Robb Stark and his siblings next in line through their mother. Not only that, but Edmure Tully died because of a scheme facilitated by Emmon Fry and his sons, your son and grandsons, sending the Red on a berserk rage. The only reason your house wasn't attained and your bloodline put to the sword is that Robb Stark is on his way to Harrenhal to get crowned. It is luck. Walder purses his lips, but Bolton doesn't let on. It is luck that my lord has developed a fondness for your eldest, and has a wish to secure his succession, and in turn, your house's resources for his forces. It is luck that Brynden Tully doesn't march to your door and split your head from rage. It is luck that there is a war at hand, and so no resources could be diverted to houses that express rebellion. He explains. It seems that there is a misunderstanding. Those he gestures toward the letters, are not an ultimatum, they are an easy way out. All you need to do is simply accord me the authority to investigate your house. My lord was frank on his letter. None of your riches, lands, nor authority are to be affected in any way. Walder purses his lips, his face heating up from anger. None of the other houses would agree to this. He bites out. The matters of a noble household is up to members of the bloodline. This is a breach of tradition. Roose thought the old man to have enough low cunning to be able to realize his predicament. His reaction was frankly disappointing. It is why my task is to be done only with your permission. Robb Stark was much too canny to alienate the other nobles. In fact, the Freys were hated enough for this to be considered more than fair by their part. And not to reiterate, your son was in part responsible for the heir of the Riverland's death. This no longer simply concerns your household. Walder grunts once again, and Roose could see the thoughts storm through his brain as the offense started to fade. After what seemed like an eternity, Walder finally lowers his head. So be it. He exclaims. But you cannot be seen amongst my family as the one dealing out the punishments. I will choose who is to be punished, and how they are punished. Ah, I might have underestimated how shameless and scheming this man is. Bolton realizes that his earlier defiance went much deeper. If the lord of the castle allowed any man run roughshod through his house, punishing any member he deemed offensive, then some of the family members might, in concern, think that he became too alienating to the ruling houses, and that someone else, Stevran Fry perhaps, might be a more friendly face to take control of their house. What a chaotic family. Roose thinks. A Bolton would never allow things to devolve to this extent. He chooses to tilt his head instead of shrug. If the lord of the house is willing to do my work for me, then so be it. Walder grunts once again, and Roose thinks he may have overstepped his welcome. I shall head to my quarters then. I should expect a moderate marriage ceremony in the way of the old gods on the morrow. He stands. After which I suggest you keep to your castle. Ser Stevran has been an excellent representative to the House of Fry. ****. The next day, there was a simple ceremony of marriage that went fairly quickly. Festivities were kept to a minimum, and his wife, unflattering that she was obedient and seemed content to listen to her betters. Apparently, during the consummation, Lord Walder held a private trial whereupon he punished a great number of his progeny, most of them his sons or grandsons who were vocal or ambitious enough to plot for his seat after his demise. Most were disinherited and exiled, and were sent back to their mothers' lands as things tended to go. Some, like Walder Rivers, were too problematic and were thus forced to swear the black. He honestly thought it was a long time coming. Such large houses need to have a clear structure of inheritance or have their family name tarnished by infighting. The family name must always come first, after all. The day after that, Roose left on a carriage to head back to Harrenhal, his heart not nearly content but almost relieved by the quick nature of this debacle. Roose admits he was a bit forceful, but he had to make sure to assert the urgency and the importance of this task, or else that old coot would think of some meandering scheme to drag him into, or worse, attempt to convince him to join. The Starks were up, and the Lannisters are losing ground as we speak. Robb Stark was also smart enough to suspect any wrongdoing, and would not let himself get blindsided so easily, or at least, that was Roose's read on the men. Boltons knew how to be patient. Rebellion cannot be born from naught, and doing so against a popular and successful overlord is the height of folly. No, what he needs to do is to wait, keep his wits on and be as useful and unthreatening as possible, and wait for the perfect opportunity to drive a knife through the Stark's chest. If that opportunity doesn't come during his life, then so be it, his heir will keep on and take his blade. Boltons keep their blades sharp, after all. Chapter 39. A.N. For those uninformed, I wrote this chapter over a month ago. It was experiment to see if my patrons would enjoy AI-edited chapters. They didn't. Sorry if you find the phrasing awkward. I am planning to re-edit this soon. And no more AI editing. Sandor Clegane. Sandor Clegane rose from the half-barrel tub, water sloshing over its rough wooden sides and pooling in dark puddles on the stone floor. The warm steam hovered in the lantern-lit gloom, distorting shapes into dancing shadows. He glanced down at the water, almost expecting to glimpse something new in his reflection. Instead, he saw only that scarred face he had despised for so long, its surface as warped as the ripples. He curled his lip. The steam condensed on his burned flesh, mingling with the sweat that always gleamed there. Sandor's mind wandered through the path of his life, all the missteps and grudges that had led him to this moment. He spat on the stone and thought, what is it all worth now? Nothing. Long ago, his single driving desire had been to kill Gregor Clegane, the brother who had given him these scars. Gregor had stolen Sandor's childhood in a burst of flame and pain. Every savage day spent in his shadow had left Sandor seething for revenge. So he'd sold his sword to the Crown Prince Joffrey, later king, because being a valued dog at court kept him in a position where the Lannisters could not discard him easily. If Gregor so much as set foot in King's Landing, Sandor would be there, ready to bury steel in his gut. Or so he'd planned. But Gregor Clegane, the Mountain, had died on some distant battlefield at the hands of a Northman. Rumor said it was a gruesome fight, that the Mountain had lingered in agony, brought low by a warrior from Winterfell's cause. That was what rankled most. Gregor had been his kill to claim. Now that reason for living, that ambition which had propelled him through every battle and slight, was gone. Sandor bared his teeth at his reflection, then dipped his fingers in the lukewarm water to wipe the grime from his cheeks. He snarled, voice low and bitter. "Huh. The one thing I wanted taken from me. By some damned northerner." He pulled himself upright and reached for the threadbare towel, rubbing it over his broad shoulders and chest in short, angry motions. You're a dog dancing for scraps from a king's table, he thought. And for what? Gregor's gone, and I didn't even get the satisfaction of watching him die. Piece by piece, he donned his armor. Greaves strapped onto his calves, then the cuisses for his thighs. The thick leather underlay squeaked as he fastened each buckle. Next came the mail shirt, heavy and ringing as it settled around his torso. The battered steel plates for his arms and shoulders followed, and finally he hefted his sword belt. The routine was as familiar as drawing breath. He'd worn armor more years than he cared to count. He wanted to let out a laugh at the absurdity of it all, a sworn shield to a spoiled whelp he detested, standing guard in a rotting city about to be besieged by Stannis Baratheon, while the only real reason he'd ever worn this armor died in some far-off skirmish. Should ride away now, he told himself. Better than waiting here to guard a brat king who'd piss himself if I looked at him cross. He adjusted his gauntlets, testing his grip, when the door burst open. A maidservant stumbled through, nearly toppling over as she gaped at him. "Sire," she managed, though Sandor was no true knight. "Stannis's fleet has been sighted. They say it's more ships than we have by far. The bells, they'll be rung soon." Sandor snorted and jerked his chin at her. "Get out," he said, his voice a low growl. "I heard enough." She nodded, face pale, and backed out hastily, slamming the door behind her. Once alone, Sandor let out a breath. So it starts. Good. Let them come. Perhaps the city will burn. He scooped up his sword and left the chamber, forging a path through the corridors. Servants hurried past, all wide-eyed with fear. He saw hollow cheeks and trembling hands, hungry folk forced to work in a castle that might be doomed. This place stinks of fear. Only question is whether it's worse inside or out. He cut through a courtyard thronged with men mustering around the mud gate. Ribbons of sunlight, already edging toward late afternoon, fell upon helms and spears. The smell of stale sweat and unwashed bodies mingled with the tang of pitch from the catapults. Tyrion Lannister stood near the gate, struggling with a strap on his mismatched armor. The dwarf glanced up and greeted Sandor with a fleeting smirk. "You're late," he said, tapping a small spiked helm under his arm. "We've important business, you know." Sandor shrugged. You can fight them yourself for all I care, imp. Where's your sellsword bodyguard, that brawn? Tyrion's lips twitched in wry amusement. Preoccupied, he replied, tone dry. I've heard conflicting reports. Either he's securing one of the keys against infiltration, or he's extorting old Mistress Tanda for more coin. Possibly both at once, knowing him. Then you're left with me, Sandor said without humor. So it seems. Tyrion gestured to a nearby cluster of gold cloaks, hedge knights, and sellswords. I'm putting you in charge of these. If they run, cut a few down. That ought to scare the rest into staying. Remember, there's one important head in all this that must remain firmly attached, King Joffrey's. Sandor gave Tyrion a dark look. I know my duty. He spat in the dirt. For all the good it does, he thought. He'll probably get himself killed from sheer stupidity. No sooner had he voiced that thought in his mind than Joffrey strutted up with his retinue. The boy king was clad in golden mail that shone too brightly, more decorative than practical. Meryn Trant wore his Kingsguard whites, though smudges and stains showed he'd done some fighting or at least scuffling. Trant's eyes narrowed when he caught sight of Sandor. Sandor stared back, recalling how the so-called knight beat girls at Joffrey's whim. Gregor never pretended to be good, Sandor thought with disgust. This one pretends at honor while doing worse. Pathetic. Joffrey gave an imperious tilt of his chin toward Sandor. Hound, he said, you'll keep these men from running, yes. If they try to desert, make an example. He sniffed as though the notion pleased him. Aye, your grace, Sandor replied, though the words tasted bitter. If only I could see you skewered instead, you worthless little beast. Joffrey, satisfied, turned away, exchanging words with Meryn Trant. Sandor set about forming the men, surveying them with a practiced eye. They lined up in ragged columns, though discipline was clearly lacking. He mentally counted off their meager strengths. 1,000 men from Stokeworth and Rosby, those seemed halfway decent. Their arms were uniform, and they marched in unison. The rest were a sorry melange, 5,000 or more gold cloaks, many malnourished and undisciplined, plus 150 hill tribesmen who took orders only when it suited them. 300 hedge knights, arrogant and overconfident, all dreaming they were hero material. And 800 sellswords who might betray them if the winds of war changed direction. They'd sooner cut my throat than follow me if it got them a bag of coins from Stannis, he thought. Better keep a close watch on them. He turned his mind to the overall defense of King's Landing. Their fleet. A paltry 50-some ships, minus those that had conveniently vanished after their last resupply run. Tyrion suspected bribes from Stannis. Against them, Stannis boasted 200 warships or more, many crewed by hardened veterans from the Ironborn Rebellion. Then there was Stannis's main host, perhaps 15,000 cavalry and close to 5,000 infantry, seasoned men from Dragonstone and the Stormlands. Worse, King's Landing had precious little food left, and the small folk were a breath away from riot. The only real advantage the Lannisters had was the city's walls and gates, plus the catapults, scorpions, ballistay, and a monstrous chain across the river, all of it tied to Tyrion's scheme with wildfire. The horns on the rampart sounded then, a deep, mournful note that made Sandor's stallion paw at the ground in agitation. From the parapet, he could see black sails gliding into view on the waters of the Blackwater. The sun hung low, painting the horizon in red and gold. Stannis's fleet unfurled in precise lines, 10 columns, each with about 20 ships. The first 3 columns showed war galleys from the Royal Navy that had defected, or from lords sworn to Stannis. Behind them were smaller Myrish vessels carrying troops to be landed. And after those came the supply ships, cogs, and lumbering carracks no doubt filled with foot soldiers, horses, and siege equipment. Sandor eyed the newly built watchtowers at the river's mouth and saw the faint glint of the chain in the water. So that's the trick the imps pinned our hopes on, he thought. If they come in too far, they won't get back out. From the city, the first volley soared overhead, pots of pitch trailing smoke, stones from the trebuchets and catapults. A few crashed short, sending up jets of water. One cask smashed into the deck of a galley, smearing black pitch across planks and men alike. Moments later, fire arrows rained down, igniting small patches of flame. Stannis's fleet pressed on, oars beating a steady rhythm, sails bellied by the wind. Confident in their numbers, they advanced, planning to crush the tiny Lannister fleet that withdrew upriver in a feigned panic. Tyrion's plan hinged on luring them in. He had stuffed several ships with wildfire, waiting for the right moment to detonate the infernal substance. Sandor had caught a glimpse of the alchemist's store once. He shuddered to recall the sickly green glow in those sealed clay pots. True fire was already horrifying enough, wildfire was a beast of nightmares. "Keep it away from me," he prayed, lips curling. The horns blared again, and the watchers on the walls shouted. Sandor peered out to see the Lannister ships pulling back still, luring the first lines of Stannis' fleet deeper into the bay. Then came the sign. One of the trailing Lannister hulks, apparently crippled, drifted broadside. As the enemy closed, the hulking ship erupted in green flame, the wildfire blossoming like a demon's flower across the surface of the water. Screams carried across the bay as men leapt from their decks, aflame even in the sea. In seconds, half a dozen more wildfire caches ignited, turning that stretch of water into a searing green inferno. Stannis' ships in the rear, still coming forward, had no room to maneuver. That was when Tyrion's chain was cranked into place, sealing off their retreat. The watchers on the ramparts cheered, though many also gaped in horror at the devastation unleashed. Hell on water, Sandor thought grimly as he witnessed a galley's mast snapping, the men aboard flailing like rag dolls. By the gods, if that touches the shore. A shiver ran up his spine. Some ships managed to land on the south bank, out of the wildfire's reach. A few beached under the city walls and disgorged archers, cutthroats, whatever soldiers they carried. From his vantage, Sandor saw that these men now threatened to open a path into King's Landing or cause chaos while Stannis advanced. Tyrion shouted for a sortie, someone had to push them back from the gates. Balon Swan, a fellow Kingsguard knight, found Sandor among the swirling ranks. "Come, Clegane," he said, visor up to show a face set in determination. "We'll ride out with the men-at-arms. Drive them back into the water." Sandor gave a terse nod, though his gut tightened at the notion of battling near flame. He strode to his stallion. The black horse tossed its head, sharing in the tension that lay over the city. Together, they rode out through the mud gate like a wedge, Balon on Sandor's flank, a ragged swath of sellswords and gold cloaks straggling behind. The moment they emerged onto the banks, smoke assailed them, a choking, bitter haze that made eyes water. Fires burned on the water, green patches swirling with the currents and drifting ever closer to the shore. "There." Balon pointed. A group of archers from a half-burned galley was forming up on the muddy bank, trying to loose arrows at the city walls. Sandor set his jaw and spurred the stallion, raising his long sword. The men behind him let out ragged shouts. Arrows whistled by. One struck the man at Sandor's right, toppling him from his saddle with a grunt. Another grazed Sandor's thigh, but it failed to punch through his mail. He reached the archers, his sword flashing in a deadly arc. He split one archer's skull with a single blow, yanked the blade free, then rammed his horse's shoulder into another, sending him sprawling. The rest scattered, and the men from King's Landing quickly overwhelmed them. Sandor glanced sideways, searching for more threats. A fresh dread seized him at the corner of his vision, wildfire creeping across the waves and seeping toward the wooden wharfs. Sparks carried on the wind, threatening to set the entire shoreline ablaze. Fire. It was always fire. His breath grew shallow, sweat collecting under his helm. "Don't look at it," he told himself. "Keep killing, dog. Focus on the fight, not the flames." But the fire was too near, the heat licking his exposed skin. The memory of his face pressed into hot coals flared, more vivid than the screams around him. His stallion shrieked, rearing back from the rising flames. Sandor couldn't quell the surge of panic that hammered in his chest, forcing him to freeze. Balon Swan's voice drifted through the haze, muffled, "Clegane. We need," but Sandor hardly heard him. His eyes were locked on those creeping tongues of green. It was as though the flames alone existed, devouring any sense of reason he had. Then a splintering crash rang out, part of the old jetty cracked under the rising heat, sending a blossom of sparks into the air. The wave of scorching air slapped him. Too much, Sandor thought. He seized the reins, yanking the horse around. He heard men calling after him, some cursing, others in panic, but it made no difference. He kicked his mount into a gallop, fleeing the water's edge, pounding back through the open gate. The city swallowed him up, distant from that inferno. Yet the taste of terror lingered, an acrid dryness on his tongue. He almost retched at how hard his heart hammered. At once he found himself confronted by Tyrion in the courtyard. The dwarf was half spattered with someone's blood, helmet askew, a wild look in his mismatched eyes. "Where are you going?" Tyrion demanded, voice sharp with disbelief. "Get back out there, you coward." Sandor dismounted with a snarl, nearly stumbling in his haste. "Fight it yourself, imp. I'm done." He pushed Tyrion back, causing the dwarf to stagger. Tyrion started, but Sandor cut him off. "Need me?" Sandor let out a cold laugh. "I've hacked and killed and done every dirty deed this city required. I won't burn for your king." He tore the white cloak from around his shoulders, the one that marked him as Joffrey's sworn shield, and flung it onto the ground. Its fabric smeared in the mud. "Here's your loyalty, Lannister. Here's your honor. Fuck the king." Tyrion's face twisted in rage and desperation, but shouts from the walls erupted again, telling of fresh attackers. The dwarf spared Sandor a final glare, then wheeled about to direct other men. No one dared bar the hound's path. In the chaos, who would enforce the will of a halfman over a rampaging warrior? Sandor stalked up the winding roads toward the Red Keep, weaving around frantic smallfolk clutching at sacks of meager possessions. A mother wailed as she dragged her children away from the danger. Guards brandishing spears herded the crowds and prevented them from storming the castle gates. Sandor kept going, silent, letting his presence and size clear a path. At the upper gate, the red walls loomed. The guards there stepped aside instantly, faces pale. They recognized the hound, and none had news of his desertion from the battle. Sandor slipped into the courtyard and made for his chambers. Inside, he heard a distant, dull roar from below as the next wave of chaos thundered across the docks. He entered his sparse room. A single lantern flickered, throwing weak light on the bare walls. Sandor rummaged in the battered wooden chest near the bed, pulling out a sack of gold coins, all he possessed after years of blood-soaked service. Enough to buy a new horse, maybe bribe a few men if I need safe passage out. He also took a dagger and stuffed it in his belt, then grabbed a heavy cloak to conceal his face and armor. "I'll ride away from this damned city tonight." He slung the bag of coins over his shoulder, stepping back into the corridor. The keep felt strangely hushed, as if the massive walls were cocooning them from the battle at the gates. Only the faint clang of bells and the muffled boom of catapults told of the war raging outside. He turned a corner and almost collided with a slight figure standing just beyond a flickering sconce. Sansa Stark. She wore a large, dirty cloak that draped over her slender frame, but there was nothing meek in her stance. She stood tall, and in her hands, she held a massive greatsword, the ripple of Valyrian steel catching the torchlight. Its pommel bore a direwolf's head. Ice. Sandor's mind reeled. How in all the seven hells? He froze. Her eyes were not the eyes of a frightened child. They were resolute. She looked at him with a set jaw, firm though her knuckles whitened from gripping the hilt of that enormous blade. He remembered how that sword was rumored lost, how Ser Island Payne had carried it since Eddard Stark's execution. But rumors had been flying these last days, darker than crows. Island Payne had died, hacked apart by some faceless killer in the Red Keep's bowels. The whispers said the scene was so gruesome that few believed a single man could have done it alone. Sandor exhaled, thinking, whoever butchered that mute headsman must have been working for the Starks, and they gave her ice. For a moment, he could not speak. Sansa Stark, the little bird, stood before him with her father's ancestral greatsword in her grip, so incongruously large that it dwarfed her slight figure. Yet she looked more determined than he had ever seen her. There was none of the trembling fear from earlier weeks and months, when Joffrey's cruelty had left her cowering. Sandor tightened his hold on his own sword belt. He saw no sign of tears or frailty in Sansa. Her gaze flicked to the bag slung over his shoulder, to the battered cloak draped around his armor. Understanding lit her features. She did not speak, but her lips parted. His body tensed, wondering if she meant to challenge him. To stand in his way. He swore he could see the flicker of fury in her eyes, a strength he had never credited her for possessing. So the little bird is done singing sweet songs in gilded cages, is she? He took one step closer. Her grasp on ice tightened, but she made no motion to swing. He realized she was not brandishing it at him, not exactly, she was simply ready, in case. Sandor let out a slow breath. Gods, but this is a sight. An unarmored slip of a girl with a sword bigger than her body, facing down the hound. In the corridor's flickering torchlight, they stared at one another. Her cloak shifted, revealing bruises on her arm, tokens of the many abuses she had suffered. But she held herself with a new, rigid pride. The tall steel in her hands gleamed with lethal promise. Sandor found himself more unsettled by her resolve than by any men he had cut down in battle. You've changed, he thought. Or maybe I just never knew you at all. He realized with a faint shock that he didn't know if she meant to kill him or join him or beg him for help escaping. Voices drifted from an adjacent hallway, servants or guards, likely. Sansa's expression shifted, as if she too heard them. She stepped away from the sound, moving deeper into the shadows, but she never took her eyes off Sandor. Her lips pressed tight together, her chin lifted. A question seemed to hang on the air. He felt his throat tighten. The plan had been simple: gather what he needed, slip away, leave the city to burn behind him. But seeing her like this... She's no lamb for the slaughter, not anymore. The memory of her beaten face at Joffrey's hands flashed in his mind, and a surge of anger rose unbidden in his gut. She should have never been here. Clattering footsteps echoed around the corner. In the distance, someone shouted orders. The castle was not safe, nowhere was safe. They still had some fleeting moment of silence here, but that would soon vanish. His breath rasped against the inside of his helm. He tried to speak, but the words stuck. Finally, he managed a low, rumbling question, "Little bird, you going to kill me with that?" He inclined his head at the Valyrian steel. The use of his old nickname for her was almost gentle, despite the tension in his voice. Sansa's lips parted again. The anger, the defiance in her eyes did not fade, but her voice, when it emerged, was quiet, firm. "If you try to stop me," she said, "I'll do what I must." Sandor let out a short, humorless laugh. "Stop you from what? I'm not your jailer, girl." He took another step closer, so they were almost face to face, the length of ice between them. "Where'd you get that sword?" Her expression hardened. "From the one who avenged my father." Her knuckles tightened on the grip, but there was no tremor. Ser Island paid for his crimes. Sandor took that in, remembering the rumors. A Stark agent indeed, and they gave her ice. So she's carrying her father's blade. She's, like a ghost of House Stark, come back to haunt these halls. He found the notion strangely fitting. Another crash echoed from outside, and a faint roar signaled fresh trouble at the gates. Sansa glanced away for the barest instant, her composure flickering. Then she looked back at Sandor, eyes fierce. "Are you deserting them?" She did not call him a coward, her tone was too neutral. But the question hovered, unspoken. "Why are you running?" He hissed softly. I'm done with their battles, done with their filthy city and their spineless king. Let the flames take them. I owe them nothing." Sansa's mouth set in a straight line. She didn't argue the point, didn't call him monstrous or craven. Instead, she lifted the sword with an effort, resting its huge blade against her shoulder. "Then you'll have no reason to stop me from leaving," she said quietly. "I'm done with them too." Sandor felt something twist inside his chest. He had half expected to see her cowering in a corner, or scurrying to the Queen's side. Instead, she was forging her own path. He did not know if he admired that or resented it. "They'd kill you if they found you with that blade," he said. "Or throw you to the mob." Her grip on ice did not waver. "Then they'd better not find me." A heavy moment of silence, broken only by the distant cacophony of war. Sandor felt the weight of his armor pressing on him, along with the confusion swirling in his head. Finally, he let out a breath, adjusting the bag of gold slung over his shoulder. "Go," he muttered, not quite sure why. "Or come with me. I don't care. Just don't stand here waiting for them." He turned, prepared to move down the corridor, half expecting her to slip away in the opposite direction. Yet Sansa took a tentative step after him, not quite closing the distance. Her expression still flared with that resoluteness, but there was a flicker of uncertainty too. No longer the shy bird in the cage, but a fledgling unsteady on new wings. Her father's sword was a tangible testament to her boldness, and a reminder that she was dreadfully out of place in these halls. Sandor's heart thudded, and for an instant, he glimpsed the swirl of possibilities. He could try to help her escape. Or he could walk away and let her find her own fate. He still hadn't decided. But for the moment, they stood at an impasse, breathing the same smoky air, while outside the city roiled in pandemonium. Beyond the corridor, torchlight wavered. Boots pounded somewhere close. Sandor clenched his teeth. No more time for this. With one last look, he saw the steely resolve in her eyes, her fingers clenched around the hilt of ice. He had never seen Sansa Stark so sure of herself, nor so willing to risk all for freedom or revenge. The little bird was no more, in her place stood a young wolf, perhaps, or something equally fierce. And yet, he could not find the words. He gave a short, rough nod, acknowledging her stance, her choice. Then he turned away, steps echoing as he strode into the gloom, uncertain if she would follow or flee elsewhere. But in that last glimpse, he recognized that she had changed, and so had he. Gone was the obedient dog. Gone was the timid bird. He might have told her that the world outside was cruel beyond measure. He might have warned her that men would kill to reclaim ice or to hurt her in the name of the Lannisters. But the words never passed his lips. Instead, he left the corridor behind, the roar of battle creeping closer. Behind him, the last thing he saw before turning the corner was Sansa Stark standing tall, blade in hand, the faint glimmer of torchlight reflecting in her eyes. And as the tumult of the city enveloped him, Sandor Clegane found himself thinking, "Burn, King's Landing, for all I care. I've no more part in your madness." Yet in the back of his mind lingered the image of that girl, resolute and unyielding, carrying the sword of a dead lord. It was a sight that shook him almost as much as the flames had. So he went on, with no answers, no direction, just the echo of her stance etched into his thoughts, unable to forget her or the steel she bore. And the city thundered with war and wildfire, echoing behind him as if the gods themselves were tearing the night apart. Chapter 40. Robb Stark. The morning air was crisp, tinged with the faint metallic scent of forged iron and worked wood. Robb Stark stood in the center of a makeshift shooting yard hastily erected on the fringes of their encampment. The ground was churned with the footprints of men and the occasional hoofmark, blending into the damp earth. Target dummies, little more than hastily stitched sacks stuffed with straw and bound to crude wooden frames, stood at varying distances. An aged craftsman approached, his hands rough and stained with soot and oil, clutching a bulky crossbow. The design was rudimentary, far from the polished weapons that graced the armories of proud lords. Its frame was plain, the wood unpolished, the mechanism exposed with crude metal fittings. "As you instructed, my lord," the craftsman said, holding the weapon out. "We've managed to separate the parts for easier assembly. It's simple enough now that each component can be made independently. But, in exchange, the performance." He hesitated, glancing at the weapon, "is below what you'd expect from a standard crossbow." Robb took the weapon without a word, his face a mask of impassivity. He inspected it, fingers tracing the lines where wood met iron, then loaded a bolt with methodical precision. Raising it to his shoulder, he aimed at one of the distant dummies. The bolt loosed with a mechanical thunk, its flight slower than expected, embedding into the target with little more than a shallow bite. He lowered the crossbow and gave a single nod, devoid of disappointment or approval. "How many of these could you produce if you had a large number of unskilled apprentices?" The craftsman's eyes lit up, understanding dawning. "With the old design, we were lucky to manage 10 in a month, and each apprentice needed near a year's training to handle the full process. But with this method, I could teach new apprentices to craft just one part each. Simple tasks, easy to master. I can't give an exact figure, but, at least 50 per month, provided I have the hands and the materials." Robb nodded again, handing the crossbow back. "The design isn't ready. Work on improving its performance. You'll receive the usual payment." The craftsman bowed slightly, relief and ambition mingling in his features. "Of course, my lord. I'll see to it." As the men disappeared into the bustle of the camp, Brynden Tully approached, his easy stride contrasting Robb's stoic stillness. His sharp eyes glanced at the retreating figure of the craftsman before settling on Robb. "Crossbows. I've always preferred a good longbow in a man's hands. Faster reload, better range. Why bother with these cumbersome things?" he asked. Robb's expression remained unchanged. "A skilled bowman takes years to train. Sometimes, starting with his grandfather. A crossbowman requires weeks. Their lack of power and precision is irrelevant when there are hundreds firing together. He turns to his granduncle. We know that Tywin headed southeast from Harrenhal. This clearly is to establish an alliance with the Reach. He explains. His own armies are very depleted, and the Crownlands shall be too, once they face Stannis. That leaves the Reach. These crossbows are meant to be used in a strategy against them. To a certain point, yes. Robb nods. The Reach can raise as many men as 100,000, out of that number we can reliably gauge that roughly 60 to 70,000 of are levies, poor, mal-equipped, and without discipline, and no match with our experienced infantry in quality. The issue is their 30 to 40,000 cavalries. The Reach have a great culture of chivalry. Their knights may have heads filled with tall tales and exceedingly inflated self-worth, but they are also well trained and equipped, even if they lack experience. Brynden, with a thoughtful look on his face, nods. That is true, and worrying. I cannot imagine what a charge of 40,000 knights would even look like. If we are to contend with it, better strategies and tactics may not suffice. Robb elaborates further. We need the necessary tools to employ these. Our smaller size allows us quicker movement and alacrity within the battlefield, but we will need better methods to hold strategic points without significant defenses. Crossbowmen are going to be one part of that effort. The Red scratches his chin in thought. That is a valid point, provided we have the numbers, digging trenches against a hill and filling them to the brim with crossbowmen. He almost blanches. Additionally, if we give the enemy a single path to cross, pitting them against a wall of pikemen, that would be a nightmare to breach. That is one way to make use of crossbowmen, yes. Robb replies. Nonetheless, I don't need all of our infantry forces. I am of the belief that a smaller yet more disciplined force with a skilled commander always triumphs against a larger one with lesser quality and a bad general. Yet things are not that simple, and more versatility won't do us any wrong, so finding a use for the leftovers is a good use of resources. Brynden follows. I understand. Robb nods in assent. We march soon, Brynden added after a pause. The men are ready. Our next stop is High Heart. Might be the hideout of the Brotherhood without banners. Or just well-armed bandits. Robb's gaze remained fixed on the distant horizon. My father sent Beric Dondarrion to deal with the mountain. The mountain is dead. They should have disbanded. Brynden shrugged. Men who fight together often find reasons to stay together. Camaraderie, purpose. Even after the cause is gone. Robb stared into the distance, his face an unchanging mask. Only his words hinted at the thoughts beneath. We'll see. The wind picked up slightly, ruffling the banners of the Stark host, as silent and steadfast as their young lord. ****. Robb rode on his horse on a sedate pace, the sound of the march echoing through the lands. He couldn't help but think about his recent endeavors, especially during their travels toward Harrenhal. There were several reasons why, despite having a large army as a future adversary, Robb opted to take his time moving the army to Harrenhal. First, there is the whole Frey fiasco, with Stevran Frey and his closest family members sent in advance to take and prepare Harrenhal for their arrival. It would behoove him to secure his hold over the twins. Securing the Frey's allegiance and loyalty is even more important for him than it was for the Tullys. After all, his greatest support comes from the north, and the Freys, with their strategic location, have the ability to cease all transport from and to the north by land by simply shacking up their 4,000 men on the King's Road, at least before an army is sent to chase them back to the twins. It is that strategic location that forced his hand. The late Walder Frey is only loyal to himself, so his influence within the castle has to be diminished, shifting to the hands of Stevran Frey and his grandson, Black Walder, who both hold a life department to him, and would acquiesce to most of his demands as long as they didn't bring ruin to their house. Second, is giving Arya some much-needed tutelage on the Force. It is unfortunate that all of his siblings are not old enough to receive a comprehensive education in the Jedi ways, giving them well-rounded abilities in most disciplines, but Robb's second life was one as a Jedi Lord, and as the masters of his time were forced to, he had to take in many apprentices as long as they were Force-sensitive, no matter their age. War always forces one's hand. A person strong enough with the Force can catch up to normal Jedi as late as 16 years old, but aside from probably Bran and Jon, the rest of his siblings lack the sensitivity necessary to bridge the gap without the necessary mindset. Not only that, but opening their minds to different aspects of The Force might lead them to be scattered enough to be corrupted by the dark side, and we can't have that. So, he needed to find the best suitable training plan for each of his siblings. Sansa was honestly simply a fluke. He simply hypothesized that her connections with beasts might be heightened after her bond with Lady was broken with the latter's death. His gamble paid off, as Sansa seemed to almost over-specialize in the art of animal bonding, her bond with the Weirwood network helping things along. But Arya's situation is different. For one, her bond with Nymeria is still intact, lacking any to the Weirwoods. Secondly, he doubts Arya has the patience to sit still long enough to learn anything worthwhile. So, he has ideas, but none are concrete enough to put in actions yet. Plus, Arya just began feeling safe enough to be comfortable. Some more carefree days won't hurt. Third, and most importantly, is to consolidate power. Aside from the phrase, both the Rivellins are ripe with countless nobles with oversized ego and an abundant desire to defy authority. The wind seemed to blow one way, the way of his coronation. Most do not know of the fact. The people that matter have no issue, as they are too big and influential to be ignored, yet small enough to be cannibalized by their smaller competitors, which puts their interests alongside his, as long as he was a barrier keeping their houses safe from the jackals. The issue are the smaller and mid-sized houses who'd gladly betray him for a large sum of gold, or the promise of bigger lands, and the generation-long grudges between all of them, the Bracken and Blackwoods, the two Vances, the Smallwood and Vances, a lot of others and House Fry. Grudges grow like weeds on these lands. One way to deal with these grudges is to simply be scary enough that the relevant parties are more terrified of earning his ire rather than make their issues big enough to bother him. He has done that, spending enough time in the yard with the wizened knights and their eager heirs, putting them on their asses with the needed brutality, using his Force empathy liberally to reinforce their feelings of respect and dread. But emotions often deaden when their source is absent, so the time has come for the second solution, marriage. Some comments here and there, putting the needed people together in the required position, giving hinting comments to the relevant people, and suddenly a bevy of people are suddenly betrothed. Lords that would have usually never met each other find themselves future family. His mother, at his urging, was somewhat useful. She wasn't the best manipulator or smooth talker, but that isn't the point. All she needed was to send a message to the ladies of the Riverlands, that he would be grateful if some matches were arranged. Oftentimes all that is needed is to light up the path for people to walk it. Plus, it would be useful to make his mother feel useful, at least for the time being, until his coronation, where he will definitely send her back to Winterfell. The final nail in the coffin was the Lefford girl. Apparently, she was less interested in learning to defend herself as she was in the woman she sought to teach her. Seemingly on the first lesson, the woman gave up, finding the physical exertion too much for her tastes, yet using the meeting as an opportunity to get to know Daisy Mormont. After a while, she finally shot her shot, and was faced with a wall. Turns out, the Lady Mormont didn't enjoy people of the same persuasion, and had rebuffed the lioness somewhat politely. They are still friends, but the issue is that some rumors were scattered from the debacle, somewhat marring Alicent Lefford's reputation. Rumors with no relevance. Robb thought. Despite the truth behind them, not many put much stock in those tales, believing that it was simply some scorned suitor attempting to dirty her reputation. The issue wasn't that, but with her nature, it seems that the Lefford lady will take her sweet time choosing a suitor, which is disadvantageous, as it is in Robb's advantage to tie her to the Riverlands as soon as possible. It seems that he will have to approach the woman with a proposal. The problem is that it must be someone easygoing with no qualms being inferior in station to another woman, especially one of her persuasions, yet with the bloodline necessary to tie her to an influential house. Doesn't Bracken have a son? He muses. Then he remembers, Janos Bracken had been blessed with naught but daughters from his wife, yet he has a bastard son, one Harry Rivers, known to be fair and comely, and one with a pretty good reputation, all things considered. For one, he is a bastard. His greatest ambition would be to become a knight under his father's banner, a much lower position than the husband of the Lady of the Golden Tooth. Secondly, Robb had met the men, and he had seemed very laid back and humble in both appearances and to his senses, and he doubts he'd find any issues with Alicent taking charge. And finally, Janos Bracken is quite fond of the boy, which will make him interested in securing a higher position for him. It would be a great method to get in his good graces, facilitating the marriage that is, and would put down any rumors of Robb favoring the Blackwoods over his house. Perhaps a meeting is on the horizon. He thinks. And so, the path to High Heart is filled with plans put in motion, and Robb's position grows more and more secure in anticipation of his coronation. A.N. This chapter is meant to be a glimpse into Robb's inner thoughts. The idea is to emphasize that there's a lot of things that happen behind the scenes, a lot of politicking, planning, and putting things in motion so everyone goes the way he wants it.